Claver's Catholic Church this Easter morning. And with it, a congregation's hope for the future.
As a Father, and as a Son, and as the Holy Spirit.
As it welcomed its newest members, born just before and after Hurricane Katrina. 8 months after floodwaters devastated the 150-year-old church, leaving behind almost nothing but the walls, the sanctuary finally reopened for its first service, to the delight of its congregation.
Guess what? We're all back this morning, and we're glad to be back in our home.
And the surprise of its pastor. Father Michael gave credit to both God and the church's contractor.
When I didn't think that we would be here on Easter Sunday, he said, Father, of all the people, I thought you would have the faith that I would be here this morning.
This is not New Orleans' largest congregation, but in a community that is both predominantly African-American and Catholic, healing this church became an important symbol to so many who still want to come home. And they did. The Pennell Smith clan filled up their usual 3 rows, driving 6 hours from Tyler, Texas, just to be here.
It's just a new beginning for us. It really is.
I mean, you could come back any Sunday.
But this was the Sunday, the day of the resurrection, the day of hope.
A day of hope, of recommitment to faith, and the future of a community. Joey Chen, CBS News, New Orleans.
And coming up this morning on the early show, helmet safety for your young biker or skateboarder. Also, some tips for allergy sufferers. I'm Susan McGinnis. You're watching the CBS Morning News.
I'm so congested and I can't sleep.
She needs Nasonex. Nasonex relieves congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms. Ooh, Nasonex. Ooh, Nasonex.
Nasonex relieves congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms. Maybe that's why 4 million nasal allergy sufferers used Nasonex last year. Side effects were generally mild and included headache, viral infection, sore throat, nosebleeds, and coughing.
A wise choice.
Nasonex treats congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms. Ask your doctor about Nasonex.
New Shed Spread Country Crock spreadable butter with canola oil so it spreads cold.
Butter that spreads cold. Huh? I got something there.
Country Crock spreadable butter.
Oh, you okay? Oh, it's my arthritis pain. Well, then I've got good news. Try my Aleve.
Just 2 Aleve have the strength to stop arthritis pain all day. That would take 8 Tylenol.
How's that arthritis pain? What arthritis pain?
Aleve. That's good news you'll want to share.
Diamonds, rare and romantic. The Jewelry Factory imports diamonds direct with the largest selection and lowest price guaranteed. Our diamonds are shown loose. Select your mounting from our latest styles. Your diamond is set while you watch. We have diamonds for any budget. 1-carat solitaires for $5.99. 1-carat ISI diamonds for $2,900. And exotic D flawless and large fancies at low prices. Only the Jewelry Factory gives you both a low price and a double value guarantee. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Factory in Hackensack.
I believe New York has amazing spirit. Whether you live in Harlem, Brooklyn, or the Bronx, out in Queens or in Rockland County, the Red Cross is always there to help house, feed, and care for New Yorkers. And now, after 100 years, New York's Red Cross needs our support. Please be generous with your contribution. The American Red Cross in Greater New York. Imagine a world without the Red Cross. Imagine New York without it.
Happy Monday, everybody. 52 degrees at 5 minutes before 5 o'clock in the morning on this Monday, the 17th of April, 2006. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm Maurice DuBois.
And I'm Kate Sullivan. We get your day started with a quick check on the forecast and Audrey Puente. Hi, Audrey.
Good morning, Kate and Maurice. Good morning, everyone. Well, we're expecting a little cooler weather to move into the tri-state area, but the good news is we'll see plenty of sunshine. Right now, we're starting off mostly clear. Temperatures in the 40s, some 30s north and west. Temperatures will actually be below normal for a couple of days after a very warm weekend. We'll talk all about it in your full forecast coming up. Right now, let's check our traffic and transit this morning with Adrian Watson. Good morning.
Good morning, Audrey. And, well, we got a big problem starting off this morning. It is going to be on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Let's take a closer look at this one. Big problem westbound on the Cross Bronx Expressway. It is an accident at the Sheridan Expressway blocking 2 lanes, so that's going to be a huge trouble spot for you. And as you make your way around, we have got really no other major problems happening right now around our area. So let's take a live look at outside. Connecticut's looking good. Let's see what's happening outside. We've got nobody going to LaGuardia right now. Very good news indeed. And as you try to cross the Hudson River on the inbound side, no problems at any of our crossings. Alternate side of the street parking rules, they are in effect today. Back to you, Maurice and Kate.
All right, thanks so much, Adrienne.
Also coming up this morning, your taxes have to be in the mail today or tomorrow. Why some of you get one more extra day coming up.
Plus, Mother Nature hits hard, and it's all caught on tape. A close-up look at the wild weather that actually could have been much worse.
Coping with hair loss, not men but women, how to handle an embarrassing problem in this morning's Health Watch.
And we all recycle, but not like this. We're talking about going green with what you wear. Eco-friendly fashion straight ahead as we begin on CBS 2 News this morning.
I got tired of going out and having the same old conversation time after time. Then I called Quest. What a difference. Quest Chat is fun, flirty, and new every night. And it's free to try. Do you want to feel that spark of excitement? Then what are you waiting for? Pick up your phone right now and call Quest.
Try it free. Call 212-812-1212 now.
You promised we'd replace it.
Hey, Deb, you know, you make a better door than a window.
Come on, let's go shopping.
Hey, forget about it. This is the most important game of the year.
Call At Home Carpet. We bring the store to your door. Choose from hundreds of samples by major manufacturers in the comfort of your own home. At Home Carpet guarantees the lowest prices.
Now that was a piece of cake.
I'm glad we called At Home Carpet.
Get 3 rooms of carpet for only $5.99. Call today, 888-369-RUGS.
To some, it's a place on a map or just a stop on a train. But to you, it's home. And to CBS 2, it's our home, too.
Live in Hopewell. Live from Mineola.
From the tri-state to the 5 boroughs, CBS 2 News is committed to your community.
Live in East Orange.
News bureaus that cover your neighborhood. Reporters who know your area because it's their beat.
Live in Greenburgh.
In Nutley. In Putnam Valley.
More reporters across the tri-state. More local coverage. More news where you live. Turn to CBS 2 News. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning. Now, from Studio 46.
Caught in the crossfire, a toddler killed in an Easter tragedy on a street in the Bronx.
And a crucial decision for the city's transit workers, and the judge's ruling could send the union right off the rails.
And criminal charges, the next step in the Duke sex scandal, even without DNA evidence.
Good morning. Glad to have you with us on this Monday morning, April 17th. I'm Kate Sullivan.
And hello, everyone. I'm Maurice DuBois. Let's get you started. Up and out the door, Audrey Puente with your forecast. Hi, Audrey.
Good morning to both of you. Well, it looks pretty good out there so far this morning, but it is a little bit cooler than we have seen lately. So you want to grab a light jacket as you head out this morning. Expect temperatures mostly in the 40s, although we're picking up a few 30s north and west of the city. By this afternoon, we'll have plenty of sunshine out there. High temperatures will move into the upper 50s, possibly 60 degrees across somewhere in the area. And it looks like by the p.m. rush, we'll have temperatures into the mid-50s, along with a few more clouds sprinkling our skies. Sunrise will be at about 6:14 this morning. It'll be setting at about 7:37 as those days get longer. And we'll talk all about what you can expect for your full work week coming up in just a little bit. For now, let's check on this morning's traffic and transit commute. For that, we'll go over to Adrienne Watson. Good morning.
Good morning, Audrey. And we just had an accident come in. Westbound LIE before Junction Boulevard, 1-lane block there. Let's see what else is happening. One other big problem this morning, and it's a biggie. It's on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Let's take a closer look at that map. It's westbound Cross Bronx Expressway at the Sheridan, and that unfortunately is blocking 2 lanes on your westbound side. Very, very heavy delays coming through the area. If you could sneak onto the Bruckner, that would be a very good choice right now. If you're trying to make your way through Connecticut, no major problems right now. Merritt Parkway, Route 1, Connecticut Turnpike, those are looking good. And all of our main roads on Long Island checking in just fine. Let's take a look right now at the New Jersey Turnpike. Voila, we had a lot of travelers last week, and some of them will be coming back today. So you may have some heavier than normal delays making your way northbound on the Turnpike. Times Square. Tonight we have some closures in Times Square with a movie shoot. That's going to be happening all week, but that begins at 9 o'clock tonight till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so keep that in mind. If you're going inbound at the Hudson River crossings right now, we've got very minor delays. East River crossings, it's the same story, and alternate side of the street parking rules back in effect. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Okay, Adrienne, thanks so much. Our top story this Monday morning, a toddler killed by a stray bullet in the Bronx. Police say 2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was riding in a minivan with his family on Easter Sunday when the bullet came right into the vehicle. CBS 2's Tamsin Fidel live in Morris Heights right now with more. Tamsin, good morning.
Well, Maurice, good morning. The van came through this intersection traveling eastbound about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Inside the van, 6 children, including that 2-year-old toddler who is dead this morning. Meanwhile, the person who pulled the trigger is still out there. It was a shot apparently fired in anger on West Tremont Avenue that missed its target and instead hit a passing minivan full of children on their way to Easter services. One of those children, a 2-year-old toddler strapped in a car seat, wound up being the innocent victim.
The baby was shot on the side, but it looked like he had 2 gunshot wounds, but it's actually one because it went right through. It was in and out. Bullet went right through me.
The baby wasn't moving. The baby looked like a rag doll in her hand.
Angelo Cruz, who heard the mother's frantic screams, gave 2-year-old David Pacheco CPR, trying everything he could to save the child's life.
I was breathing for him en route to the hospital. Halfway there, the baby let out like a yarn, he stretched out, so he was still breathing, and he was gurgling. When we got into the hospital, the baby was breathing at the hospital, but all efforts failed. The baby did die at the hospital. You know.
Sorry.
So yeah. But, we tried the best we could,
The victim's mother and aunt were in the car with 5 other children when it happened.
Make sure you get the who did this to my son.
I just hope that whoever done this is brought to justice. I really hope I'll bring to justice because, that's a 2-year-old child. What can I say? I mean, a 2-year-old child.
And this morning, we understand police do have a very good description of the shooter from eyewitnesses out here on the scene and are also talking to the apparent intended targets of this shooting as well in hopes of closing in on the person who did this. We're live in Morris Heights this morning. I'm Tamsin Fidel, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Tamsin, thank you. And to see more of our interview with the Good Samaritan who desperately tried to save the toddler's life, you can log on to our website. That's WCBS-TV.com.
A funeral will be held today on Staten Island for the retired Port Authority police officer allegedly killed by a retired NYPD officer. Family and friends gathered over the weekend to remember Stephen Vitale at a wake in Eltingville this morning. This will come together for his memorial service at Our Lady Star of the Sea. Police say 46-year-old Alan Lau shot and killed Vitale during an apparent road rage incident Monday in Heartland Village. Lau is charged with murder. It is decision day for transit workers who went on strike in December. A judge will rule on how much the TWU will pay in fines, and the figure could be in the millions. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero is live in downtown Brooklyn with details. Tanya.
Well, good morning, Kate. It's a multi-million-dollar fine that TWU President Roger Toussaint says could cripple the union. Today, the union will learn the price of a 3-day transit strike. The Union for Bus Drivers and Subway Operators faces a $3 million fine, and today Justice Theodore Jones is expected to hand down the actual bill. The judge is also being asked by state lawyers to suspend the union's ability to automatically collect dues. At a TWU rally last week, President Roger Toussaint called that possibility far more serious than the jail sentence he was issued. A Brooklyn judge ordered Toussaint to spend 10 days behind bars for calling the illegal 3-day transit strike last December. He was also fined $1,000 for criminal contempt. Toussaint is expected to begin serving his 10-day jail sentence next week. He had 30 days to appeal, but the union leader said over the weekend he plans to turn himself in a week from today. Now, the same judge that ordered Toussaint's jail sentence also gave the TWU's Secretary-Treasurer Ed Watt a $500 fine, but no jail time. We're live in downtown Brooklyn this morning. Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Thank you, Tanya. Charges are expected to be filed today against 2 lacrosse players at Duke University in connection with the alleged rape of an exotic dancer. Defense lawyers showed CBS News 23 time-stamped photos taken at the house the night the dancer claims the attack took place. They claim the pictures indicate the woman arrived at the party already bruised and cut. Last week, attorneys representing several Duke players said DNA tests showed no link between the alleged victim and the 46 players tested. Investigators in the Natalie Holloway case are trying to find the connection between the latest suspect in custody and the missing Alabama teenager. Police in Aruba have arrested 19-year-old Jeffrey Van Krumvoort, whose sister is a police trainee. No other details have been released. Holloway was last seen on May 30th of last year, leaving a bar with 3 men. Those men were arrested but never charged due to lack of evidence.
On Long Island, dozens of people woke up Easter Sunday and found their tires were slashed. It happened in Lindenhurst. Commerce. The 2 tires on 24 cars were punctured, mostly likely by an ice pick. Police believe the damage was done sometime after 6 Saturday night.
That's it right there. All the tire, every tire is like that.
You wake up in the morning and you find your tires are slashed, you know. They only got one on my truck, the front one up here. Yeah. My wife's car, they got 2.
Fortunately, the owner of a local tire repair shop is offering his support to the victims by repairing the damaged tires free of charge. Meanwhile, 7 Parsippany High School students will begin serving 5-day suspensions today. School officials say they put vulgarities and photos of classmates and teachers on MySpace accounts. A teacher surfing the net found one of the MySpace sites 2 weeks ago. All 7 students, including 18-year-old Milos Zubel, have admitted their involvement. The interim superintendent says the issue is using photos of student and staff without their permission, not free speech.
And some confusion today about when you've got to file your taxes. Since April 15th fell on Saturday, the filing deadline for New York and 5 other northeastern states is actually tomorrow. Those returns are processed in Massachusetts, where today is Patriots Day, a state holiday there. IRS processing center there is also closed, but if you live in New Jersey or Connecticut, your filing deadline is still today.
All right, time now, 5:07. Let's get a quick look at your forecast with Audrey Puente. Hi, Audrey.
Good morning, Kate and Maurice. Did you enjoy this weekend?
It was fabulous. And yours?
Phenomenal.
Anything you want to tell us this morning, like hello?
Well, good morning to both of you. Yes, we have a new start here at CBS, new graphics to look at, which is great and exciting here in the Weather Center, as well as for all of us here in the news. Anything you guys would like to say as well?
Yeah, we want to say hello and welcome to Kate, especially coming to town here from Little Rock.
Thank you so much. Originally from Lakeville, Massachusetts, so this is very exciting. I can't tell you what it's like to be back on the East Coast after, you know, my career has kind of had me around the country, so it's wonderful to be back home.
And I can't tell you how exciting it is to be back at this hour of the morning myself also. It's never felt better.
It is.
No,
really
actually, it's a good thing. We're looking forward to it. Gonna have a good time.
Absolutely.
Bright and early every single day, so that's the deal.
And a perfect weekend. Talk about the perfect weekend to welcome, to be welcomed into New York.
And we got that out of the way. Let's talk about the weather, right?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, though, folks, it looks like we're going to see cooler temperatures going into the start of our week. We did have a great weekend with temperatures well above average, but now we're going to be a little closer to average as we take a look outside this morning. A little cool out there. We're looking live at what we see there is the full moon in the distance there. All is quiet in New York City and throughout the tri-state area, and we're waking up with mostly clear skies out there. So if you can get a chance and peek out the window, take a good look at that full moon out there. Right now we're at 50 degrees in Central Park. The winds are coming out of the north, and they're relatively light. They're at about 8 miles per hour. Normally our high temperature should be at about 61 degrees. We'll be very close to that today. Normal low will be about 44. Your sun will be rising at 6:14 this morning. Sun will be setting at 7:37 later on this evening. Now we'll start off with plenty of sunshine today, but we'll have some clouds rolling in as we go into the evening hour. Temperatures also a bit cooler than we saw over the weekend, but the good news is we'll stay dry throughout most of the week. As we go into the middle part of the week, we'll begin to see temperatures warm up, and then we'll be above average like we were over the last several days. But we're waking up very chilly this morning north and west of the city. It's 35 in Poughkeepsie right now. We're at the freezing mark in Sparta, New Jersey, and Somerville is checking in with 38 degrees. We're in the 40s in Belmar, 40s across Long Island, and Bridgeport is also in the 40s, checking in with 43 degrees right now. Things are pretty quiet in the northeast. A few clouds off towards our north, but right here in the tri-state area, we have mostly cloudy sky, or mostly clear skies. A little bit of moisture is streaming in just to our south. It's all courtesy of an area of low pressure that's bringing some wet weather into the Ohio Valley this morning. We have some strong storms moving into western parts of West Virginia right now, but this will be diving to our south, so we should really escape the moisture from this. Maybe a few clouds over the southern part of New Jersey, but other than that, very quiet. Plenty of sunshine today. A cool flow coming in from the north and northeast, though, will keep temperatures down. We'll see some clouds build up, especially across the east tonight, but the good news is those clouds will be here in the morning. They'll quickly move out by the midday tomorrow, and we should see plenty of sunshine for our Tuesday as well. Now, taking a look at our overall pattern, what we have is an area of low pressure situated just off of Maine. That's allowing a dry airflow to come into the region. It's also helping to block that low off towards our west. That low is going to dive to our south, keeping the moisture across parts of the mid-Atlantic. We stay dry for the next several days, and we should see plenty plenty of sunshine as our temperatures slowly begin to moderate. Today's high will be a cool 59 degrees. Cool meaning we've been very warm lately. 45 will be overnight low, mostly cloudy with 30s inland. Then looking ahead to tomorrow, we'll start off with a few clouds in the morning. We should see plenty of sunshine, though, by midday. It'll be a little bit breezy, so that 59 will actually feel a little bit cooler tomorrow. And then as we go through the next several days, it looks great this week. Wednesday, we warm up to 68 degrees, so that's when we'll be above average once again. Then we'll be at 70 on Thursday. The clouds increase on Friday, and the clouds are coming in ahead of a system that unfortunately is going to be bringing us wet weather over the weekend. So even though we're going to have a very fabulous week, looks like we're going to need those umbrellas as we go into Saturday and Sunday.
But a phenomenal forecast on the outlook.
Yeah, very good. Very good for the next 5 days. I don't have much to say about that. Actually,
Chamber
it's
of
a little
Commerce
cool
weather.
today. Right.
Outstanding.
Definitely
Thank
good work first week for you, isn't
Exactly.
it?
Thanks so much, Audrey. Appreciate it. Coming up, it's neighbor versus neighbor, but an animal ends up the victim. Details and disturbing charges against a Long Island man next.
Also, a twister on tape, up close and personal with some wild weather, and Mother Nature actually couldn't have picked a better place to hit.
And $3 a gallon. Why the pain at the pump is only going to get worse.
Plus, maybe you're not what you eat when going on a diet just isn't enough in your morning health watch. And the roadways, Adrian.
All right, Maurice and Kate. Well, it's going to be a tough time getting to the George Washington Bridge from the Bronx. I'm going to tell you why in just a couple of minutes coming up.
CBS 2 News, on the go to bring you breaking news from anywhere, anytime, 24/7, with the largest network of reporters covering the tri-state region. CBS 2 News, the driving force in New York news.
Isn't it about time for an upgrade? Take advantage of the Acura upgrade opportunity and experience satellite-linked voice-activated technology and special 2.9% APR financing.
Outside the window was a figure with bright yellow eyes that glowed like fire. But the rest is to be continued. I didn't like to read out loud during school, and now I'm reading to all the guys, and I'm really good at it.
At Sullivan, we give children the confidence to do more than they ever imagined. We identify your child's unique needs, develop a customized tutoring plan with individual attention, plus online tutoring at home. Don't wait to help your child get a better report card. Call 800-EDUCATE today and help make the next report card a great one.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In the northern suburbs, contact our bureau in the Journal News Building at 914-696-8293.
You're the 1-800-DENTIST guy.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to tell you, my little boy had become so afraid of the dentist, I didn't know what to do. So I called you and got a real person on the phone.
Always.
And the dentist you recommended was so patient, so wonderful. My son loves going to the dentist now. I still remember the operator's name, Josie.
I'll be sure to tell her. 1-800-DENTIST. We take every smile personally.
Is that pink sand in your hair? Come on, spill it.
Jeff surprised me with tickets to Bermuda.
Bermuda? Nice. It's less than 2 hours from New York.
So what'd you do? Oh, we just sunbathed. Okay. Last night, I went down to the beach. Jeff grabs me and... That's how I got the pink sand in my hair.
Well, damn.
CBS 2 News, we give you a better commute.
Coming up on 5:15 on a Monday morning as you look outside Grand Central Parkway, rolling past LaGuardia Airport. Looking good at the moment.
Glad to have you with us. We want to get you caught up on traffic with Adrienne Watson. Hi, Adrienne.
Hello, Kate. Hello, Maurice. Well, people in the Bronx are not going to be too happy this morning. We got a couple of problems on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Let's take a closer look and see what is happening here. It's going to be westbound side of the Cross Bronx. We had an accident before the Sheridan Expressway. It was cleared, and now we have another one after the Sheridan Expressway. So very, very heavy delays. If you could sneak onto the Bruckner, that would be a very good alternate this morning as you try to make your way on the Long Island Expressway westbound. westbound. There's an accident before Junction Boulevard. That one's blocking at least one lane. And as you try to make your way in at the Goethals Bridge, Bayonne Bridge, Outer Bridge Crossing, no problems there through Staten Island, so that's at least some good news for you. We switch over to the cameras right now, the Grand Central Parkway by LaGuardia. Grand Central, a very good alternate right now to that problem on the Long Island Expressway as you make your way through Queens. And again, in Times Square, why are we talking about Times Square? Oh, nobody's out, just a couple of cabs. Later on tonight, different story. There's a movie shoot beginning tonight. Times Square will have complete closures beginning at 9 o'clock tonight. Of course, no shows tonight on Broadway, but tonight 9 to 6 in the morning, you definitely don't want to be driving anywhere through Times Square. Hudson River crossings are checking in just fine right now, less than 5 minutes at all of them. You're okay pretty much all the way up to the Tappan Zee Bridge, and alternate side of the street parking rules there in effect. Kate, Maurice?
All right, thanks so much, Adrienne. Here's a look at some of the stories making news right now. Severe weather hits Illinois. An amateur photographer captured this funnel cloud on tape. It hit an empty farm field, kicking up debris. Golf ball-size hail was also reported throughout the state. Thankfully, no injuries. Today, veterinarians will examine the body of a black bear believed to have killed a 6-year-old girl in Tennessee. The U.S. Forest Service captured the bear yesterday. Last week, a black bear attacked a family from Ohio visiting the Cherokee National Forest in Polk County. The girl's mother and 2-year-old brother are expected to recover. And an accident involving a fire truck critically injures 5 people, including 4 children, all under the age of 12. Yesterday in Washington State, police say a car rear-ended the fire truck that was stopped at a red light. The firefighters were not injured.
Taking a look at Wall Street this morning, stocks may rise this week with analysts expecting companies to report strong quarterly profits. But traders will be keeping a close eye on rising oil prices, which could limit market gains. March inflation figures also due out this week. The market begins the week with the Dow up about 7.5 points, NASDAQ up 11.5, and the S&P is up 1. Traders should be ready to go after their nice long 3-day weekends.
Now in this morning's Health Watch, federal health officials say it could be just a matter of weeks before the avian flu arrives here in the U.S. in the form of migrating birds. The government is now finalizing a plan that dictates how federal agencies will respond if the bird flu is transmitted to humans. The 240-page plan outlines who will receive the first vaccinations, and it also anticipates problems with internet usage if Americans are forced to stay home from work to avoid infection.
Officials in Canada confirm a case of mad cow disease has been found on a farm in British Columbia. It's the country's 5th case of mad cow since May of 2003. The 6-year-old dairy cow was identified by a national surveillance program. Canadian officials say no part of the cow made its way to any products consumed by humans or animals. U.S. government says it'll send health inspectors to Canada to assess any potential health risks to Americans.
And a new study confirms what some chronic dieters have known for years. If you want to lose weight, diet alone just won't do it. That's according to scientists in Oregon who studied the eating and exercising habits of monkeys. They say it didn't seem to matter what the monkeys did or did not eat. Researchers say the body tries to compensate for calories you're not taking in by lowering its metabolism and activity level.
Okay, it's 52 degrees outside at 5:18, coming up on 5:19. The due date still a ways off, but Brad and Angelina have already made not one, but 2 big decisions about their baby. That's coming up later.
And next, the cost of gas shooting through the roof. The prices that may make you look twice, and there is no relief in sight.
Living in fear of your own child.
That is enough.
He's out of control.
Turn it the off.
This young man is sick.
A powerful all-new Dr. Phil.
You're taking away one of my babies.
Today at 3, only on CBS-2.
Diamonds, the jewelry factory, has thousands for every budget. 1-carat solitaires, $5.99. 1-carat ISI diamonds, $2,900. And exotic D flawless and large fancies at low prices. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Factory in Hackensack.
Who's doubling the amount of their federal refund at H&R Block? Jamie doubled her refund to over $11,000. Jason doubled his to over $8,000. You could too. Play for your chance to double your refund or win one of 1 million other prizes. H&R Block, in your corner.
This is Eddie. He's worked his whole life in Brooklyn, 36 years, and never took a sick day. This is Dr. Lynn Perry Bottinger, clinical and interventional cardiologist, New York Presbyterian Hospital. Just one of the accomplished physicians in the GHI health plan. there for Eddie, should he ever need her.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In Long Island, contact our bureau at Hofstra University. Call us at 516-463-2619.
We think winning deserves a little celebration, because what's good for us is great for you. The Great For You celebration, going on now at your Honda dealer.
What happened to Bobby Ewing? Next ET.
Time now is 5:21. Beautiful shot of the moon, clear skies. Looks like it's going to be a pretty nice day.
Pretty pictures right there, huh?
Absolutely.
I don't know why you have to lower your voice when you see pictures like that. It's just pretty. It's gorgeous.
Whisper. Time to whisper.
That's
Sleeping.
right. People are sleeping. Well, we should wake them up. Audrey's got a forecast to get you up and out. Hey, Audrey.
Good morning to both of you. You can see from that shot we do have clear skies. No clouds are blocking our view of the moon this morning. And we're going to see plenty of sunshine when that rises later on at about 6:14. Let's take a look, though, at your travel forecast throughout the Northeast. We're expecting plenty of sunshine from Newburgh all the way down to Princeton. 56 will be the high temperature up in Newburgh. 56 also in Norwalk, Connecticut. Bushwick will come in with 59 later on this afternoon, and a little cool out towards Bayshore with a high of 56 degrees. Let's take a look at our satellite and radar from coast to coast. We do have some wet weather moving through the Ohio Valley right now. It'll be moving into the mid-Atlantic as the morning moves on. Northeast looks good today, so does the southeast. The midsection of the nation will become quite hot with temperatures well above average, and it looks like we're going to see some snow in the Rockies and more wet weather for parts of California. San Francisco will have a high of 59 degrees. If you head into Seattle, expect 55 there. Hot in Texas. Houston will be at 93. 70 degrees is the expected high in St. Louis. Nice and dry through Detroit later on this afternoon. Expect a high of 59 there. It will be cool in Boston. We'll have some rain moving into Washington, D.C., and it'll be hot in Atlanta and warm in Orlando with a high of about 88 degrees. That's warm for Orlando. Not hot. Hot for us, but warm for Orlando. All right, 59 today, a little cooler in our area. 59 tomorrow, a little breezy tomorrow. Wednesday, we'll see more sunshine. Thursday looks great with a high of 70. And on Friday, we'll see clouds moving into the region. That's coming in ahead of a system that could bring us some wet weather over the weekend. Let's head back to Kate and Maurice.
All right, all good. Thank you, Audrey.
With the weather getting a little bit warmer, people are ready to start thinking about summer vacation getaways.
But with gas prices hovering around $3 a gallon, the joyride's going to cost you. CBS 2's Wendy Gillette has more on the pumped-up prices.
Are high gas prices guzzling up your savings?
It's really high. That's why I'm driving a small car. I don't want to drive a big car. I left my big car home.
AAA reports the average per gallon for regular unleaded is now $2.92 compared to a month ago when the average was almost 40 cents lower at $2.53. Prices typically pump up even higher as summer approaches and more Americans hit the highways. But with prices already topping out well over $3 in some spots, the question is, how much more are we going to have to pay? AAA spokesman Robert Sinclair says he expects prices to go up 10 or 20 cents in the next month. But he admits that trying to forecast volatile gas prices is no exact science.
We're on very shaky ground, and various factors play into gasoline prices, and something real or imagined could lead to prices spiking overnight.
Sinclair says the current cost of gas is a consequence of higher crude oil prices, driven by political tension in several countries. Gas attendant Vito Colello deals with the fallout.
Complaints left and right that they can't make ends meet, they're cutting back.
Joseph LaCorey delivers bread to New Yorkers 7 days a week. He says prices like this, $3.29 a gallon right off the Long Island Expressway in Bayside, are delivering him a direct hit to his wallet.
It cuts right into my business because my business runs basically on the gas. You know, if I can't get to my accounts, This is the problem.
At this rate, filler up may become filler halfway up. In Bayside, Wendy Gillette, CBS 2 News.
And if you want to know where some drivers have found cheap gas and cheap gas prices, check out the Pump Patrol on our website. It's WCBS-TV.com.
Coming up, mounting criticism, the war of words over Donald Rumsfeld.
Plus, the sad search for a missing college student from New Jersey. The steps crews are taking today also ahead.
And a little bit later, the hot fashion trend is green, but we're not talking about the color, environmentally friendly fashion as we continue.
When it comes to your safety, your money, your peace of mind, no one looks out for you like CBS 2's Kristine Coles.
Do you think your customers know about your fraud conviction?
Kristine Coles' Consumer Block, weekdays on CBS 2 News at 5.
GMC, Yukon, red.
For professional-grade crime-solving, go to CSI on CBS 2. For professional-grade trucks, go to GMC. CSI New York, brought to you locally by GMC.
When families and teachers work together,
our children are the winners.
As both a teacher and a parent,
I'm proud our school stressed
the importance of personal responsibility,
Respect
and respect for others.
In fact, city and suburb, New Jersey's public high schools lead the nation with the best graduation rate. In urban schools, 75% plan to continue their education, and we are one of the top 3 states for students going on to college.
NJEA members,
Making public schools great.
Great for every child.
for every child.
The New York International Auto Show, April 14th through the 23rd at the Jacob Javits Center.
New York is moving to a new radio station. The new Mix 1027 is New York's classic dance mix. Mix 1027 gets you through the workday. The new Mix 1027 plays dance classics that make you feel good. The new Mix 1027. New York's classic dance station. The new Mix 1027.
The 2006 Saturn Ion. Get a new 2006 Saturn Ion starting at $12,490 MSRP.
Chopper 2 HD bringing you a bird's eye view. Only on CBS 2 News.
A stray bullet and a 2-year-old boy becomes the victim of senseless violence on Easter Sunday. The clues cops have to work with coming up.
And the battle over Donald Rumsfeld. This morning, the Department of Defense is on the defensive. It's 5:28 as we welcome you to CBS 2 News this morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Maurice DuBois.
And I'm Kate Sullivan. Hope you're having a great morning. It's Monday, April 17th. Audrey Puente here with a quick check on the forecast. Hi, Audrey.
Good morning, Kate and Maurice. Good morning, everyone. We're starting off a little bit cool this morning, so you may want to grab a jacket on your way out the door. But later this afternoon, we'll see plenty of sunshine moving through the tri-state area. This morning's temperatures are in the 40s and in the 30s, but by midday we should be at about 50 degrees, and we're forecasting a high of 59 in Central Park. A few clouds will roll in late tonight. Your sun will be rising at 6:14 this morning and setting at 7:37 later on this evening. Let's check on this morning's commute coming up. For that, we're going to go over to Adrian Watson. Good morning.
Good morning, Audrey. Well, let's get right to the Cross Bronx. Let's take a look at a map. This is our trouble spot times 2. We've had 2 separate accidents by the Sheridan. That's the bad news. The good news is they have both been cleared, so happy travels through the Bronx. You still might want to sneak onto the Bruckner as your alternate. In New Jersey, we're doing fine on all of our roadways heading eastbound. No major problems there. Let's take a live look outside and see how we're doing on the Gowanus-BQE combination as you make your way toward the Brooklyn Bridge. Slowing down per the usual. And a quick look at Route 495 right now en route to the Lincoln Tunnel. At the tolls, we've got no major problems yet. Good news at all of our Hudsons. Still very minor delays. It is going to get crowded later on. Trains are fine and alternate side of the street parking rules there in effect for today. Maurice, Kate?
All right, thanks so much, Adrian. Tragedy strikes a family on Easter Sunday. Their toddler shot and killed by a stray bullet in the Bronx. Police say 2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was riding in a minivan with his family when the bullet came right into the vehicle. CBS 2's Tamsin Fidel is live in Morris Heights with more. Tamsin.
Okay, good morning. I'm standing in the middle of the intersection where this happened. The van filled with 6 children and a family was traveling right across the intersection here going eastbound around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The family on their way to Easter services when a stray bullet came through the window and hit a 2-year-old little boy who was in his car seat. This morning he's dead and the person who pulled the trigger is still out there. It was a shot apparently fired in anger on West Tremont Avenue that missed its target and instead hit a passing minivan full of children on their way to Easter services. One of those children, a 2-year-old toddler strapped in a car seat, wound up being the innocent victim.
The baby was shot on the side, but it looked like he had 2 gunshot wounds, but it's actually one because it went right through. It was in and out. Bullet went right through me.
The baby wasn't moving. The baby looked like a rag doll in her hand.
Angelo Cruz, who heard the mother's frantic screams, gave 2-year-old David Pacheco CPR, trying everything he could to save the child's life.
I was breathing for him en route to the hospital. Halfway there, the baby let out like a yarn, he stretched out, so he was still breathing, and he was gurgling. When we got into the hospital, the baby was breathing at the hospital, but all efforts failed. The baby did die at the hospital, you know.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah. But, you know, we tried the best we could, you know.
The victim's mother and aunt were in the car with 5 other children when it happened.
Make sure you get the clothes to my side.
I just hope that whoever done this is brought to justice. I really hope I'll bring the justice because, you know, that's a 2-year-old child. You know, what can I say? I mean, a 2-year-old child.
Now, this morning, we understand police do have a pretty good description of the person they're looking for, and they have also talked to the apparent intended targets as well in this shooting, hoping to close in on the person who did this. We're live in Morris Heights this morning. I'm Tamsin Fidel, CBS 2 News.
Tamsin, thank you. Now to our other top stories this morning. In the Duke University rape case, defense attorneys showed CBS News time-stamped photographs taken the night the attack allegedly took place. The attorneys claim the pictures prove the exotic dancer who claims she was attacked arrived at the party bruised and cut. Still, they expect charges to be filed against 2 Duke students today. A funeral will be held today for retired NYPD officer Stephen Vitale. He was shot during an apparent road rage incident last Monday. And a judge decides today whether the Transport Workers Local 100 gets hit with huge fines for the illegal strike back in December. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero live in downtown Brooklyn this morning with more. Hi, Tanya.
Well, good morning, Maurice. Just how much does an illegal 3-day transit strike cost? Well, today, the Transport Workers Union finds out. The union for bus drivers and subway operators faces a $3 million fine. And today, a Brooklyn judge is expected to hand down the actual bill. TWU President Roger Toussaint says that kind of money could cripple the union and called the fine far more serious than the 10-day jail sentence he was issued for calling the illegal 3-day transit strike last December. Now, Toussaint is expected to begin his 10-day jail sentence next week. He had 30 days to appeal, but the union leader said over the weekend he plans to turn himself in a week from today. We're live in downtown Brooklyn. Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News.
Thank you.
Maurice, back to you.
Thank you, Tanya. On Long Island, a man is accused of trapping his neighbor's cat and then having it put to sleep. Police say 56-year-old Richard DeSantis trapped the cat in his backyard, then took it to the town of Islip Animal Shelter, where it was euthanized earlier this month. He's been charged with possession of stolen property, criminal mischief, and making a false written statement. DeSantis faces up to a year in prison if convicted on all charges. This morning, investigators looking for a missing College of New Jersey freshman will resume their search in a Pennsylvania landfill. 19-year-old John Fiocco Jr. was last seen inside his college dorm in Ewing on March 25th after returning from a party. His roommate reported him missing the next day. Authorities say Fiocco's blood was found a few days later in a trash dumpster located near the dorm building.
It might be a while before we see a new government in Iraq. The acting speaker has delayed today's scheduled parliament meeting to give the political parties more time to agree on a new prime minister. And a new round of attacks targeting Shiites in Iraq has left at least 35 people dead. Police say 10 were killed by a car bomb that went off near a mosque in a town 20 miles south of Baghdad. And in the northern city of Mosul, gunmen killed 7 workers who were renovating a local police station. Back in this country, the war of words continues this morning over Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Several retired generals are calling for his resignation, but the Pentagon is coming to his defense. CBS News' Susan Roberts live in Washington this morning with the story. Hi, Susan.
Maurice, hi there. Good morning to you. Well, it looks like Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is not going anywhere, at least for now. A long list of politicians is lining up behind him, most notably the president.
Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has Republicans and the Pentagon rallying to his defense in the wake of calls for his resignation.
We gave him our best military advice, and I think, and that's what we're obligated to do. If we don't do that, we should be shot.
Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, went to bat for Rumsfeld this weekend after a half a dozen other retired generals called for him to step down. Some said they believed Iraq war policies were flawed, but intimidation by Rumsfeld kept them quiet.
And then you have to believe everybody in the chain of command is intimidated. Well, I don't believe that.
President Bush reaffirmed his confidence in the defense secretary with a statement from Camp David. Meanwhile, the Pentagon circulated a memo meant to counter calls for his resignation. It said U.S. senior military leaders are involved to an unprecedented degree in every decision-making process in the Department of Defense, and that Secretary Rumsfeld created new decision-making bodies. Democrats are not satisfied and have been pouring on more criticism.
This reaches a new level, I believe, of not willing to admit mistakes, not willing to change a course policy that is just not working.
With the president's support, Rumsfeld stays put, and observers say any change now would be like the White House admitting that its Iraq war policy was a failure. Live in Washington, I'm Susan Roberts, CBS 2 News this morning. Kate, back to you.
Susan, thank you. It was the first Easter Mass for the new Pope. Pope Benedict XVI delivered a message of peace as he presided over his first Easter Mass since becoming Pope. A crowd of nearly 100,000 people gathered in St. Peter's Square yesterday. The pontiff called for peaceful resolutions to conflicts in the Mideast, Africa, and the Iranian nuclear crisis. This Easter also happened to be the Pope's 79th birthday. Meanwhile, here at home, Christians marked Easter by attending religious services and enjoying a colorful Fifth Avenue tradition. Many of the faithful gathered at St. Patrick's Cathedral to worship and celebrate the most joyous day of the Christian calendar. Then, after morning Mass, they put on their finest and most unusual Easter bonnets and joined the big parade.
Nice chapeaus. What a gorgeous day it was yesterday.
It was absolutely perfect.
You were out in the park, right, for a little bit?
I did. I went for a run, and it was thousands of people. It was incredible.
Millions.
Millions, if
Everybody
you will.
was out. What a great day. How about today, Audrey?
Well, a little bit cooler today, folks. It looks like the warm weather we had over the weekend has now left us temporarily. We'll be warming up as we go into the middle part of the week, and the good news is we're going to stay dry, I think, for the next several days. Here we are looking live overhead, and the sun is now starting to brighten up the skies. It'll be coming up over the horizon shortly. Official sunrise is about 6:15 this morning, and we should see plenty of sunshine. We're starting off mostly clear throughout the area. A few high clouds, though. We can see in that picture. Temperature in Central Park is 50 degrees right now. Winds are coming out of the north. They're light. They're coming in at about 8 miles per hour. Normally, our high temperature should be at about 61. We'll be just a few degrees shy of that today. Our normal low is usually about 44. Your sun will be setting tonight at 7:37, and those days are getting nice and long. We'll have plenty of sunshine today, although temperatures will be a little bit cooler than we saw over the weekend. We'll be dry throughout most of the week. It's by the end of the week where we're going to start to see more clouds coming in and possibly a chance of some showers, but we'll have a warming trend. By the middle part of the week, we'll see temperatures rising above normal once again, and it'll be nice and mild throughout the region. We're starting off a little cool in Mott Haven. That's where they're coming in with 42 degrees. Elsewhere, we're at 47 in Massapequa, a little chilly in Middletown with a temperature of 33, and definitely grab that jacket and a pack on. It's 37 degrees outside your door there. Nice and dry and clear here in the northeast. There's a few showers just to our south moving into the mid-Atlantic. It's part of a system that's bringing wet weather into the Ohio Valley this morning, and it should head all into the mid-Atlantic today, so we should stay dry. Maybe a few clouds may stream in across parts of southern New Jersey, but everyone else will see plenty of sunshine today. We have a cool flow, though, coming in from the north and the northeast, so that's going to keep temperatures down a bit, and we'll also see some clouds come into the picture, probably out out east first around eastern Connecticut and eastern Long Island. And tonight, everyone will get a good dose of cloud cover. Tomorrow morning, the clouds will linger a little bit, but then they'll move out towards the east. We'll see plenty of sunshine as high pressure moves in from the west, but it will be a bit breezy tomorrow, so temperatures will stay the same, but it'll feel cooler tomorrow with a breeze coming in out of the north. Looking ahead for today, though, it's 59 degrees underneath plenty of sunshine today. Those clouds will roll in late tonight, and tonight will be mostly cloudy with a low 45 in the city. We'll have 30s inland. Tomorrow we'll start out with a few clouds, then we'll see plenty of sunshine. That 59, though, will feel probably more like 50 degrees with all the breezes flowing through the area. And looking ahead at the next 5 days, we warm up on Wednesday, 68 degrees for the high there. We'll have plenty of sunshine both Wednesday and Thursday as our temperatures remain above normal. And then we'll be at 65 on Friday as clouds start to move into the picture. And those clouds are going to be bringing some rain as we go into the weekend. We have a chance of some light rain, actually, well, significant rain, I think maybe Saturday, maybe some light rain on Sunday. But of course, there's plenty of time to fine-tune that forecast, so we'll keep an eye on it for you. Right now, let's check our traffic and transit this morning. And for that, we're going over to Adrian Watson in the traffic center.
Good morning, Audrey. Thanks very much. Fill them up, not the gas tank, but the roads. Everybody coming back from the holiday, and it's going to be awfully crowded out there. Let's take a look and see what is happening right now a little north of the city. We're doing okay as you try to make your way across the Tappan Zee Bridge and make your way down the New York State Thruway. No problems at all there. So there's your good news. And Connecticut Turnpike, Merritt Parkway, no major issues. Let's go to the cameras where we do have a major issue. This is the Belt Parkway making your way westbound past Kennedy Airport. As you can see, it's fine, but farther west there is an accident at Coney Island Avenue blocking one lane, again, westbound Belt at Coney Island Avenue. Now the Staten Island Expressway, checking that out. Everybody doing fine in both directions to and from the Verrazano Bridge. And again, a look at Times Square, just to remind you that tonight after 9 o'clock we'll have some major closures in Times Square for a movie shoot. Definitely don't want to be driving around Times Square after 9 o'clock tonight. Hudson River Crossing still barely creeping up to a 5-minute delay at all of them. Alternate side of the street parking rules there in effect. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian.
It's 5:42 on a Monday morning. Coming up, the tests that cannot hide the truth.
The latest round of crash tests taking on minivans. The winners and the losers coming up later.
And a new way to make a fashion statement by going green. Recycle clothes. We're not talking about hand-me-downs, though. We'll be right back.
Design with razor-sharp styling. One more reason Cadillac CTS has the edge. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer. Residency restrictions apply.
Maine's not just for moose lovers. It's more than you expect. It must be Maine. Fly nonstop from JFK to Portland on JetBlue Airways.
Is the IRS stalking you? Do you feel like you're at the end of your rope? Stop the harassment now.
Hello, I'm John Harris, president of J.K. Harris & Company. The people who negotiate for our clients are former IRS agents and tax professionals. They've helped our clients save millions of dollars. They know how to make the system work for you.
Call the IRS experts at J.K. Harris now for your free confidential tax settlement analysis.
Call 1-800-893-0342.
Good
Good Monday morning to you. A beautiful Monday morning. We're about a half an hour away from the sunrise. It is 5:44. Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning.
Here's a quick check of entertainment news now. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt are making plans to welcome their new baby in Africa. According to a newspaper in South Africa, Jolie plans to give birth in Namibia and give the child an African name. The baby is expected to arrive sometime this summer. Last year, Jolie adopted a baby girl from Ethiopia. She also has an adopted son from Cambodia.
Metal arm with something.
Yeah, nice shot, Shaq. The latest Scary Movie spoof scares away the competition at the box office. Scary Movie 4 getting #1 this weekend, bringing in $41 million. Ice Age fell to #2, $20 million. The baseball comedy The Benchwarmers slipped to 3rd, bringing in $10 million. Disney animated film The Wild opened #4, taking in $9.6. And rounding out the top 5, Take the Lead with $6.7 million.
This season, the hottest color in fashion is green, as in the eco-friendly designs that are in the spotlight this month. Elle magazine has an entire issue printed on partially recycled paper dedicated to that very topic. Our Linda Lopez got a special look at some of the hottest styles. Take a look.
It was green as far as the eye can see, in every color of the rainbow, from vinyl shoes to woven bags to the softest sleepwear in organic cotton. The grass is definitely greener on the eco-friendly side of fashion.
So it's designs that are more environmentally friendly, whether through material or what?
It's mostly materials. There's a lot of new green materials that are increasing popularity. Organic cotton, bamboo cotton, which is new, sea cell, which is made from seaweed. More and more we're seeing top designers use these amazing new materials.
Top designers like Stella McCartney, a known environmentalist, even stamps her super stylish shoes with a message.
Suitable for vegetarians.
And U2's Bono, with wife and business partner Allie, use organic cotton and incorporate a heartfelt message in their Eden jeans.
We carry the story of the people who make the clothes around with us. But more importantly, look how great they would look on you. How many of these products have made their way to the average consumer? Are they still very hard to find, or are they readily available now?
Not at all. I mean, maybe I'm speaking from a New Yorker's perspective, but these are, first of all, on the internet. Almost every designer has a website, which is terrific. And then also in New York, Calypso, Saks, Barney's, there's green designers in almost every major department store.
And in every conceivable style, too. From hats and bags made of pesticide-free natural fibers from Colombia to yoga wear and organic cotton made in the USA. This elegant evening wear is made from corn silk, and these beautiful bangles are bamboo.
This is totally affordable. This is probably about, I don't know, $35 or so. Oh, these are actually made out of sea cell, which is from seaweed.
And how do you even make something out of seaweed?
That I don't know.
What designers are doing is making it easier to be green by creating classic and cutting-edge styles that look great and make you feel great, just knowing that the fashion you're wearing can have a more environmentally friendly impact.
The cost can be a little bit higher. A normal t-shirt might be $10, whereas an organic one might be $12 or $15. But it's ultimately worth it. It's worth it to the consumer because you're being better to yourself and to the environment. And it's really no different than shopping for organic food.
Linda Lopez, CBS 2 News.
And if you want to learn more about green fashions, the current issue of Elle is out now, and we have a link set up on our website at WCBS-TV.com. Just click on links and numbers.
Nothing like a little seaweed with your clothes, huh?
Exactly. That's a new one for me.
Tell me about it. All right, 5:48 now on a Monday morning. Coming up, the high drama at the Enron trial today. The moment prosecutors have been waiting for in just a moment.
Plus, the minivans that aren't dummies, the best and worst after the latest round of crash tests.
And they're the best team, at least the hottest one in town so far. The Mets get their first true test tonight. A look at that when we come right back in sports.
Carlos Delgado with a 3-run homer.
The new MI3 exclusive. Tom on the run and dodging cars. Then, the new CSI romance.
Plus,
a speedboat disaster. The Caught on Tape TV special. Next Insider.
Tonight at 7, only on CBS 2.
What's a smart way for smart people to find out more about a smart vehicle? If only the answer were printed on my shirt.
At Parker & Wakeman, we hear heart-wrenching stories every day from nursing home residents and their families. Stories of life-threatening bed sores, severe dehydration, malnutrition, fractured hips, and broken bones. These injuries are unacceptable, and we're trying to make a difference. If you ever suspect nursing home neglect or abuse, we can help. Call us. Parker & Wakeman, protecting our elderly.
Let's get down there.
Wait. There's probably only 8 or 10 million. Let's wait for more.
But come on, that's a lot of...
What are you waiting for? New York's Mega Millions and Lotto. Hey, you never know. CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In New Jersey, contact our bureau in Secaucus. Call us at 201-319-8638.
The world has always been inspired by the sleek design and technological innovations of the Lexus RX. But now that we've made it even more powerful, the competition might find themselves somewhat at a loss. Introducing the new 270 horsepower RX 350 from Lexus, putting the world on notice yet again. See your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
Dana Tyler and Jim Rosenfield. Weeknights on CBS 2 News at 6 at 11.
Good morning and welcome back on this Monday morning. A beautiful shot of the moon. It is 5:50. Welcome into CBS 2 News this morning. I'm Kate Sullivan.
And I'm Maurice DuBois. Let's check in with Deuces Rogers right now. Up early from now on doing sports.
Very early.
Feeling good, too.
I tell you, Mets fans have been teased for many, many years.
Yeah.
This might be the real deal.
I've teased it many times.
You have. If this were a horse race, you could say the Mets are out of the gates early. Yesterday, they beat the Brewers to run their record to 9-2. That's the best start in franchise history. The Easter Bunny played hooky yesterday. No score in the second inning. Xavier Nady, good pickup. A 2-run homer off Ben Sheets. Nady's third. The Mets lead 2-0. The rookie Brian Bannister continues to shine. In a bases-loaded jam in the third, he strikes out Prince Fielder, son of Cecil. And then he gets the next batter, Damian Miller, to fly out to left center. Bannister goes 5 innings while giving up just 1 run. He improves to 2-0. Insurance runs off the bat of Carlos Delgado in the 8th inning. A 3-run shot, his 4th. The Mets win 9-3. The Braves visit tonight with Pedro on the mound.
We understand that Atlanta's been on top for a while, and you know, I think we have all the right tools, and we just have to go out there and put it together. And if we play good baseball, you know, good things will happen.
They're the division champions, and those are the guys we have to go through to be where we want to be. So it's always exciting. The fans are going to be pumped up, and we're looking forward to that challenge.
The Yankees playing copycat. They win, too, by the same count of 9-3. Go figure. They beat up on the Minnesota Twins. Joe Torre chatting it up with former Twins manager Tom Kelly. Jason Giambi kickstarts the offense with a rip in the second. 2-run homer. The Yanks lead 2-0. Chen-Ming Wong finally turns in a solid start. 7 innings, 8 strikeouts. Luis Rodriguez caught admiring the scenery. Back to Giambi. This is a moonshot. It might draw rain inside the Metrodome. His second of the game, 4th of the year. Later in the 7th inning, Alex Rodriguez crushes his 3rd. 9-3 the final. The Yankees, who are off today, avoid the sweep.
A lot to me, you know, the players a little younger, they're a little stronger than I am. But, you know, it's important just to finish, especially if you're going to have an off day, to, you know, to enjoy it somewhat with a win. As I say, it was a good team effort. They came out pretty determined and, you know, beat a pretty good pitcher.
Albert Pujols has a monster game for the Cards against the Reds. Pujols hits a 2-run homer to tie the game in the 5th inning. In the 7th, Pujols cranks out another one. This one is a solo shot. The Cardinals lead 6-4. Now down 7-6 in the bottom of the 9th. Albert Pujols again. 2-run walk-off homer. Game over. Good night or good morning. 3 homers in 1 game. He has 8 on the year. The Cards take it 8-7. Basketball now. The Knicks played at Detroit yesterday without head coach Larry Brown. He's still MIA after falling ill last week. This game is awful from the opening tip. No joke. Opening tip. Ben Wallace to Rasheed Wallace to Richard Hamilton to Tayshaun Prince plus the foul. The Knicks fall behind 40-18 after 1. They lose 103-97. Also, the Nets beat the Celtics. On the ice, the Devils remain hot, and in the process, they are messing up the Eastern Conference playoff race. It's congested and exciting at the same time. Yesterday, they beat the Flyers. First period, Brian Giunta records his franchise record-tying 46th goal of the season. 1-0 Devils. They poured on from there. In the third, up 4-1, Patrick Elias with his 2nd goal of the contest. The Devils win 5-1. That's 10 in a row. So the Devils and Flyers are tied at 99 points, 1 point behind the first-place Rangers. The Rangers control their own destiny. They host Ottawa coming up tomorrow night. And coming up next half hour, we'll show you Barry Bonds and the Giants with some fireworks with the LA Dodgers, a little beanball.
Ooh.
And Kate, allow me to be probably the 69th person in this building today to welcome you aboard.
Thank you so much. Great to be here, Deuces.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right.
Time now for a check of business news. Here's Susan McGinnis with your CBS Money Watch. Hi,
hey,
Susan.
I'm 70th. Welcome aboard, Kate.
Thank you very much,
Hey,
Susan.
good morning, guys. Good morning, Maurice. Stocks could see some gains this morning with a focus on corporate earnings today. On Thursday, that was the last trading day because stocks had a holiday on Friday, up about 7.5. NASDAQ rose 11.5. Companies reporting their earnings today. Watch for Citigroup and Wachovia, and later this week, McDonald's, Johnson & Johnson, and Intel. And another big day in the Enron trial. It is cross-examination day for former CEO Jeffrey Skilling. He has spent 4 days on the stand so far, but only answering questions solicited by his own lawyer in this fraud and conspiracy trial. Prosecutors say Skilling and Enron founder Ken Lay lied to investors and workers about Enron's financial health. And as tax procrastinators are lining up today and tomorrow for New Yorkers, the IRS wants you to file electronically. It says about 67% of returns were filed this way so far this year. The big sticking point is that it does cost more this way because you need to use a tax preparer or buy the software to file electronically. There is a move right now in Congress, though, to get the IRS to accept electronic returns that are filed directly by taxpayers. And the latest winners in minivan crash tests, the Kia Sedona and the Subaru Impreza got the highest marks. The Toyota Prius did well in some front tests and side tests, although side airbags are optional, but it rated only marginal for seat head restraint. Poorly performing the Chevrolet Uplander. That's because of its performance in those side crash tests. And that is Money Watch for now. CBSNews.com has more on all the day's business action. I'll be back within the hour with another report and the latest on a possible strike at Delta.
Okay, thank you so much, Susan.
When we come back in just a moment, we'll have a check on the day's top stories.
Plus, this week marks the centennial of the Great Quake. We'll see how the city by the bay has recovered 100 years later.
And if men thought they had it bad, imagine being a woman dealing with hair loss. This morning, a surgical solution. It's 5:56. CBS 2 News This Morning is back right after this.
Catch tonight CBS HD primetime lineup on IO Digital Cable Service. When it comes to the best HD experience, it's Optimum or it's not.
So this truck driver came into H&R Block and he said, "Don't forget, I can deduct my union dues." And I said, "Not only your dues, you can deduct your logbooks, your seat cushions, motel bills, truck washing costs, truck loading and unloading fees, and possibly your cell phone." And he looked at me and he said, "You do this for all your clients?" And I said, "No, just for anyone who works for a living."
The maximum refund guaranteed, or your return is free. H&R Block, in your corner.
She's always late. I know. What time do you have? Oh, I forgot I had a watch. Is it new? Mother's Day present from my son Harold, the doctor.
Well, this is from my son Arthur, the attorney.
This is from my son Walter, the stockbroker.
Hi, ladies! How do you like my Mother's Day gift? It's from my son Benny.
Benny the lifeguard?
Get Mom a gift she'll treasure. The Mother's Day instant came from the New York Lottery. She could win $250,000.
Red's never been your color.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In the northern suburbs, contact our bureau in the Journal News Building at 914-696-8293.
Hi, what's Sprint's new fair and flexible plan?
Unlimited night calling starts at 7 p.m.
Whoa, 7 p.m.? That's... What's the word?
Why don't we spin the wheel of adjectives?
Phenomenal!
Unlimited night calling now starts at 7 p.m. with Fair and Flexible. So you control your plan. It doesn't control you. Available on Sprint or Nextel products.
Roz Abrams and Mary Calvi. Weekdays on CBS 2 News. Closed captioning on CBS 2 is brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward.
Shot to death in the family car. A toddler is killed in an Easter Sunday tragedy.
They went on strike. Now they have to pay the price. A ruling today that could cripple the Transport Workers Union.
And catching a twister on tape, an up-close look at some wild weather. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Kate Sullivan.
Good to have you with us. I'm Maurice DuBois. Let's get you started up and out the door with some weather. Audrey Puente, good morning.
Good morning, Kate and Maurice. Well, it looks like it's going to be a little bit cooler across the tri-state area as we start off our work week. We had very warm temperatures over the weekend, but those have now moved out, and looks like temperatures are going to be a little bit below normal for this time of year. We'll start off with plenty of sunshine. The sun will be rising at about 6:14 this morning. By midday, we should have readings into the 50s with a forecast high expected of 59 degrees in Central Park. Some clouds will roll in tonight, and your sun will be setting at 7:37. Coming up, I'll have your 5-day forecast. We'll take you right through your work week coming up in just a few minutes. Let's check on this morning's commute over with Adrian Watson in the traffic center. Good morning, Adrian.
Good morning, Audrey. Well, it's not bad yet, but we do have certain trouble spots, and one of them right now is on the Belt Parkway. So let's take a look at that map. Westbound Belt Parkway accident at Coney Island Avenue. 2 lanes are blocked, so some heavy delays building on that westbound side of the Belt Parkway. If you're making your way into the city at the East River from the Queensboro Bridge all the way down to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, no problems at all. A quick look outside if you're going inbound on the Gowanus and BQE. Let's take a look at the traffic there. Delays are starting to build from the Prospect to the Hamilton Avenue area, and then as you make your way right here toward the Brooklyn Bridge. A look at the Triborough Bridge right now. The upper East River crossings are doing fine. No problems on the Whitestone or the Throgs Neck bridges. And at the other side, at the other river, minor delays at all of our Hudson River crossings. Alternate side of the street parking rules are in effect. Kate, Maurice?
All right, thanks so much, Adrian. Our top story this morning, a toddler is killed by a stray bullet in the Bronx. Police say 2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was riding in a minivan with his family on Easter Sunday when the bullet came right into the vehicle. CBS 2's Tamsin Fidel is live in Morris Heights with more. Good morning, Tamsin.
Well, good morning. This is the intersection where it all happened. The van carrying 6 children and a family traveling eastbound here along Tremont Avenue on their way to Easter services when a stray bullet came in through the window and hit the 2-year-old toddler. This morning, the little boy is dead, and police are still looking for the person who pulled the trigger. It was a shot apparently fired in anger on West Tremont Avenue that missed its target and instead hit a passing minivan full of children on their way to Easter services. One of those children, a 2-year-old toddler strapped in a car seat, wound up being the innocent victim.
The baby was shot on the side, but it looked like he had 2 gunshot wounds, but it's actually one because it went right through. It was in and out. Bullet went right through me.
The baby wasn't moving. The baby looked like a rag doll in her hand.
Angelo Cruz, who heard the mother's frantic screams, gave 2-year-old David Pacheco CPR, trying everything he could to save the child's life.
I was breathing for him en route to the hospital. Halfway there, the baby let out like a yarn, he stretched out, so he was still breathing, and he was gurgling. When we got into the hospital, the baby was breathing at the hospital, but all efforts failed. The baby did die at the hospital. You know?
Sorry.
So yeah. But, you know, we tried the best we could, you know.
The victim's mother and aunt were in the car with 5 other children when it happened.
Make sure I'm get the who did it to my son.
I just hope that whoever done this is brought to justice. I really hope I'll bring to justice because, you know, that's a 2-year-old child. You know, what can I say? I mean, a 2-year-old child.
All right, and these flyers are up all throughout this neighborhood right now. Police looking for any help in this case they can get. If you have some information you think could help detectives, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number is 1-800-577-TIPS. The number, once again, 1-800-577-TIPS. We're live in Morris Heights this morning. I'm Tamsin Fidel, CBS 2 News.
Tamsin, thank you. Other news today, a Verona man will be arraigned on murder charges in connection with the brutal slaying of a Glen Ridge woman. 57-year-old Herbert Masenbacher was arrested late last month at his son's home in Florida. Investigators say DNA evidence links Masenbacher to the murder of 58-year-old Joan Galligan. Galligan's body was discovered inside her apartment in Glen Ridge on December 8th. She had been strangled and bludgeoned, a bag placed over her head. Galligan and Masenbacher had worked together for several years at Peabody Nixon, a Manhattan law firm. A funeral will be held today on Staten Island for the retired Port Authority police officer allegedly killed by a retired NYPD officer. Family and friends gathered over the weekend to remember Stephen Vitale at a wake in Eltingville. This morning, they'll come together for his memorial service at Our Lady Star of the Sea. Police say 46-year-old Alan Lau shot and killed Vitale during an apparent road rage incident last Monday in Heartland Village. Lau is charged with murder.
It is decision day for transit workers who went on strike in December, and that decision could cost their union millions of dollars. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero is live in downtown Brooklyn with details. Tanya.
Good morning, Kate. It's a multi-million-dollar fine that TWU President Roger Toussaint says could cripple the union. Today, here in Brooklyn Supreme Court, the union will find out exactly how much an illegal strike costs. The union for bus drivers and subway operators faces a $3 million fine, and today Justice Theodore Jones is expected to hand down the actual bill. The judge is also being asked by state lawyers to suspend the union's ability to automatically collect dues. At a TWU rally last week, President Roger Toussaint called that possibility far more serious than the jail sentence he was issued. A Brooklyn judge ordered Toussaint to spend 10 days behind bars for calling the illegal 3-day transit strike last December. He was also fined $1,000 for criminal contempt. Toussaint is expected to begin serving his 10-day jail sentence next week. He had 30 days to appeal, but the union leader said over the weekend he plans to turn himself in a week from today. Al Sharpton and other TWU supporters have vowed to hold a demonstration for each day Toussaint is behind bars. We're live in downtown Brooklyn this morning. Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Tanya, thank you. Meanwhile, the union representing 28,000 workers in city apartment buildings is gearing up for a possible strike this week. The union includes doormen, elevator operators, handymen, porters, and superintendents. Union leaders say there's been virtually no progress at the bargaining table despite weeks of talks, and talks are continuing. But many building owners and managers are rushing to find replacement workers. The strike deadline, 12:01 Friday morning.
Charges are expected to be filed today against 2 Duke University lacrosse players in connection with the alleged rape of an exotic dancer. Defense lawyers showed CBS News 23 time-stamped photos taken at the house the night the dancer claims the attack took place. They claim the pictures indicate the woman arrived at the party already bruised and cut. Last week, attorneys representing several players said DNA tests showed no link between the alleged victim and the 46 players tested. Severe weather strikes Illinois. Take a look at this funnel cloud caught on videotape. An amateur photographer captured it as the twister touched down on an empty farm field. The funnel cloud kicked up some debris, but nobody was hurt. Hail the size of golf balls was also reported throughout the state. You ever seen a twister?
And never in person, no.
I don't want to.
No, I don't either.
That is some scary stuff.
Seriously. Meanwhile, here at home, absolutely gorgeous weekend. It looks like we're going to have a pretty good-looking week as well. Audrey joins us with a look at the forecast.
That's right, Kate. We are going to see good weather throughout the work week. Temperatures, though, a little cool this morning. We're starting off very chilly north and west of the city, and we will get some moderation as we go into the middle part of the week, and everyone will be happy by then, I'm sure. Right now, we're looking live outside. The sun is rising overhead at Jamaica Bay, and we are picking up a few clouds around the region, but we're calling it mostly clear right now at this hour. Currently in Central Park, we're at 48 degrees, and we do have a light north wind coming in at about 8 miles per hour, so it's pretty quiet out there overall. But as we move on to temperatures, looks like today, normally our high should be at about 61 degrees, normal low about 44. Your sun will be rising shortly, and it'll be setting at about 7:37 later on tonight. We'll have plenty of sunshine today, but temperatures will be a little bit cooler than we saw over the weekend. We were well above average, and today we're going to struggle to make it to just that average number. Mostly we'll have highs in the mid to upper 50s throughout the region. It'll stay dry through the next 5 days, but we are expecting a warming trend by the middle part of the week, and that's when we'll see temperatures above normal again throughout the region. Chilly to the north and west. Sparta coming in at the freezing mark right now. It's cold in Poughkeepsie with a temperature of 34. Bring a jacket out in Somerville. 36 is your current reading there, and 45 degrees is the current reading in Belmar. We're in the 40s across Long Island, and even in Connecticut, where Bridgeport is checking in with 45 degrees. Nice and dry over the northeast. A few clouds streaming in through the picture, but overall we're going to stay nice and quiet today with plenty of sunshine. We do have some moisture to our south, but that's where it's going to stay. We have a system working through the Ohio Valley this morning that's going to dive down into the mid-Atlantic, and they will get the wet weather. We'll stay dry here in the northeast. Looking good for today, except for a northerly wind flow coming in. That's what's going to keep temperatures down today to a little bit below average for this time of year. It's also going to usher in a few clouds to our west, or rather to our east. Eastern Connecticut, Long Island will probably get the cloud cover first, and then overnight tonight, I think everyone will be mostly cloudy. Now tomorrow, the clouds will linger in the early morning hour, but then they should be moving out. High pressure comes in from the west, and that's going to keep us nice and dry and sunny for our Tuesday. A little bit breezier tomorrow, though, so that high of 59 tomorrow will probably feel a little bit cooler with a northerly wind flow. Here's a look at our jet stream. Cool wind pocket right here in the northeast. High pressure, though, coming in from the southwest will bring in some warmer air by the middle part of the week, and that's will have highs moving closer to 70, which is above average for this time of year. Today's high will make it to 59 degrees in Central Park, and then tonight, mostly cloudy and cool with a low of 45 in the city. We'll be in the 30s once again far north and west. Tomorrow, 59 again, but it'll be a breezier day tomorrow, so it will feel a little bit cooler. Probably feel more like 50 degrees on Tuesday. And looking ahead at the next 5 days, we warm up on Wednesday to the 60s with a high of 68 in Central Park. We'll have plenty of sunshine both Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday's high will be about 70 degrees, probably a few degrees warmer than that farther north and west. And then on Friday, we'll have a high of 65 with a few clouds moving in. And with those clouds, we're going to get some rain. It should be coming in, I think, probably on Saturday. Maybe some light rain on Sunday, too. But we'll keep an eye on it for you. But it looks good for the rest of the week, so enjoy it. Let's see how good it looks on the roadways this morning. Let's head over to Adrian Watson, who's in the traffic center. Good morning, Adrian.
Good morning, Audrey. Everybody coming back to work today for the holidays, so going to be a little crowded later on this morning. Right now, not terrible. Well, let's take a look at the maps. We do have one problem spot that we have just cleared. Belt Parkway westbound at Coney Island Avenue. 2 lanes were blocked by an accident. That accident is now gone. However, you will have some leftover residual delays on the westbound side. As you try to make your way westbound from Long Island, Northern States, Southern States, Sunrise Highway, no major problems right now. Delays just starting to build through your usual areas. A look outside right now at the New Jersey Turnpike, of course, one of the most heavily traveled roads during the holiday. We had multi-mile double-digit delays last week. Today it'll be a little heavier as folks return northbound, but right now as we make our way past Newark Airport, no major problems. The Van Wyck Expressway checking out just fine as you make your way southbound out of the Kew Gardens interchange, and as you make your way into the tolls at the George Washington Bridge. So far, just minor delays there. Rest of the Hudson River crossings are checking in fine, less than 5 minutes. Not the Lincoln Tunnel, maybe creeping up to 5 minutes right now. Holland, less than 5, no problems at the Tappan Zee Bridge. Alternate side is in effect. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Adrienne.
Still to come on a Monday morning, 100 years later, San Francisco marking the anniversary of one of the worst natural disasters in its history.
And local leaders are saying the plan for a new Met Stadium is striking out. We'll tell you why.
And a new surgical procedure is literally a hair-raising experience for women dealing with baldness.
And a reminder, it's tax time, and you've had some extra time because the 15th was on a Saturday. But folks in New York actually get one more day because their returns are processed in Massachusetts, where today is Patriots Day, a state holiday. So New Yorkers, you have until tomorrow. But if you live in New Jersey or Connecticut, your filing deadline is still today.
When you want to beat the rush, turn to CBS 2 News. With more traffic cameras to monitor major roads and point-to-point technology to show you exact speeds, travel times, and delays. We don't just give you the traffic report. We give you a better commute.
I'd rather be mountain biking.
I'd rather be kayaking.
I'd rather be camping.
What do all these people have in common? They drive the same vehicle, the new, efficient Suzuki Grand Vitara. With V6 power, available 4-mode, 4-wheel drive, and America's #1 warranty, this Suzuki will take you places.
We'd rather be hiking.
Suzuki Grand Vitara. Wouldn't you rather be driving one? Go. Lease the new Suzuki Grand Vitara, starting at $199 a month for 30 months. Hurry in.
Roxy?
Yes.
Don't tell me. First paycheck.
Yes.
You can turn the world on with her smile. You can take a nothing day, suddenly make it all seem worthwhile. Well, it's you, girl, and you should know it. With each glance and every little movement, you show it. Love is so
Free checking with direct deposit, online banking, email alerts, and 7,100 ATMs. Chase is here to help you make it. Your choice, your Chase.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In Long Island, contact our bureau at Hofstra University. Call us at 516-463-2619.
New York is moving to a new radio station. The new Mix 1027 is New York's classic dance mix. Mix 1027 gets you through the workday. The new Mix 1027 plays dance classics that make you feel good. The new Mix 1027. New York's classic dance station. The new Mix 1027.
Come to the New York Auto Show and check out the coolest Jeep vehicles around. Then head to your local dealer to take the Liberty for a spin or drive the Grand Cherokee, the best-selling SUV in the Northeast. Plus, receive $500 in Auto Show bonus cash when you take home the 7-passenger Commander. Check out some of the amazing deals at your New York area Jeep dealer. Like right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease the capable Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for only $289 a month. But hurry, because just like the New York Auto Show, these deals won't last.
WCBS-TV.com is always on.
Here's a look at stories making news right now. A small plane crashes at the Gainesville Regional Airport in Florida, killing 3 people on board. Police say the aircraft ran into a parked SUV yesterday, sending the vehicle through a terminal wall. No one inside the terminal was hurt. The FAA is investigating. Officials in Canada confirm a case of mad cow disease has been found on a farm in British Columbia. It's the country's 5th case of mad cow since May of 2003. Canadian officials say no part of the cow made its way to any products consumed by humans or animals. And Israelis are trying to wake the former Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Drummers have gathered outside of Jerusalem's Hadassah Hospital to bring healing energy to the 78-year-old. Sharon has been in a coma since suffering a stroke on January 4th.
A Queens councilman is accusing the Mets of failing to support the community over the past 30 years, the way other teams do elsewhere. The new Met Stadium is triggering the criticism. Councilman Hiram Montserrat says he and other officials won't support the stadium unless the Amazons do something in return for surrounding neighborhoods. Among other things, he wants 25% of the jobs and contracts to go to people who live in Queens and businesses that operate from the borough. A march to the current stadium is planned for tomorrow to call attention to the councilman's demands.
If you think allergy season this year is a lot worse than last year, you got it right. That's according to the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America. The foundation is out with its rankings of the worst places to live if you have allergies, and this year, Hartford is #1, followed by Greenville, South Carolina, Boston, Detroit, and Orlando. New York City, by the way, came in at 11. Last year, it was way down at 88.
It is starting to green up all over the city. Beautiful weather this weekend and this week. Let's get a look at the forecast with Audrey Fuente. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, Kate and Maurice. Also looks good if you'll be traveling around the Northeast today. We're going to take a look at those maps right now. We're expecting plenty of sunshine from Boston right through New York City today. Newburgh will have a high of 56 degrees. We'll have sunshine in Norwalk today with a high of 56 there as well. 59 will be the high number in Bushwick, and Princeton looking great today. Plenty of sunshine with a high of 64 degrees expected later this afternoon. We do have some wet weather moving through the Ohio Valley right now. It'll be moving into the mid-Atlantic. We should stay dry here in the tri-state area. But if you're planning to travel to places like Richmond as well as into Charlotte, you may have some rain delays. You might want to check with your aircraft carrier. But middle of the nation looks pretty good, nice and dry. Temperatures will be above normal there. And out towards the west, we have some snow in the Rockies and some rain moving onshore into parts of California. San Francisco will have a high of 59 degrees today. Warm in Phoenix with a high of 85. Hot in the south, 93 degrees is expected in Houston today. St. Louis will have sunshine with a temperature of 70 degrees. Atlanta will come in very warm with a high of 85. And Washington, D.C. will get some rain later today with a high of 59 degrees. Boston will get some clouds rolling in late. Expect a high of 55 degrees there. 59 will be the high number in Central Park today, a little cooler than we saw over the weekend. And then tomorrow, it will also have a high of 59, but more breezes flowing through the region will make things feel a little bit cooler than that for Tuesday. Wednesday, more sunshine. That'll help warm things up to 68 degrees. And on Thursday, we'll have a high of 70. We'll be back into the 60s on Friday. Clouds roll in by then, and then we have a chance of showers over the weekend. Let's check out this morning's commute with Adrian Watson over in the traffic center.
All right, Audrey. Well, we had a tough time this morning in the Bronx. Let's check back in and see how we're doing for anyone traveling through the Bronx. Westbound Cross Bronx Expressway, not too bad, making your way to the bridge. New England Thruway and the Bruckner, nothing terrible right now, so that is very good news. Crossing the Harlem River, no problems at this time. Let's take a look at the Belt Parkway camera by Kennedy Airport. We do have some delays on the Belt Sunrise Highway to Springfield Boulevard, and no problems by the Belt here. Accident has been cleared at Coney Island Avenue, so there's your good news. Verrazano Bridge right now, making your way in. Pretty sunrise this morning. No problems at the bridge, so that is good news for you as well. Hudson River crossings barely starting to creep up. Minor delays at the George Washington Bridge, about a 5-minute wait at the Lincoln Tunnel. Minor delays at the Holland, and alternate side parking rules are in effect. Maurice, Kate?
All right, thanks so much, Adrian. Pretty morning.
You got that right. Let's do some sports here. Deuce is here. That would be Deuce on 2.
On 2?
Yes. How about those Mets, huh? I never thought I'd say that. But
you want to get on the bandwagon?
No.
There's plenty of room for you, Maurice.
I'd hurt myself.
Kate, new in town?
New schedule?
Mets. You want to be with the Mets?
Yankees 26 World Championships.
I've already heard it.
Going for 27.
Can't argue with that. You're right about that. All right, the Mets have begun the season 9-2, and that's the best start in franchise history. Mets fans can be heard all over town knocking on wood. The latest victory coming on Easter Sunday over the Brewers. No score in the second inning. Xavier Nady. He goes deep, 2-run homer. That's his third of the year. The Mets lead 2-0. Brian Bannister on the mound. He continues to shine. Bases loaded jam in the third. He strikes out Prince Fielder. Then he gets the next batter, Damian Miller, to fly out. Bannister goes 5 innings while giving up just 1 run. He improves to 2-0. Insurance runs come courtesy of Carlos Delgado in the 8th inning. Waits on the curveball and knocks it out of the park. A 3-run homer, his 4th. The Mets win 9-3. The Atlanta Braves visit tonight. Pedro Martinez will be on the mound.
We understand that Atlanta's been on top for a while, and you know, I think we have all the right tools, and we just have to go out there and put it together. And if we play good baseball, you know, good things will happen.
They're the division champions, and those are the guys we have to go through to be where we want to be. So it's always exciting. The fans are going to be pumped up, and we're looking forward to that challenge.
The Yankees get back to the break-even point. They're 6-6 following a homer-filled win over the Twins yesterday. Joe Torre hanging out with former Twins manager Tom Kelly. Jason Giambi, look at this one. A 2-run homer. The Yankees lead 2-0. More on Giambi in the second. Chen-Ming Wong finally turns in a solid start. 7 innings, 8 strikeouts. He gets Luis Rodriguez there. All right, back to Giambi. Will you take a look at this one? That ball's way out. The cameraman loses it. His 2nd of the game, 4th of the year. Later on in the 7th inning, A-Rod crushes his 3rd home run of the year. 9-3 the final. The Yankees are off today. They avoid the sweep.
It's a lot to me, you know, the players a little younger, they're a little stronger than I am, but you know, it's important just to finish, especially if you're going to have an off day, to you know, to enjoy it somewhat with a win. As I say, it was a good team effort. They came out pretty determined and, you know, beat a pretty good pitcher.
Giants visiting the Dodgers. Barry Bonds escorted by security. He's not well liked in L.A. Brad Hennessy plunks Jeff Kent in the head in the 7th. It was a changeup, but that'll still leave a mark. He leaves the game. The following inning, Bonds is hit by Tim Hamulak. Hamulak is immediately tossed for his own protection, we assume. San Fran 2, L.A. nothing. On the hardwood, the Knicks lost to the Pistons. Once again, Larry Brown missed the game as he recovers from a stomach ailment. Nets and Celtics. This boy here is doing what I'll be doing at about 7 o'clock this morning. Zoran Planic getting some playing time. He drills a key 4th quarter triple. The Nets win this game 95-93. The Rangers now have to worry about the Flyers and the Devils. Last night, the Devils beat Philly. Both those teams are just a point behind the Rangers in the East with 1 game to play. First period, Brian Giunta records his franchise record-tying 46th goal of the season. 1-0 Devils. They poured on from there in the 3rd, up 4-1. Patrick Elias with his 2nd goal of the game. The Devils win 5-1. That's 10 in a row. Once again, the Devils and Flyers just a point behind the Rangers. The Devils have Montreal. The Flyers have the Islanders coming up, and while the Rangers will take on Ottawa. It's all coming down to the final game of the season that's coming up tomorrow. It's going to be exciting.
Getting good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Deuce. There's still to come. A break in the case. Nearly 1 year since she disappeared. There is an arrest in Aruba, but will it lead to finally finding the missing teen?
And it's being called a celebration of recovery. San Francisco looks back at 100 years since the Great Quake of 1906.
Chopper for a high-definition city. Chopper 2 HD, only on CBS 2 News.
We think winning deserves a little celebration, because what's good for us is great for you. The Great For You celebration, going on now at your Honda dealer.
Now that the entire Florida Keys have been declared a national marine sanctuary, we can all breathe easier.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In New Jersey, contact our bureau in Secaucus. Call us at 201-319-8638.
Survivor Scorecard. Sally, Aris, and Terry raced for immunity. Down, while the others chose cheeseburgers. Once again, Terry won the vital immunity necklace, and Sally was voted out.
The Survivor Scorecard is brought to you by Toyota.
Doctor, huh? Hey, what do you think? Fungus? No, a weed.
At Lawn Doctor, our trained specialists focus on one thing: keeping your lawn healthy for life.
Call 1-800-4-LAWN-DOCTOR today for a free evaluation.
Every one of your senses has been made a priority. The new 6-speed all-wheel drive IS. At your New York, New Jersey, Connecticut Lexus dealer.
Today, don't miss an all-new Dr. Phil.
Today, veterinarians will examine the body of a black bear believed to have killed a 6-year-old girl in Tennessee. Wildlife officials captured the bear yesterday. Police say the little girl died when a nearly 400-pound black bear attacked her family while they were visiting Cherokee National Forest. Her mother is in critical condition. Her 2-year-old brother is in fair condition. Authorities say they caught the bear in the same trap where they found paw prints.
We had immediate activity on that trap nearly as soon as we set it, and then the next day today we catch a bear that we think is the right size.
The bear has been euthanized and will be analyzed to determine if it's the same bear that attacked the family.
In San Francisco, a celebration commemorating the 100th anniversary of the earthquake of 1906. Before the Great Quake, San Francisco was the capital of Western commerce and culture. But all that changed with 40 seconds of violent shaking on April 18th, 1906. Kristine was 8 years old that day, and now, 100 years later, she remembers seeing her city reduced to ruins.
With the house shaking, the windows rattling, the doors rattling, and the house kind of creaking, you know. It was scary.
Sure was. When the earthquake didn't destroy things, fire did. 28,000 buildings were lost, leaving 3,000 people dead, another 250,000 homeless. The theme of this year's celebration isn't the destruction the quake left behind, but the city's recovery. Scientists are also using the occasion to warn San Franciscans that it can happen again. 6:27 on a Monday morning. Still to come here. A stray bullet turns the holiday to heartache. Now police are looking for the gunman who took a young life.
Plus, dozens of car owners woke up yesterday with an unpleasant surprise. Now one store owner is lending a helping hand.
And a surgical solution for hair loss and women. In this morning's Health Watch, Dr. David Marks shows us a success story. We'll be right back.
Today at 5.
So it's springtime. What should be in your closet, and more importantly, what should be out? I'm Kirsten Cole with all the best in accessories and prices that'll leave you something to put in that must-have bag.
Today on CBS 2 News at 5.
If I were smart, where would I go to find my nearest Toyota dealer? God, I wish I knew.
How much you got, Reed?
No, at least 100. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Oh, I just had some loose change.
So I was right about this place.
They're open early, they're open late, they're open 7 days a week. Yes, you were right.
There's no place like Commerce. Experience America's most convenient bank.
We feed our fish 13.5 pounds of food twice a day. Who can tell me how much food our fish eat in a week? Yes.
189 pounds.
That's good. Very nice.
At Sullivan, we give children the confidence to do more than they ever imagined. We identify your child's unique needs, develop a customized tutoring plan with individual attention, plus online tutoring at home. Don't wait to help your child get a better report card. Call 800-EDUCATE today and help make the next report card a great one.
What's in a soccer game? For Iraqi kids playing in America, a lot. Tonight, building understanding, a goal at a time. See why more people are watching the CBS Evening News on CBS 2.
Is that pink sand in your hair?
Come on, fill it.
Jeff surprised me with tickets to Bermuda.
Bermuda? Nice.
It's less than 2 hours from New York.
So what'd you do?
Oh, we just sunbathed. Okay. Last night, I went down to the beach. Jeff grabs me and... That's how I got the pink sand in my hair.
Well, damn.
Just sign your name by May 1st and drive off in any new Mercury with zero cash due at signing during the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event. No first month's payment, no down payment. When you lease any Mercury, like a luxury-loaded Mercury Mariner with moonroof, CD changer, V6 power, and 4-wheel drive. That zero first month's payment, zero down, and zero cash due at signing on Mariner for $279 a month. Hurry, the Lincoln Mercury Signature Sales Event ends May 1st.
Dana Tyler and Jim Rosenfield. Weeknights on CBS 2 News at 6 at 11.
You are looking at live pictures of a car fire in Jersey City. Nicole O'Brien in Chapter 2 with details. Hi, Nicole.
Good morning, Kate. Yep, this is Kennedy Boulevard that we're looking at in Jersey City, right near Bergen Avenue. Everything under control now, but just a few minutes ago when we arrived on the scene, you can see what it looked like as we can go to some tape. That car fully engulfed. And unfortunately, we don't know if anyone was in the car or not, if this resulted from an accident. We'll find out more about that later on. But at least the firefighters, as we go back to a live scene, you can see that they are just about getting that under control. Actually, we're seeing a few more flames shooting out right now as we go back to these live shots. But I'm sure they'll have that under control momentarily. So we're live over Jersey City. We'll go back to you guys in the studio.
Nicole O'Brien live in Chapter 2 for us. Thank you.
All right, coming up on 6:31, let's do some weather. 48 degrees. We've lost a few, Audrey. What happened?
Well, things got a little bit cooler, and we are going to stay cool, looks like, through the afternoon, Maurice. Temperatures a little bit below average for this time of year, and it looks like the warm weather that we had over the weekend has left us temporarily. It'll be coming back by midweek, I think. Sunshine to start off our day today. We'll see plenty of it through the afternoon. A few clouds will roll in tonight, but it should stay dry. We're expecting highs mostly in the mid to upper 50s throughout the region. Your sun will be setting at 7:37 tonight. The days are definitely getting longer, and we're going to take you right through the rest of your work week and your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Let's check this morning's commute. Let's go over to Adrian Watson, who's in the traffic center. Good morning, Adrian.
Good morning, Audrey. Everybody coming back to work today. It's going to get awfully crowded. We haven't seen all of that crowd yet, but they are starting to creep into the city. Let's take a look right now at the maps. We do have a problem north of the city in Dutchess County, an accident on Route 52 at Cedar Hill Road in Fishkill. You may want to try Route 84 as your alternate. No problems at the Newburgh Beacon Bridge or the Tappan Zee Bridge. If you're making your way in from western New Jersey, a lot of people go west for the holidays. Not yet a terrible delay on Route 80, but expect those delays as you make your way through Morris County. A look outside right now at Times Square. Again, tonight we will have full closures in Times Square from 9 o'clock tonight till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for a movie shoot, and that will be going on all week long. The Triborough Bridge right now, not too bad. Bronx, Manhattan bound. Queens bound a little bit heavy, but everybody is moving. At the Hudson River crossings, George Washington Bridge right now, about a 15-minute delay. Of course, the express approach is always your worst. Lincoln Tunnel and Holland, about 5 to 10 minutes. Alternate side is in effect. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Thank you, Adrian. Top story this Monday morning. Tragedy strikes a family on Easter Sunday. Their toddler shot and killed by a stray bullet in the Bronx. Police say 2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was riding in his minivan with his family when the bullet came right into the vehicle. CBS 2's Tamsen Fidel live in Morris Heights now with more. Tamsen, good morning.
Maurice, good morning. I'm standing in the intersection where this happened around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The family was in the van along with 6 children when a bullet came in through the window, hitting the 2-year-old toddler. This morning, that little boy is dead, and the person who pulled the trigger is still out there. It was a shot apparently fired in anger on West Tremont Avenue that missed its target and instead hit a passing minivan full of children on their way to Easter services. One of those children, a 2-year-old toddler strapped in a car seat, wound up being the innocent victim.
The baby was shot on the side, but it looked like he had 2 gunshot wounds, but it's actually one because it went right through. It was in and out. Well, it went right through me.
The baby wasn't moving. The baby looked like a rag doll in her hand.
Angelo Cruz, who heard the mother's frantic screams, gave 2-year-old David Pacheco CPR, trying everything he could to save the child's life.
I was breathing for him en route to the hospital. Halfway there, the baby let out like a yarn, he stretched out, so he was still breathing, and he was gurgling. When we got into the hospital, the baby was breathing at the hospital, but all efforts failed. The baby did die at the hospital, you know.
Sorry.
So yeah. But you know, we tried the best we could, you know.
The victim's mother and aunt were in the car with 5 other children when it happened.
Make sure you get the who did this to my son.
I just hope that whoever done this is brought to justice. I really hope I'll bring to justice because, you know, that's a 2-year-old child. You know, what can I say? I mean, a 2-year-old child.
Okay, flyers with these words, "Help us help you," have been put out by police this morning in this area. A $2,000 reward is being offered for any information leading to an arrest. If you have something you think could help detectives, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number, 1-800-577-TIPS. The number, once again, 1-800-577-TIPS. We're live in Morris Heights this morning. I'm Tamsin Fidel, CBS 2 News.
Tamsin, thank you. Difficult story. And to see more of our interview with the Good Samaritan who desperately tried to save the toddler's life, you can go to our website. That's WCBS-TV.com.
Taking a look at our top stories in the Duke University rape case, defense lawyers showed CBS News time-stamped photos taken the night the attack allegedly took place. Attorneys say the pictures prove the exotic dancer who claims she was attacked arrived at the party bruised and cut. Still, they expect charges to be filed against 2 Duke students today. And a funeral will be held today for retired NYPD officer Stephen Vitale. He was shot during an apparent road rage incident last Monday. And a judge decides today how large the fine will be against the Transport Workers Local 100 for the illegal walkout in December. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero is live in downtown Brooklyn with details. Hi, Tanya.
Good morning, Kate. Just how much does an illegal 3-day transit strike cost? Well, today here in Brooklyn Supreme Court, the Transport Workers Union may find out that it costs more than they bargained for. The union for bus drivers and subway operators faces a $3 million fine, and today a Brooklyn judge is expected to hand down the actual bill. TWU President Roger Toussaint says that kind of money could cripple the union and called the fine far more serious than the 10-day jail sentence he was issued for calling the illegal 3-day transit strike last December. Toussaint is expected to begin his 10-day jail sentence next week. He had 30 days to appeal, but the union leader says he plans to turn himself in a week from today. We're live in downtown Brooklyn this morning. Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Okay, Tanya, thank you very much. The war of words continues this morning over Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Several retired generals are calling for his resignation, but the Pentagon is coming to his defense. CBS 2's Susan Roberts live in Washington with the story for us. Susan, good morning.
Maurice, good morning to you. Still, it looks like Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is not going anywhere, at least for now. A long list of politicians is rushing to his aid, most notably the president.
Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has Republicans and the Pentagon rallying to his defense in the wake of calls for his resignation.
We gave him our best military advice, and I think and that's what we're obligated to do. If we don't do that, we should be shot.
Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, went to bat for Rumsfeld this weekend after a half a dozen other retired generals called for him to step down. Some said they believed Iraq war policies were flawed, but intimidation by Rumsfeld kept them quiet.
Then you have to believe everybody in the chain of command is intimidated. Well, I don't believe that.
President Bush reaffirmed his confidence in the defense secretary with a statement from Camp David. Meanwhile, the Pentagon circulated a memo meant to counter calls for his resignation. It said U.S. senior military leaders are involved to an unprecedented degree in every decision-making process in the Department of Defense, and that Secretary Rumsfeld created new decision-making bodies. Democrats are not satisfied and have been pouring on more criticism.
This reaches a new level, I believe, of not willing to admit mistakes, not willing to change a course policy that is just not working.
With the president's support, Rumsfeld stays put, and observers say any change now would be like the White House admitting that its Iraq war strategy was a failure. Live in Washington, I'm Susan Roberts, CBS 2 News This Morning. Kate, back to you.
Thank you, Susan. Investigators in the Natalie Holloway case are trying to find the connection between the latest suspect in custody and the missing Alabama teenager. Police in Aruba have arrested a new suspect, 19-year-old Jeffrey Van Krumvoort, whose sister is a police trainee. No other details have been released. Holloway was last seen on May 30th of last year, leaving a bar with 3 men. Those men were arrested but never charged due to lack of evidence.
On Long Island, dozens of people woke up Sunday morning, Easter Sunday, only to find flat tires in their driveways. Happened in Lindenhurst. The tires on 24 cars were punctured, most likely by an ice pick. Police believe the damage was done sometime after 6 o'clock Saturday night.
That's it right there. All the tire, every tire is like that.
You wake up in the morning and you find your tires are slashed, you know? They only got one on my truck, the front one up here. Yeah. My wife's car, they got 2.
Despite all that, fortunately, though, the owner of a local tire repair shop is offering his support to the victims by repairing the damaged tires free of charge. And 7 high school students in Parsippany will begin serving 5-day school suspensions today. Officials say the students put what they call vulgarities and photos of classmates and teachers on MySpace web accounts. A teacher surfing the net found one of the MySpace sites a couple weeks ago. All 7 students, including 18-year-old Miloš Zubel, have admitted their involvement. The interim superintendent says the issue is using photos of students and staff without their permission and not one of free speech.
Good looking day ahead. Let's get you caught up on your work week forecast with Audrey Puente. Hi, Audrey.
Good morning, Kate and Maurice. We are starting off nice this morning throughout the tri-state area, but it is a bit cooler than we saw over the weekend. We had above normal readings throughout our Saturday and Sunday, but today we're going to start off a little bit below normal, unfortunately, for our work week. We're looking live out there, though, at the city of Manhattan. You can see Central Park there on the left, and things look great out there. We have a beautiful sunrise coming up ahead, a few clouds through the area, but overall, I think we're going to call it mostly clear this morning. That's a live look with a chopper 2. Looking good out there. Plenty of sunshine. Mostly clear right now. 48 degrees in Central Park, so a little cooler than we have seen over the last couple of mornings. We have a north wind coming in relatively light. It's about 8 miles per hour. Normally our high should be about 61. I think we'll be a few degrees shy of that today. Your sun will be setting at about 7:37 tonight as those days get nice and long. We'll have plenty of sunshine today, but we'll have cooler temperatures. It should stay dry for the next several days, and we are going to see temperatures slowly moderate, and by midweek we'll have numbers above normal for this time of year. We're starting off cool, though, in parts of the region. 42 right now in Mott Haven. The Upper West Side is coming in with 48 degrees. We're at 46 in Kensington, 46 in Woodside, and New Dorp is checking in with 45 degrees right now. Still cooler, though, the farther north and west you go. Patcong is coming in with 35 degrees. We're at the freezing mark in Middletown, but we're in the 40s across Long Island and 40s across parts of Connecticut, too, this morning. Plenty of sunshine throughout the northeast. A few clouds streaming in now, moving into central parts of New Jersey. We do have some rain showers to our south, but I think that's where they're going to stay. We'll be dry today. We do have an area of low pressure just to our west, bringing some wet weather into the Ohio Valley. It'll be diving down into the mid-Atlantic. That's who's going to get the wet weather. We're going to stay nice and dry here in the tri-state area, and we'll have plenty of sunshine throughout the day today. We do have a cool wind flow, though, coming in from the north and the northeast, so that's what's going to keep temperatures a bit below normal for today. And we'll see some clouds working in, I think, later on as we go into the evening. And tomorrow morning, we'll still start off with a few clouds left over, but the sun will come through. High pressure is going to come in from the west. That'll help dry things out, at least as far as cloud cover is concerned. We'll see plenty of sunshine for tomorrow. Temperature readings will be the same as today, but a northwest wind or northern wind flow will keep things a bit breezy, and that's going to make temperatures feel more like the low 50s throughout the region for your Tuesday. The cooler air, though, will begin to move out to the northeast as we go into the middle part of the week, and the jet stream is going to allow some warmer air to work in from the southwest, and that's when we're going to see numbers above average for this time of year starting on Wednesday. Today's high will make it to 59 degrees in Central Park, and tonight will drop back to 45 in the city with mid-30s inland. Tomorrow will be at 59 again, but it'll feel cooler because we'll have more breezy conditions coming in. And then a look ahead at the next 5 days. It looks good on Wednesday. Plenty of sunshine with a high of 68 degrees. We'll make it to 70 on Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll get a few clouds in here with a high of 65. And then Saturday and Sunday look to be a little bit wet. Looks like we'll get some rain in here, unfortunately, as we go into the weekend. Let's see how we're looking on the roadways this morning. For that, we're going to head over to Adrian Watson in the traffic center.
Hello, Audrey. Well, we had some earlier problems in the Bronx. We cleaned them. Let's go back to the Bronx and see how we're doing right now. Westbound side of the Cross Bronx Expressway. We've got some delays building from the Bronx River Parkway to 3rd Avenue. We got a brand new accident in New Jersey, westbound side of Route 3 at Bloomfield Avenue. That's right before you get to the Parkway, so expect delays there. And if you are trying to make your way on the Belt Parkway, let's talk about what is happening on the Belt Parkway. Some delays westbound Sunrise Highway to Springfield Boulevard. Here by Kennedy Airport, it's not bad at all. The Grand Central Parkway right now, let's take a look at that by LaGuardia Airport. Not a problem at all. Good alternate to the LIE. The LIE westbound has delays from Casino Boulevard to Woodhaven Boulevard. And a look at the tolls at the George Washington Bridge. Inbound up to 20 to 25 minutes from your express approaches, which are always the worst. Better from the rest of them. Lincoln Tunnel, about a 5 to 10 minute delay. Same story at the Holland. Alternate side of the street parking rules there in effect. Kate, Maurice, back to you.
Okay, Adrian, thank you.
Still to come, the weekend box office was anything but scary for the #1 movie in the country.
And solutions to hair loss for women. This morning's Health Watch is straight ahead.
Pinpoint accuracy. The first storm warnings. More powerful than any weather radar in the country. See why CBS 2's Live Doppler is leading the competition's forecast out in the cold. The new force of nature. Only on CBS 2 News.
A ticket to the auto show gets you a glimpse of America's best vehicles, but only Chrysler has your ticket to ride. Take the 300 for a spin. Drive the town and country with innovative Stow-N-Go seating. And if you act now, receive $500 in auto show bonus cash when you take home the town and country or 300. Get to your New York area Chrysler dealer and check out their amazing deals. Right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease a town and country for only $219 a month. Find what you want at the auto show, then drive what you want at your local dealer. But hurry because these deals end soon.
Puerto Rico. Explore beyond the shore.
Tonight, catch TV's #1 comedy, 2.5 Men.
I want to talk about our relationship.
Well, that redirects the old blood flow. Then spend the night alone with Kristine.
That's a big table, isn't it? You know it's big when you get back to your seat and your bread's a day old, am I right? Mrs. Campbell? Yes. Don't forget your rat. No, we're not together anymore. Oh, the rat. Yes. Okay. No, don't touch my bag. That's my bag. That's my bag. That's my bag.
A new episode of Oh, Kristine. It all happens CBS tonight. And later catch Dave on The Late Show.
It's your time to Viva Las Vegas with Orbitz.com. For a limited time, Vegas is on sale. Ante up and book your Vegas vacation with Orbitz and go.
Roz Abrams and Mary Calvi. Weekdays on CBS 2 News.
Good morning and welcome back on this Monday morning. You're looking at a live shot of Rutherford, New Jersey. Beautiful morning. Welcome back to CBS 2 News. Men aren't the only ones who suffer from baldness. Hair loss affects an estimated 30 million women in America. Dr. Marks has the story of a woman who finally decided to fix an embarrassing problem. Take a look.
We know that men can go bald. They can deal with it. I mean, that's fine. But for a woman to start going bald, that's a no-no.
Muniratu Al-Hassan, a 42-year-old nurse from New Jersey, says she never thought it would happen to her. Just a few months ago, she looked like this.
Maybe around the age of 35, I realized the sides of the hair was becoming thin and I was losing hair. I could not look at the mirror too often because it was not a very nice size. I tried everything. Talk about Rogaine, all other products on the market, I tried them. Nothing worked.
Muniratu decided to try hair transplant surgery.
So it's been 7 months?
Yeah, almost
That's unbelievable.
8. Yeah.
Look at that.
Dr. John Frank is a hair transplant surgeon at Medical Hair Restoration in Manhattan. He describes the surgery, which starts with removing hair follicles from a donor area, which is later closed using stitches.
I frequently tell people this is like moving a tree from one part of your garden to another. This area in the back was perfect. It was very thick. It had no hair loss. We made little openings and then inserted the grafts. And as we can see, after the grafts were placed, it took several weeks and a few months for them to grow, but now at 7 months, it's totally natural and it just blends in. And it's almost imperceptible, the fact that you had hair loss there.
Muniratu's surgery lasted 5 hours and involved almost 2,000 individual transplants. It cost about $6,000.
I really did not expect that it was going to be this good. You know, I just wanted a little something to cover the site. It's more than my expectation right now. That's why I'm too excited.
Muniratu saw baby hairs growing just 6 weeks after surgery, but it normally takes up to 6 months. Dr. Frank says the cause of her hair loss is fairly common.
If you've grown up braiding your hair, the perpetual traction on the roots on the follicle can damage them. And so over time, they have what's called traction alopecia.
Some other causes of hair loss in women include medical conditions like low iron, lupus, and low thyroid, common in women. Also stress, weight loss, birth control, and menopause.
It's very difficult because it's not something that you talk about. You don't share with your neighbors. You may be wearing a wig. You may be styling. Sometimes you may be desperate. There are solutions.
Not every woman is a good hair transplant candidate, and there are other potential treatments from medication to topical products. For more information about hair loss, just log on to our website, WCBS-TV.com, and click on links and numbers. Dr. David Marks, CBS 2 News This Morning.
It is 6:50 on a Monday morning. Let's do entertainment news. Real quick check here. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt making plans to welcome their new baby in Africa.
According to a newspaper in South Africa, Jolie plans to give birth in Namibia and give the child an African name. The baby is expected to arrive sometime this summer. Last year, Jolie adopted a baby girl from Ethiopia. She has also adopted a son from Cambodia.
Hit the metal arm with something.
Nice shot, Shaq. The fourth installment of the Scary Movie franchise really did scare away the competition at the box office over the weekend. Scary Movie 4, #1 this weekend, bringing in $41 million. Ice Age fell to #2, $20 million there. The baseball comedy The Benchwarmers, #3 with 10. The Disney animated film The Wild, opening #4, taking $9.6 million. And rounding out the top 5, Take the Lead with $6.7.
And we will be right back with a final check on weather and traffic. Stay with us.
CBS 2 News, on the go to bring you breaking news from anywhere, anytime, 24/7, with the largest network of reporters covering the tri-state region. CBS 2 News, the driving force in New York news.
Got a virus? Call 1-800-905-GEEK for fast on-site computer service. 1-800-905-GEEK. That's 1-800-905-GEEK. Geeks on Call gets you back up in no time.
Your destination.
Computer bugs making you mad again? Call 1-800-905-GEEK for fast on-site computer service. 1-800-905-GEEK. That's 1-800-905-GEEK. Geeks on Call gets you back up in no time.
Living in fear of your own child.
That is enough.
He's out of control.
Turn it the off.
This young man is sick.
A powerful all-new Dr. Phil.
You're taking away one of my babies.
Today at 3, only on CBS2.
6:53, back up to 52 degrees on a very nice looking start to your work week and this Monday morning. Welcome back, everyone.
It is a beautiful day, and we want to check today's Money Watch report with Susan McGinnis. Hi, Susan.
Hey, good morning again, guys. Wall Street's back in business this morning. The markets were closed on Friday for Good Friday. On Thursday, the Dow was up 7.5 points. The NASDAQ rose 11.5. Here are some companies we're watching today because they're reporting their earnings. Citigroup and Wachovia. It's also a big week for inflation numbers. Retail and wholesale inflation are both coming out this week. Check out oil prices. They topped $69 a barrel Friday and hit 70 in Asian trading this morning. It's on worries over Iran's nuclear plans and some supply disruptions in Nigeria. In the Enron trial, it's cross-examination day for former CEO Jeffrey Skilling. He spent 4 days on the stand already. So far, though, he's only answered questions that were volleyed by his own lawyer. Prosecutors say Skilling and Enron founder Ken Lay lied to investors and employees about Enron's financial health. Delta and its pilots union have reached a tentative deal on a 4-year contract that will avert a strike, at least for now. Pilots are said to have agreed to a 14% pay cut. And the latest winners in minivan crash tests, the Kia Sedona and the Subaru Impreza. The Toyota Prius did well in some front tests and in side tests, although the side airbags there are optional, but it only rated marginal for seat head restraint. The poor performer, Chevrolet Uplander, because of its performance in side crash tests. That's your Money Watch for now. CBSNews.com for more, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Susan, thank you very much. We have a breaking story now from the Middle East. Let's take a look at the pictures. This is live from Israeli television, the aftermath there. Israeli police saying a Palestinian suicide bomber has apparently set off an explosion. This is in Tel Aviv. The reports early now are that 35 people have been wounded. Again, we're looking at live pictures from Israeli television, the chaotic aftermath there of a suicide bombing in Tel Aviv. We, of course, will have more for you as it becomes available this morning.
And at this point, let's check in with the early show and Harry Smith to see what's coming up. Hi,
Kate,
Harry.
good morning. Welcome. Maurice, good to see you. I'll tell you, especially coming on the heels of the 60 Minutes report with Bob Simon. He went into those jails in Israel last night and talked to some of these terrorists and suicide bombers. It's just absolute chilling stuff. So not surprised, I guess, maybe this morning in the aftermath of that. Also coming up today, this Duke investigation, the University of Lacrosse team, charges could be filed. We'll get you the latest on that. Big news, we haven't talked about Natalie Holloway in a while. All of a sudden in Aruba, a new arrest over the weekend. We'll have a report from there. Health Watch, it's allergy season. We'll have tips on how to relieve some of your suffering. And the very funny Hank Azaria live in our studio this morning to talk about Spam-A-Lot, to talk about the new Simpsons movie, and his big hit show, Huff, on Showtime. So all that and more just a little while here on The Early Show.
And we will look forward to it, Harry. Thanks so much.
All right, taking a look at our top stories this morning. A toddler killed by a stray bullet in the Bronx. Police say 2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was riding with his family on Easter Sunday when a bullet tore through their minivan. It happened in Morris Heights. So far, no arrests.
A funeral today for retired NYPD officer Stephen Vitale. He was shot during an apparent road rage incident last Monday.
And decision day for transit workers who went on strike in December. A judge will decide how much to fine their union, TWU Local 100. The fine could be as much as $3 million.
And we will be right back right after the break. Stay with us.
The new MI3 exclusive, Tom on the run and dodging cars. Then, the new CSI Romance,
Plus
a speedboat disaster, the Caught on Tape TV special. Next Insider.
Tonight at 7, only on CBS2. CBS2 is a proud broadcast partner of the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
As Jenny Craig's celebrity client, I have my very own personal consultant, Laura, who has helped me lose over 60 pounds, making me Jenny Craig's best-looking client ever.
Hey, Kirsty.
Yeah.
I have a Jenny consultant, too, and I've lost 42 pounds.
Making me Jenny Craig's second best-looking client ever.
Lose 20 pounds for $20 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-JENNY-20 today.
I could do a bikini.
Have you called Jenny yet?
Hey, bikini girl, that's my line.
Isn't it about time for an upgrade? Take advantage of the Acura upgrade opportunity and experience satellite-linked voice-activated technology and special 2.9% APR financing.
WCBS-TV.com is always on.
When you visit New Jersey, we go out of our way to make you feel right at home. Plan your New Jersey vacation. Get your free travel guide at visitnj.org.
Roz Abrams and Mary Calvi, weekdays on CBS 2 News. Closed captioning on CBS 2 is brought to you by Toyota, moving forward.
It is 6:59 on this Monday morning. We welcome you back. Looking outside, 48 degrees, going up to a high today of 59 after a gorgeous weekend. Audrey says, hey, hang in there. The week is going to be great, weather-wise at least. Next weekend, a whole other story. Before we go here, I want to say hello. Welcome to everyone who's watching. Welcome to you, Kate.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
It's a pleasure working with you.
Thank you very much. I come from Lakeville, Massachusetts by way of Little Rock, Arkansas. Been there for the past 6 years, and I'm really looking forward to being back on the East Coast.
Yeah, lover of New York, and here you are.
Absolutely.
Good. Great to have you. We're going to have some fun here.
I am.
Each and every morning here on CBS.
And talk about the best weather possible for this next week.
Thanks for watching, everyone. More updates throughout the early show. Have a great day. We'll see you later. See you tomorrow, and see you every day in the morning.
Good morning, I'm Harry Smith. Breaking news in the investigation of missing teenager Natalie Holloway. Authorities in Aruba have made a new arrest. We'll have a report from Aruba.
I'm Julie Chen. Major developments expected in the rape investigation of Duke University lacrosse players. Charges could be filed as early as today. We'll have the latest.
And I'm Renee Seiler. The Pentagon is fighting back growing criticism of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. We'll have details of a new memo early this Monday morning, April 17th, 2006.
From CBS News, it's The Early Show with Harry Smith, Hannah Storm, Julie Chen, Renee Seiler, and Dave Price. Live from Fifth Avenue in New York.
That's a great way to start a Monday morning. Good morning and welcome to The Early Show. Hannah's off today. Julie is spending the morning in Los Angeles.
We also have this morning the latest round of crash tests focused on small cars and minivans. We're going to tell you which vehicles passed with flying colors and which are better left on the lot. Plus, we're going to tell you why optional side airbags may be a very, very wise investment.
That's always a great story. Also, very important advice for parents about safety helmets. Find out what you need to know to protect your child from a head injury. That's coming up in Consumer Watch. First, though, Julie has the news and our top story.
This is Rich Field speaking for The Price is Right, a Mark Goodson television production.
They went in hard and bent the bird up.
They're dropping more around. I'm going to check on survivors. Sergeant Worth is alive. They're heavily armed hostiles. You will land or I will shoot you out of the sky myself.
Think it's easy transporting a camel?
I don't need your lip right now.
Forging a river?
We're going to get taken on this one.
And spending 24/7 with the one you love?
You need to stop cussing at me.
It is, compared to what the Amazing Race teams face.
God almighty.
Under the scorching Middle Eastern sun. The Amazing Race, CBS Wednesday at 8, 7 Central.
Now, on the news at noon, the first attack in the Hamas era. A suicide bomber kills at least 8 and injures dozens near a Tel Aviv bus station.
A sea of blue says goodbye to a retired officer killed in an apparent road rage incident.
Plus an all-out search for a gunman who fired a stray bullet that killed a toddler on his way to Easter dinner.
This is CBS 2 News at noon. Now, from Studio 46.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Roz Abrams.
I'm Mary Calvi. A suicide bomber strikes near a crowded bus terminal in Israel on Passover.
The attack is the first major bombing since Hamas took control of the Palestinian Authority. CBS 2's Marcia Kramer has the very latest.
The wail of ambulance sirens again tore through the streets of Tel Aviv today. A suicide bomber blew himself up outside a fast food restaurant, killing 8 and wounding at least 49. The restaurant, the Mayor's Falafel, had been previously hit in January. A security guard hired after the first attack prevented the bomber from entering the restaurant. The militant terror group Islamic Jihad released a video of the bomber. He read a statement saying his actions were dedicated to the thousands of Palestinians being held in Israeli jails. The bombing coincided with protests in Gaza against the Israelis for holding Palestinians prisoner. The bombing also came just ahead of a swearing-in ceremony in Jerusalem for the new Israeli parliament. Legislators condemned the attack, blaming the new Hamas government in the Palestinian territories.
It reminds us that we have not solved the problem and that we are in the midst of a very deep crisis.
We have always condemned attacks targeting civilians, whether Palestinians and Israelis. Such attacks harms Palestinian interests.
The Palestinians' new Hamas leaders called the attack a legitimate response to Israeli aggression. Israel said it held Hamas responsible, even though another group, Islamic Jihad, claimed responsibility. Israel's new prime minister-designate Ehud Olmert said Israel would respond as necessary. Mary Roz?
And Marcia, reaction from Israel is coming swift.
CBS News reporter Robert Berger joins us on the phone live from Jerusalem. Good afternoon, Robert. First question, what are the Israelis saying about the bombing?
Well, they're blaming Hamas, and they say that they will respond at the right time and place. Now, I doubt that we're going to see any kind of major military operation by the Israelis right now, because I don't think they want they don't want condemnation from the international community, while the international community is coming down hard on Hamas with international sanctions. But I think the Israelis are going to do what they have been doing, which is carrying out nightly raids in the West Bank, targeting militants, and we'll see more of the same.
And Robert, what about Palestinian reaction?
Well, Hamas is basically saying that this was an act of legitimate resistance. Even though Hamas has been abiding by that ceasefire that was signed over a year ago, it's not doing anything to stop other groups like the Islamic Jihad, which carried out this bombing. They're saying this is legitimate resistance. And so if Hamas, which is the ruling Palestinian power, isn't doing anything to stop these attacks, then we're obviously going to see more attacks, and we're going to see a harsher Israeli response.
Robert Berger, live from Jerusalem. Thank you.
And here at home, a retired police officer killed in an apparent road rage incident is being laid to rest today on Staten Island. Another retired officer stands accused in the murder. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero live in Huguenot with the very latest. Tanya.
Roz, as you said, retired Port Authority officer Stephen Vitale is being laid to rest today. His funeral mass here ended just moments ago, with many who attended still trying to come to terms with his senseless death.
Along with grieving family and friends, a sea of uniformed officers from the NYPD, the Port Authority, and the MTA gathered at Our Lady Star of the Sea Church to bid final farewells to retired officer Stephen Vitale, a man many here remember as a hero. Retired Lieutenant Robert Beckner has known Vitale since their days as police academy classmates.
Well, he always had a big smile. He loved the job. He was active. He was very proactive, enforcement-minded. He cared about people. He enjoyed working down on the PATH subways for many years, and I always liked working with Steve. A great guy.
The 55-year-old father of 3 was a Medal of Valor winner for finding victims of the first World Trade Center bombing.
as demonstrated by the amount of police officers that are here, not only from the Port Authority, but from other agencies. It kind of bodes well for how he was thought of as a police officer, as a human being.
Vitale was gunned down a week ago in a Staten Island strip mall, allegedly by retired NYP detective Alan Lau in a fit of road rage.
A gentleman, a great police officer, a terrific father, husband.
Vitale's coffin was taken to the Resurrection Cemetery in a police procession. Now, as for Lau, he was arraigned Saturday on murder charges after spending 2 days in a Bellevue Hospital psychiatric ward. We're live in Huguenot. Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News. Roz, Mary, back to you.
Tanya, thank you. The search is on for the gunman who fired the stray bullet that killed a 2-year-old boy on Easter Sunday. CBS 2's Tamsin Vidal is live in Morris Heights with the very latest. Tamsin.
Mary, good afternoon. Police sources have confirmed this afternoon that detectives are showing around a photograph of a man they want to talk to in this case, also in hopes of bringing some witnesses forward. In the meantime, a mother and father spoke out today about what happened at this intersection Easter Sunday. Inside the family's apartment, Joanne Sanabria spent the morning sorting through her son's belongings, trying to cope with the loss of her 2-year-old little boy. Then, David Pacheco's parents came outside to talk about what happened.
I want the person that did this to be caught. I want him to wake up every day and see my face and hear my voice and see my son's picture every day.
It was Sunday afternoon when the family's minivan was traveling along West Tremont Avenue heading to Easter dinner. Shots rang out. A single bullet pierced the van door and hit the toddler.
And I heard the gunshot. And I heard my son screaming. And my sister said, the baby. And my boyfriend said, the baby's been hit. And I got out, I stopped. And I saw the bullet hole and I lifted up his shirt and he was trying to breathe.
The child's parents say a passerby, Angelo Cruz, revived their son for a few minutes and is an angel.
I wish he'd come forward so I can see him and tell him thank you. It was him that I got to see my son for the last few minutes.
The child's mother now wears her son's necklace and bracelet around her neck, uncertain how she will ever cope with the grief.
This is what he left me with. And this is nothing. I don't have him to hold anymore. God only knows how much I wish that bullet would have hit me.
Help us help you. That's the title of the flyer that detectives have been handing around this morning in hopes of finding some witnesses in the area. If you have any information, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. That number, 1-800-577-TIPS. The number, once again, 1-800-577-TIPS. We're live in Morris Heights this afternoon. I'm Tamsin Fidel, CBS 2 News.
Thank you, Tamsin. Transit workers could find out today how much they will have to pay for walking off the job in December. The 3-day strike could wind up costing the union $3 million in fines. The judge is also being asked by state lawyers to suspend the union's ability to automatically collect dues. The union says the penalties will cripple it financially. You can watch the judge's decision live on our website at WCBS-TV.com. It is expected around 2:15 today. And subway service back on track this afternoon after a rough commute this morning for thousands of riders. Police say a man was struck and killed by a C train at the 81st Street subway station on the Upper West Side. A, B, C, and D train service was disrupted as the investigation was conducted.
And Roz, at Saddam Hussein's trial today, handwriting experts confirmed his signature on documents linked to a deadly crackdown on Shiites. The former dictator has not confirmed or denied his signature. The documents allegedly approved rewards for intelligence agents involved in the suppression of Shiites in the 80s. Some of his co-defendants said the signatures were forgeries. The trial has adjourned until Wednesday.
Mary, the sentencing trial of Zacarias Moussaoui resumes today without the testimony of shoe bomber Richard Reed. Moussaoui had testified that Reed was part of his plan to hijack a plane and then fly it into the White House. The judge says Reed, who is in prison, won't take the stand, but he can write in. A social worker testifying for the defense said Moussaoui spent the first 6 years of his childhood in and out of orphanages orphanages and had a long history of mental illness in his family.
Some confusion today about when you have to file your taxes. Since April 15th fell on a Saturday, the filing deadline for New York and 5 other northeastern states is actually tomorrow. Those returns are processed in Massachusetts. Isn't this good news, right?
It is. Mary, I'm excited. I'm excited. Tomorrow, please continue.
So today is Patriots Day, and that's a state holiday, and that's where all of the filings go to. So the IRS processing center there is closed. So that's what gives us the extra day. But if you live in New Jersey or Connecticut, your filing deadline is still today. So if you haven't filed already, you have to till today. If you live in New Jersey or Connecticut, and till tomorrow.
I like this show. So the man following me with the briefcase is not an Internal Revenue Service agent.
Well, you never know. An annual Patriots Day event, the Boston Marathon. We're going to talk about that.
This year, a teacher is taking a 26-mile run for the sake of his students. We'll tell you why.
And Health Watch, hair loss and women. Now there's a medical procedure that's literally hair-raising.
And you have to see this wild sandstorms in China. We have the amazing pictures.
And Audrey has a look at the sun-filled forecast. The news at News is coming back in just a moment.
Before you plan your next vacation or big night out, listen up. Tonight on CBS 2 News at 11, hip hotels, trendy restaurants, luxurious spas, their online reviews may seem great. But should you buy into those rave reports?
You don't know who's writing those reviews and why they're writing.
CBS 2 checks out some of the most popular review sites in cyberspace. And wait till you see what we found. Online reviews, the real deal. Tonight on CBS 2 News at 11.
If you have mesothelioma, are you entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering? Call Whites & Luxembourg. We have won landmark decisions in the Powerhouse and Brooklyn Navy Yard cases. Whites & Luxembourg has helped thousands of asbestos victims, winning verdicts in excess of $500 million. Don't get fooled by out-of-state lawyer referral services. Trust New York's own Whites & Luxembourg to protect your family's financial future. Call 1-800-411-LAWS or log on to whiteslux.com. Whites & Luxembourg, what a law firm should be.
At Erickson Communities, you'll enjoy the kind of living anyone would love. But if you're not yet 62, sorry, you'll just have to wait. Because the enviable Erickson lifestyle is only for people 62 or better. You can swim year-round in a heated pool, attend art classes, build your next project, or simply chat with friends. Whatever you're up for. Call now for details on Cedar Crest and Seabrook, New Jersey's acclaimed Erickson Communities, where you'll enjoy a beautiful maintenance-free home and multi-million-dollar amenities, including 3 great restaurants so you don't even have to cook. You'll have more time for the things you love and over 200 groups and activities to get involved in, plus easy access to the nation's most comprehensive wellness program for people 62 plus, and the cost surprisingly affordable. So if you're 62 plus or know someone who is, don't wait. Call 1-800-380-6211 for your free information kit to find out more about Seabrook and Cedar Crest. You won't be sorry.
An arrest in Aruba has left many wondering if it will lead to a real break in the case of missing American student Natalie Holloway. 19-year-old Jeffrey Van Cromviart was taken into custody, but authorities won't say how he's connected to the case. Holloway disappeared nearly a year ago on the final night of her high school graduation trip to the island. Investigators looking for a missing College of New Jersey freshman have resumed their search in a Pennsylvania landfill after taking a break for Easter. 19-year-old John Fiocco Jr. was last seen inside his college dorm in Ewing on March 25th after returning from a party. His roommate reported him missing the next day. Authorities say Fiocco's blood was found a few days later in a trash dumpster located near the dormitory building.
Taking a look at some of the other stories making news now. A woman is under arrest accused of trying to break into the White House. A Secret Service spokesman says 52-year-old Yolanda Stevens tried to get onto White House grounds through a vehicle gate last night. President Bush was celebrating Easter at Camp David when the incident occurred. In Washington State, police are investigating a fire truck crash that left 5 people critically injured. Police say a car rear-ended the truck while it was stopped at a red light yesterday. 4 of the injured are children. They were apparently not wearing seatbelts. The firefighters were not injured, and they helped to give CPR at the scene. And wild sandstorms in China. They hit the capital early this morning. The storm left skies hazy and blanketed. It blanketed cars, buildings, and trees with a fine dust. Officials say the air quality is now considered hazardous. Northern China experiences sandstorms almost every spring. This was the 8th and the worst to hit Beijing this year.
So difficult, too, because it's hitting them right in the face as we're watching them go down the street. Oh, yep. Hair loss can be especially embarrassing for women.
But now there may be a surgical solution that can fill in bald spots. Our afternoon health watch is next.
And Tony Tantillo has the best buys at the supermarket this week. Stay with us at noon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Audrey Puente. We have plenty of sunshine outside, but it's not nearly as warm as it was over the weekend. We do have a bit of a chill in the air, and I'll let you know when we'll finally warm up in your full forecast coming up.
Living in fear of your own child.
That is enough.
He's out of control.
Turn it off. This young man is sick. A powerful all-new Dr. Phil.
You're taking away one of my babies.
Today at 3, only on CBS2.
When I saw that picture of me, I knew it was time to take action. And here, look at me now. I feel awesome. I feel like I'm a walking advertisement for LA Weight Loss because people will always ask me, how did you do it? How did you lose weight? And I tell them it's so simple. You can have chocolate, even a hamburger, and still stay on the program. Trust me, if I can do it, you can do it. Just pick up the phone and call.
LA Weight Loss Centers. Call for your free consultation. 1-800-526-SLIM.
We're still having fun, and you're still the one.
What's all the excitement about? Medicare members all across the city have discovered they can still save big on doctors, hospitals, and prescriptions with Elder Plan.
Still having fun.
Call for your free copy of the Common Sense Guide to Medicare Savings and read how you can save too. With Elder Plan as your health plan, generic drugs cost you nothing. Brand name drugs are just $20, and you get unlimited generic and unlimited brand name drugs. There's low copays for hospitalization, and you pay nothing for visits to your regular doctor. Elder Plan has everything you need in one easy plan, and there's still no additional plan premium.
You're still the one that makes me shout.
It feels good to be an Elder Plan member. You'll see. Call Elder Plan for your free copy of the Common Sense Guide to Medicare Savings. 1-866-422-0559.
We're still having fun, and you're still the one.
A denture adhesive with no messy ooze.
It's Polygrip Strips. These slim strips are pre-measured to give you a neat, clean seal with all the hold of a cream. Try Polygrip Strips, a neat way to hold all day.
Dander-free means dry, brittle hair.
Not anymore. New Selsun Salon. No flakes, no itch. Rich with vitamins and moisturizers. Selsun Salon. Sensational.
And we have breaking news in New Jersey, a car accident in Edison. Nicole O'Brien in Chopper 2. Nicole.
Hey, Roz. Well, we have a closure here, southbound Route 1. It was an earlier accident involving a downed pole, so southbound Route 1, right by Grandview Avenue, down by Edison, closed. It's just a little jug hand on that closure, but the delays go all the way back to Woodbridge Center, so watch out for that. It's about a 3.5-mile delay, so you might want to stick to the turnpike if you're traveling southbound. Back to you guys in the studio.
Nicole, thanks for that information. Well, men aren't the only ones who suffer from baldness. Hair loss affects an estimated 30 million women in America. Dr. David Marks has the story of a woman who finally decided to fix an embarrassing problem.
We know that men can go bald. They can deal with it. I mean, that's fine. But for a woman to start going bald, that's a no-no.
Muniratu Al-Hassan, a 42-year-old nurse from New Jersey, says she never thought it would happen to her. Just a few months ago, she looked like this.
Maybe around the age of 35, I realized the sides of the hair was becoming thin, and I was losing hair. I could not look at the mirror too often because it was not a very nice sight. I tried everything. Talk about Rogaine, all other products on the market, I tried them. Nothing worked.
Muniratu decided to try hair transplant surgery.
So it's been 7 months?
Yeah, almost.
That's unbelievable.
8, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Dr. John Frank is a hair transplant surgeon at Medical Hair Restoration in Manhattan. He describes the surgery, which starts with removing hair follicles from a donor area, which is later closed using stitches.
I frequently tell people this is like moving a tree from one part of your garden to another. This area in the back was perfect. It was very thick. It had no no hair loss. We made little openings and then inserted the grafts. And as we can see, after the grafts were placed, it took several weeks and a few months for them to grow, but now at 7 months, it's totally natural and it just blends in. And it's almost imperceptible, the fact that you had hair loss there.
Muniratu's surgery lasted 5 hours and involved almost 2,000 individual transplants. It cost about $6,000.
I really did not expect that it was going to be this good. You know, I just wanted a little something to cover the site. It's more than my expectation right now. That's why I'm too excited.
Muniratu saw baby hairs growing just 6 weeks after surgery, but it normally takes up to 6 months. Dr. Frank says the cause of her hair loss is fairly common.
If you've grown up braiding your hair, the perpetual traction on the roots on the follicle can damage them. And so over time, they have what's called traction alopecia.
Some other causes of hair loss in women include medical conditions like low iron, lupus, and low thyroid, common in women. Also stress, weight loss, birth control, and menopause.
It's very difficult because it's not something that you talk about. You don't share with your neighbors. You may be wearing a wig. You may be styling. Sometimes you may be desperate. There are solutions.
Not every woman is a good hair transplant candidate, and there are other potential treatments, from medication to topical products. For more information about hair loss, just log on to our website, WCBS-TV.com, and click on links and numbers. Dr. David Marks, CBS 2 News This Morning.
One story we didn't get to because there wasn't time. Monaco's Prince Albert arrived at the North Pole today. I'm trying to find out what in the world he was doing
I
there.
think he was trying to bring attention to global warming, and he was showing how some of the ice caps are melting. And we were talking about the temperature, because that had to be a cold journey. It took like 4 days, something like that.
Yeah, and I just checked it the last hour, and it's -4 at the North Pole. And they're going for a high of 2 degrees.
Do not want to put that on my list of things to do.
They are going to warm up to 12, though, by the end of the week, so it's a warming trend. Yeah, there you go. So looking good over there. We're going to warm up, too. We are a little chilly to start out our work week, but temperatures are going to be above average once again as we get into the middle part of the week. Right now, we're looking at some video of City Hall Park, where the fountain is flowing there, and folks are getting out and enjoying the weather, but they're wearing jackets at this hour. It is a little bit cool, but the sun is shining, and I know it makes you want to go outside and enjoy the fabulous weather. With all the sunny skies, temperatures aren't warming up too much. Right now in Central Park, we're checking in with 57 degrees. The winds are coming out of the north, and they're relatively light at about 9 miles per hour. The winds will be picking up, though, tomorrow afternoon. We're in the 50s across central parts of New Jersey, like in Hillsborough at 59 degrees. We're now up to 60 in Franklin. Long Branch is at 59, and Jackson out of Great Adventure is checking in with 57 degrees. 51 right now in Poughkeepsie, a little cooler to the north. We're in the 50s across Long Island as well. Plenty of sunshine throughout the region. A few high clouds now working into parts of Westchester and Putnam County and across Connecticut. Also some clouds just across central and southern New Jersey. We do have some rain off towards our south into the mid-Atlantic, but that's where it's going to stay. We have an area of low pressure in the Ohio Valley, which is bringing some wet weather into West Virginia and Virginia right now, but it is diving down into the mid-Atlantic and will be brushing to our south. We won't be affected with any rain throughout our region for today. In fact, it's going to stay quiet for the next couple of days. What we do have influencing our weather pattern today is a northerly wind flow. That's ushering in some cooler air, and temperatures are a little bit below average for this time of year. High pressure is in control. It'll be moving in from the north tomorrow. That's going to clear out the clouds that will be coming in tonight. Tomorrow we could see a few clouds in the morning, but the sun will break through, and we're expecting a very nice day, but it will be a bit breezier, so the highs in the 50s tomorrow will feel more like maybe the upper 40s to low 50s throughout the region. That cool pocket of air over the northeast will be moving off towards the northeast, and then warmer air works in from the southwest due to the jet stream moving to our north, and that means temperatures by midweek will be above average for this time of year. Today we're forecasting a high of 60 degrees. Clouds will be rolling in late into the evening hour. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 45 in the city with 30s inland. Tomorrow we may have a few clouds in the morning, but the sun will come out. It'll be breezy and cool. 59 will feel more like 50 for tomorrow afternoon, and for the next 5 days we're looking pretty quiet. Nice and sunny on Wednesday and Thursday. Our highs will be moving into the upper 60s to 70 degrees. Roz and Mary, over to you.
Thanks, Audrey.
Well, it's time to help you eat fresh and stay healthy without spending too much.
Our fresh grocer, Tony Tantillo, is here with this week's Best Buys, and I've sampled the grapes. They're fabulous.
That's right. Aren't they delicious? And by the way, I have a little raspberry. Some allergies are hitting me, but I'll get through this. We're going to start with honeydews. And right now, honeydews are being imported in, but take a look at them. When you buy them, you want to make sure a nice creamy color all the way around. That is so important. And when they're ready, leave them on the counter. And when they're nice and sticky when you do this, that's when they're perfect. You can find honeydews between $1.99 and $2.49 each. Hold on, glass of water. Better, much better. Now we're going to red seedless grapes coming in from Chile, a later variety that's coming in. When you buy them nice red color all the way around, a green stem, look at these prices on some beautiful red seedless grapes, between $1.49 and $1.99 a pound, and also beautiful Bartlett pears, also being imported in from Chile. Look at the price on Bartlett pears. And shop around, because they're 3 times more in certain markets. Is prices coming up yet? The price is between $99 and $1.49 a pound. So there you go. Some great prices out there. Hopefully by tomorrow, some allergy medicine will kick in, and I'll talk nicely again. Back to you guys.
Just fine, Tony. Thank you so much.
When the news at noon returns, we're going to take another look at our top stories.
And a marathon man running with heart will tell you who could benefit from his effort.
Closed captioning on CBS 2 is brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward. Who says doctors don't make house calls? CBS 2's Dr. David Marks is always on call with sound medical advice, the latest medical breakthroughs, an ounce of prevention and a pound of cure. Health Watch with Dr. David Marks, weekdays on CBS 2 News at 5.
You know, every so often, a package like this is delivered right to my door. I like to think of it as my lifeline. You know, I have diabetes. These are my testing supplies. I check my blood sugar, and I check it often. Liberty Medical makes sure I have everything I need when I need it. Now, you may not know this, but if you're on Medicare, the cost of your diabetes testing supplies may be covered, whether you use insulin or not. And Liberty makes it easy. They bill Medicare and your insurance company, so you have no paperwork. You pay nothing up front. Your supplies are delivered right to your door, no charge for shipping. So check your blood sugar as often as you should. And call Liberty. They can help you live a better life.
For more information, call Liberty Medical at 1-800-741-4232. That's 1-800-741-4232. Call today.
What's going on with Mom's Medicare?
I think she has to change plans. Something called Part D.
Well, we've got to figure this out. I don't want her to worry.
Worry? Who's worried? With HIP VIP Plus, my prescriptions are covered. And I get full Medicare coverage, too, and so can you. With HIP, my monthly premium is nothing. $0. I got Part D, prescription drug coverage at no additional premium. Dental, vision, and hearing coverage, too. And I never need a referral to see doctors in network. I wasn't born yesterday, and neither were you. Just call HIP today. To schedule your home visit, call 1-800-447-0580.
Wait, you pay no premiums?
I'll explain it again, dear. Slower this time.
Today at 5.
So it's springtime. What should be in your closet, and more importantly, what should be out? I'm Kristine Cole with all the best in accessories and prices that'll leave you something to put in that must-have bag.
Today on CBS 2 News at 5.
Taking another look at our top stories this afternoon, a suicide bombing in Israel on Passover. The attack outside a Tel Aviv fast food restaurant killed 9 people. It is the first attack since Hamas took the reins of the Palestinian government. And a final farewell today for retired Port Authority police officer Stephen Vitale, shot and killed in an apparent road rage incident. Retired NYPD officer Alan Lau is charged with murder.
At this hour, the Boston Marathon is underway, and in the crowd of runners is one very special teacher, Oliver Sickett. that is running to raise $20,000 so that his students can get laptop computers. His 20 students were part of his after-school program for inner-city kids, and every single one of them has been accepted to college. Sickett says he wants to get them computers so they have the right resources to meet the demands of college work. Such commitment, 26 miles. That's it for CBS 2 News at noon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mary Calvi.
I'm Roz Abrams. CBS 2 News is back at 5 o'clock. Be sure to join us. See you tomorrow.
What's in a soccer game? For Iraqi kids playing in America, a lot. Tonight, building understanding a goal at a time. See why more people are watching the CBS Evening News with Bob Schieffer.
Tomorrow, a devastating earthquake is predicted to rock America. It will occur without warning and will be catastrophic.
This city is going to be reduced to ruins.
You're not shrinking, Violet. Some guy snatches a check when I've written my name, which you know what that means. It means you've cashed the check there. It means you got the $500. That's what the signature represents. And if he takes it and says, oh, you got nothing you can do about it, you're a guy who knows how to assert your rights because you haven't left there in 2 hours. You're standing there arguing with the guy and making a scene. You know how to pick up a phone and call the cops. You know how to do it, but you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Why? Because I think you got the $500. So you know what, pal? You're not going to get any more money out of this deal. You ended up getting $500 more than the law says you have to get because he doesn't have to even take the car back. Consider yourself lucky. Verdict for the defendant.
Just hold on right there. Consider yourself lucky, said the judge, as she ruled against you. What's your reaction to that verdict?
It's wrong. You take a check from me, basically. You snatch a check and you say you can't do business. Like he said, he won 3 or 4 court cases. He must does this on the regular.
So what did you learn out of this whole case?
Learned that he's a crook, and I'm going to make sure it's advertised.
All right, okay. Head right down that way. We'll see what the winner in this case has to say about it. You satisfied how this went down?
Satisfied. He got his 500, and I shouldn't have gave it to him. I'm sorry I gave him the 500.
Were you happy when you sold it to him? You went whoopee?
No, it wasn't.
Getting rid of it?
He didn't say whoopee. It was $1,000. He said, I'll give you 500. He looks like a brokester. I said, go ahead. You could have it for 500. And this is where I am.
Harvey?
Okay, Kurt, 2 ways you can get out of a deal like this, or if you can prove there's a warranty, which he couldn't, or if you can prove that there was some kind of fraud in the sale, and he couldn't prove that.
Right now at 5, a major break in the case as police name suspects in the shooting death of a toddler in the Bronx.
And in the middle of Passover, a deadly bombing in Tel Aviv, the deadliest bombing in Israel in more than a year.
This is CBS 2 News at 5. Now, from Studio 46.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Roz Abrams.
I'm Mary Calvi, and we begin with breaking news.
A judge has fined the transit union for its crippling subway and bus strike. The decision came down just a short time ago. Let's go to Andrew Kurtzman. He's live in downtown Brooklyn. Andrew.
Well, Roz, Judge Theodore Jones showed little mercy to the transit workers for their December strike. Despite warnings from the transit workers' lawyers that he could cripple the union, the judge threw the book at them.
Accordingly, the fine against Local 100, the settled fine will be $2.5 million. As to Local 100, the court directs that the dues checkoff, the forfeiture of the dues, shall be indefinite, and that the union will have an opportunity to apply to have the dues checkoff reinstated after a period of 90 days.
Now, dues checkoff is the union's automatic payroll deduction. The union has no other way in which to collect its dues from its members. Now, TWU Chief Roger Toussaint has already been ordered to serve 10 days in jail for the strike. He said he may begin to serve time as early as next Monday, but Toussaint just said that his union does plan to appeal today's ruling, that ruling which will cost the union millions of dollars and deprive it of a means in which to collect money from its members. And we will hear from Toussaint at 6 p.m. For now, this is Andrew Kurtzman in Brooklyn. Back to you.
Thank you, Andrew. It is a shooting that has stunned the city. A toddler shot and killed by a stray bullet. Now police are asking for your help in tracking down the suspects. Pablo Guzman live in the Tremont section of the Bronx. Pablo.
Within minutes after it happened,
People were telling police which way the suspects ran, what they looked like, and where they lived. Within hours after it happened, detectives were showing mugshots to witnesses, but they still had not made any arrests, even though they knew who they were looking for. So now, as you'll see in this report, they need your help. You'll see the mugshots and the names that go with them. This is the 2.5-year-old baby, David Pacheco Jr., whose life was taken yesterday afternoon when a bullet went into a van driven by his mother. A bullet, police say, fired by one group of guys in this area here at another group of guys. You can see from the hole in the window what another bullet fired by the same group did. Police are looking for these two, Nicholas Morris, 26, and Ronil Gilliam, 25. One of the suspects, who witnesses saw trying to hide a gun as he ran, dashed back about 4 blocks here to this building where he lives. Police last night and today were all over that building and others in nearby neighborhoods looking for where they might be hiding.
I want the person that did this to be caught. I want him to wake up every day and see my face and hear my voice and see my son's picture every day.
Right there, like where the car is, the van stops, you know what I'm saying? Then finally, when I ran downstairs, it had moved up a little bit more, and it was like basically right, you know, right over there.
From his apartment window, Angelo Cruz heard the shots and then saw little David's mother screaming. He ran downstairs. Angelo, it turns out, is an emergency medical technician.
In the car, the baby did come through for a couple of minutes and opened his eyes, where the mother was like gratified. You know, she was able to say, she said to me in the car, "Oh my God, his eyes are open."
Detectives believe that before dawn, they will be walking the suspects out of the precinct behind me in handcuffs. Neighbors say, by the way, that Ronil Gilliam, who was an orphan at an early age, was raised by his grandmother and was a star football player at Clinton High School, on his way perhaps to a scholarship when his dreams were shattered by a broken collarbone. Now police want to talk to him about young parents whose dreams were shattered when their baby was taken away. From the Bronx, Pablo Guzman, CBS 2 News. Mary, Roz.
Pablo, thank you. It has happened again. A bus carrying tourists has plunged off of a cliff. This time it happened in Veracruz, Mexico. The bus tumbled nearly 650 feet, killing at least 60 people. The bus was carrying Mexican tourists from the western city of Guadalajara to the Gulf Coast city of Tabasco following the Easter week holiday. Police were investigating whether the bus's brakes failed. Last month, a tour bus crashed in Chile, killing 12 American tourists.
It is the deadliest bombing in more than a year. A suicide bomber killed 9 people and himself outside a restaurant in Tel Aviv during Passover. CBS 2's Marcia Kramer has the story.
The wail of sirens on a Tel Aviv street said it all. Israel was under attack again. A suicide bomber with 10 pounds of explosives blew himself up outside a fast food restaurant, killing 9 and injuring dozens more. The motive could have been any number of things. It was the Jewish holiday of Passover. It was hours before a new Israeli parliament was due to be sworn in. And it was a day of protest in Gaza against Israel for holding thousands of Palestinians prisoner. The militant group Islamic Jihad, funded by Iran, released a video of the young suicide bomber. He said he dedicated his actions to the Palestinians held in Israeli jails. He said there are many other bombers on the way. The Israelis captured several people they said aided the bomber. They were stripped and held in a ditch until reinforcements arrived. An Israeli spokesman said there would be no sanctuary and no immunity for those responsible.
And if the Palestinian Authority continues in its present course of action, then we will make certain that we bring justice to all those who conduct terrorist activity.
The White House warned the Hamas government about encouraging such attacks.
The United States will have no contact with such a government, and we call upon all states to demand that it abandon its support for terror.
The Palestinian reaction was split. President Mahmoud Abbas condemned the bombing, calling it a terrorist act. But the militant Hamas, which took over the Palestinian Authority 2 weeks ago, said the bombing was a legitimate response to what it calls Israeli aggression.
And
Mary?
Marcia, today's deadly bombing in Israel has people here in New York worried. CBS 2 talked to people in Midtown. Many are concerned about the impact this attack will have on the stalled peace process in the Middle East.
I wish everybody could just, you know, work out their differences and we could have a peaceful world, and that's what I pray for.
It seems like for the last couple of years there has been things done about it to stop terrorist attacks, but it's still not to a point that they could completely stop them.
On CBS 2 News at 6, we'll hear from the Israeli Consul General in New York about today's attack. Defense lawyers in the Zacchaeus Moussaoui trial are trying to convince jurors he is mentally ill. They are trying to keep him from getting the death penalty for helping plot the 9/11 attacks. CBS News reporter Aline Sergani joins us live from Alexandria, Virginia with the very latest. Aline.
And Mary, the defense has a daunting task in trying to convince the jury not to sentence Moussaoui to death after last week's emotional, heart-wrenching testimony. Right now, the defense has a clinical psychologist on the stand, and earlier, the defense put a caseworker on the stand who painted the picture of a troubled childhood for Moussaoui. She said that Moussaoui virtually was in and out of orphanages until he was 6 years old. The caseworker then explained to the jury how Moussaoui was teased and picked on, called an dirty Arab in France as he was growing up. The clinical psychologist talked about how Moussaoui's mother was beaten over and over again, even beaten while she was pregnant with her son, Zacchaeus. And the defense trying to say, listen, Moussaoui, no matter what you have heard in court, does not deserve to die because of his limited role in 9/11 and because the defense is arguing that Moussaoui is suffering from schizophrenia. In the meantime, Richard Reed, the would-be shoe bomber, was subpoenaed by the defense to testify, but Judge Leonie Brinkema decided not to allow that in court. However, what she will allow is Reed to submit a written statement to this court. He is, of course, in prison in a Colorado prison, Supermax prison, which is, by the way, where Moussaoui could be sent to if he is indeed sentenced to life in prison. The judge has told the jury to expect possibly deliberations as early as this week, and we'll be here. Now live in Alexandria, Virginia. Back to you.
Aline Sergani, thank you. A possible shakeup could soon come at the White House. The president's spokesman says new Chief of Staff Josh Bolten intends to refresh and re-energize his personnel lineup. Bolten replaced Andrew Carter, resigned last month. Bolten has the president's authority to make changes and has already had closed-door meetings with some top advisors and plans more in the coming days.
Mary, lots of speculation in Aruba after authorities make a new arrest in the Natalie Holloway case. 19-year-old Jeffrey Van Kromviort has been taken into custody, but authorities won't say how he is connected to the Alabama teenager's disappearance. Holloway vanished nearly a year ago. She was last seen leaving a bar with 3 young men. A lawyer for one of those men says the new arrest indicates the investigation is going in a different direction. A not guilty plea from the New Jersey man accused of murdering his friend and co-worker. 57-year-old Herbert Meisenbacher is charged with killing Joan Galligan in December. Prosecutors say Galligan was discovered inside her Glen Ridge home, badly beaten with a bag over her head. Kimberly Chaikala came face-to-face with her mother's accused killer today.
It feels like the culmination of a lot of very mixed feelings, mostly bad. We're not going away, and we're going to stay with it until we get justice for my mother.
Prosecutors say Galligan was murdered after an argument. The motive is still unclear. If found guilty, Meisenbacher could face up to 30 years in prison. Time now for a check of the evening commute. Joe Bierman in Chopper 2 over Newark, where I'm told there's a bad accident, Joe.
Well, Roz, this accident happened about 3 p.m. on the northbound side of Route 21, right at Chester Avenue. Now, the latest information, as you can see, all northbound lanes are completely closed coming up out of Newark up through Chester Avenue. Police tell us this SUV collided with a tank truck and another car. The driver of that SUV was killed after being ejected out of the SUV and landing on the southbound lanes of Route 21. A major police investigation is underway. This investigation looks like it'll take at least another hour. Meantime, Route 21 is at a complete standstill north of 280 in both directions. Your alternate routes would be the Garden State Parkway, Route 17, or if you're on local streets, you might want to try Bloomfield Avenue. There were also 2 other minor injuries in the accident. We're live over Newark. Back to the studio.
Joe, thank you. The New Jersey firefighter who died after running into a burning building to save an elderly woman is being remembered today. Hundreds of mourners gathered at St. Michael's Church in Union for the wake of 21-year-old Kevin Apuzio. He was killed last Tuesday trying to carry a woman out of her house in Franklin Township. Both died after the floor collapsed into the basement. Apuzio was a volunteer firefighter and a student at Rutgers University.
All the firefighters in the area are coming together to aid East Franklin and the family in trying to get over these real trying times.
Apuzio's funeral will be held tomorrow, and Governor John Corzine has ordered flags to fly at half-staff in his honor. Roz.
Thank you, Mary. A major new study on breast cancer prevention was released today, and it has some encouraging news for women who are at risk. Dr. David Marks joins us with the results. David.
Well, Roz, until today, only one drug had been shown to prevent breast cancer in women at risk. But now there's another option with fewer side effects. Doctors have traditionally used tamoxifen to prevent breast cancer in women at high risk. Women like Linda Hirschon.
I had recently been diagnosed with a very high likelihood of developing breast cancer, perhaps an 85% chance.
But now at a news conference this morning, experts announced that another drug called raloxifene or Avista may offer hope to Linda and others like her. Raloxifene has been used for years to treat osteoporosis, but now a new national study called the STAR trial compared raloxifene and tamoxifen for breast cancer prevention in high-risk postmenopausal women. The study involved nearly 20,000 women from more than 500 centers across the U.S. and Canada. 65 of those women participated right here at North Shore LIJ. Dr. Laura Weisselberg, one of the principal investigators of the study, says the results are encouraging.
Both drugs reduce the risk of developing breast cancer by approximately 50%. They were both equally effective in reducing the risk of breast cancer.
Both drugs caused frequent hot flashes, but raloxifene had fewer serious side effects like blood clots, uterine cancer, and cataracts.
I don't think that if you're not at high risk, it's appropriate to take this type of medicine for preventing breast cancer.
Linda just found out that during the STAR trial, she was taking raloxifene. She hopes it will keep her cancer-free.
I'm going to be staying on a drug for a long time.
Raloxifene has not been studied in premenopausal women, so for them, tamoxifen is still the only option. Now, if you want to calculate your breast cancer risk, just log on to our website, WCBS-TV.com, click on links and numbers.
You'll tell us how to do it.
Yes, I will.
Wow, thank you.
Okay.
Encouraging news. Dr. David Marks, thank you. As we continue, major developments in the Duke University sex scandal. Find out if the grand jury indicted today.
Drivers and gas station operators feeling the pain at the pump. I'm Jay Dow in North Bergen. The story coming up.
Plus, how you can skip the long lines and file your taxes without ever leaving your desk.
And as we fling into spring, we'll show you how you can do so in style without spending a fortune.
And what a fling it is. Temperatures 80 on Saturday, Easter Sunday in the 60s. Today, beautiful blue skies, bright sunshine once again in the 60s. How long will it last? We'll find out in just a few short minutes.
Coming up at 6, imagine tax preparers using your return to get refunds for themselves. The alleged scheme uncovered. Plus, rebuilding New Orleans house by house. How these New York City students are making a difference. Next on CBS 2 News at 6.
Test drive the most impressive sports sedan of the year today. Lease a 2006 BMW 325i for $389 a month through May 1st.
You may not know us yet, but when you do, you'll find we pay special attention to what's important to our customers. Now with TD Ameritrade, a leading financial firm helping independent-minded investors, and TD Bank North's growing network of over 600 branches, we're TD Bank Financial Group, bringing 150 years of paying serious attention to what counts. You.
Not just for lobster lovers. more than you expect. It must be Maine. Fly nonstop from JFK to Portland on JetBlue Airways.
You know it's New York International Auto Show time at your Chevy dealer.
But here's something you may not know. Chevy Impala earned a 5-star frontal crash test rating and offers an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG.
Qualified lessees get a 27-month low-mileage lease on an 06 Impala LT for around $229 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
The Chevy 27-month lease.
The comfortable,
smart way to get into a new Chevy. Click on ChevyOffers.com to find your nearest dealer.
The new MI3 exclusive. Tom on the run and dodging cars. Then, the new CSI Romance.
Plus,
a speedboat disaster. The Caught on Tape TV special. Next Insider.
Tonight at 7, only on CBS 2.
Drivers across our region are feeling the pinch as they cough up even more money to fill up at the pump. CBS News' Jay Dow spent the day with drivers, gas pump operators, and politicians looking for answers.
Carmen Milan says rising gas prices are affecting even the most basic aspects of her daily life.
I avoid where I used to go shopping and to bargain for my food. I just go to one store and, and leave it there.
And it did not take long for Carmen to realize that driving on a near-empty tank in search of a bargain might not be a good idea.
Things are bad out here.
Did you find that bargain?
I found it more expensive. I said, let me stop. It's getting worse and worse.
She cut her losses at $2.64 a gallon. $5 got her just under 2 gallons of regular.
How far can you go with 2 gallons of gas?
Independent gas retailers tell us their customers' knee-jerk reaction to these prices is typically some kind of outrage, but they insist their hands are tied.
We get charged a price and we accordingly have to raise it because it goes up on us.
Exxon retailer Jose Sanchez hosted U.S. Senators Frank Lautenberg and Robert Menendez today as they called on the federal government to take action against OPEC and investigate the big oil companies' pricing policies.
We need the Federal Trade Commission to get off its duff and to actively, vigorously pursue this, to look at the entire supply chain.
The people at the top are just raking it in like crazy, and here we are, the poor peons of society. We have to put up with it.
In North Bergen, Jay Dow, CBS 2 News.
If you want to know where some drivers have found cheaper gas prices, or if you want to comment about how much you're paying or ways you're conserving gas, log on to our website at WCBS-TV.com and click on the CBS 2 Pump Patrol section.
I'm going there because, as I told you at noon, I have a few things to say about these very high gas prices.
Can't wait to see.
What do you have to say about the weather?
I know. Let's see. John Valeris, looking good.
Oh, good things to say about the weather. Beautiful day today, the blue skies, bright sunshine, good day to be out of doors, whether you're walking or perhaps even flying. Let's check it out. Live Chopper 2 in the skies. Oh, beautiful shot. Is this Joey?
Yes, sir, over Central Park.
Over Central Park on the blue skies there, Joe. The wind's nice and gentle.
Almost severe clear, as they say in aviation.
You got that right. You can see to the horizon. Beautiful day, beautiful shot. Now let's check out what we have out there. Thank you, Joey, on this gorgeous Monday after a beautiful weekend. High today, 63 degrees, a normal high 61, record high 96, record low 27 degrees and 1875 out there right now. It is still so nice. Let's check it out. 61 in the park, 59 in Toms River, Somerville 67, Morristown 64 degrees. We go across the island, blue skies, a little bit cooler though, 52 Montauk, West Babylon 60 degrees, Flatbush 61, Yonkers 57, Stamford 57, and Danbury, Connecticut, you still have a blue sky and 57 degrees. Tonight, clouds coming back in. Ocean storm sitting off New England, kind of backs up a little bit. Send some clouds down the pike, so to speak, and we cloud up overnight, but no rain. And then tomorrow you wake up to morning clouds. Looks like a lousy day, and then sun will break out during the afternoon hours. The east end, you may see a passing sprinkle or two, but again, not bad at all. Sunshine returns in the afternoon with highs near 62 for your Tuesday. Wednesday, again, a day full of sunshine, mild day. Readings well up into the 60s. 67 should be your afternoon high on Wednesday. Tonight, clouding up. Cool, 45 degrees, 30s inland. Tomorrow, we're looking at some morning clouds and sunshine, 62 for the afternoon high. Again, on the east end, you may see some sprinkles in the morning. And as we take a look into your 5-day forecast right here, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, still looking dry, terrific throughout. The only chance of some rain, and we do need some rain, late showers perhaps on Friday, and right now an unsettled start to the weekend with some showers around and highs around 60 degrees. But it's been a beautiful stretch. The weekend was great. And I can't ask for too much more weather-wise.
We're not in danger of drought, are we?
Well, we need more rain. We're right on the borderline. Vegetation's kind of dry. A high fire hazard will return once again, so we need rain. We're not in drought just yet, but we can get there if this continues.
Yeah, dry March, dry April.
Yeah, and fire hazard will go up during the week. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, the deadline is just hours away for most Americans to file their taxes, but you can skip the long lines at the post office and still get your return in on time. Our tech editor, Brett Larson, explains.
Some folks still like doing things the old-fashioned way, waiting till the last minute and then waiting in line to file your taxes.
It's just an arduous thing to do your taxes. Nobody is, excited to do it. If there's any extension, I'm going to gladly take it.
Oh, that's just how I am. Every year it's like this.
But putting off doing your taxes until now doesn't mean you have to put up with filling out a bunch of paperwork. You can point and click your way through filing your taxes online. The IRS has plenty of information about e-filing and promises your returns will be processed faster, which means refunds arrive quicker. Sites like taxcut.com and taxact.com make the e-filing process simple. No software downloads required. You simply enter in your personal information, answer a series of questions, and the sites fill in the needed forms for you. There's even online help available should you get stuck. You don't have to pay until you file, and the sites will even handle the task of filing an extension. Considering you're putting in a lot of personal information, here's a few security tips for e-filing. Make sure you have a secure connection. A lock will appear on your web browser to indicate a safe connection. Don't do your taxes on a public computer, like in a library or even at work. Also, don't use a public wireless internet connection, like that at a coffee shop or bookstore. And finally, when you've finished, be sure to make a backup hard copy of your tax documents on a CD and keep it in a safe place. The websites will encourage you to do that same thing. Some confusion today about when you have to file your taxes. Since April 15th fell on a Saturday, the filing deadline for New York and 5 other northeastern states is actually tomorrow. Those returns are processed in Massachusetts, where today is Patriots' Day, a state holiday. The IRS processing center there is closed. But if you live in New Jersey or Connecticut, your filing deadline is still today. If you are still confused, head to our website, WCBS-TV.com. Scroll down the page, click on the links for our tax section for all that information. Ross?
Thank you, Brett. And we have breaking news into the CBS 2 newsroom. Palestinian security officials say Israel has carried out an airstrike in Gaza City, apparently in retaliation for today's deadly suicide bombing in Tel Aviv. Needless to say, we will be following this story for you and have more details as they become available. Still ahead, we will show you how people all across the tri-state area are handling tax day at the post office.
Plus, the suspects accused of chasing an NYU student to his death make an appearance in court. You'll find out what happened.
So it's springtime. What should be in your closet, and more importantly, what should be out? I'm Kirsten Cole with all the best in accessories and prices. That'll leave you something to put in that must-have bag coming up. Watch out.
Agility. Versatility. Strength. It takes a lot to be the best. And now the best is even better. Get extraordinary savings on an Eddie Bauer Explorer for just $2.99 a month. Only at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer.
She's always late. I know. What time do you have? Oh, I forgot I had a watch. Is it new? Mother's Day present from my son Harold, the doctor.
Well, this is from my son Arthur, the attorney.
This is from my son Walter, the stockbroker.
Hi, ladies! How do you like my Mother's Day gift? It's from my son Benny.
Benny the lifeguard?
Get Mom a gift she'll treasure. The Mother's Day Instant game from the New York Lottery. She could win $250,000.
Red's never been your color.
CBS Tonight.
Mandatory evacuations are underway.
A 30-foot wall of water. This thing's gonna be a monster. Is headed for Miami.
Uh-oh.
The wave is not the only thing about to hit Miami.
We got us a homicide.
Don't miss the event.
Look at the horizon. That is not the horizon.
That blew over 30 million viewers away.
Close your eyes.
CSI Miami is coming at you. CBS Tonight.
What I'm most proud of as Attorney General is that we were willing to walk into the buzzsaw of some very powerful interests and never back down. Look, I had a simple rule. I never asked if a case was popular or unpopular. Never asked if it was big or small, hard or easy. I simply asked if it was right or wrong. In the end, it's not a bad rule.
Spitzer for governor.
See, Dad? This car is very fiscally responsible. I found that people don't realize how powerful it is. I just hit the gas, and it gets great mileage. I can't afford not to feel that adrenaline rush that comes with variable valve timing that gets you 37 miles a gallon, and that is pretty sweet. And I thought you, especially you, would appreciate it.
The fuel-efficient and powerful Toyota Corolla. Lease one now for just $159 a month. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
As temperatures creep up, so do hemlines. And what about waistlines?
CBS News' Kristine breaks it down with a look at essential spring fashions at real people prices.
Soft and frilly, white and slouchy, big and bold. Just some of the looks you should be sporting this spring.
They're really hot this season.
First up, you'll soon be trading in those low-slung jeans for something super skinny or boycott and cropped.
I like the cropped jeans, not gonna lie. So hopefully they'll stick around because chopped up a bunch of old jeans, so it makes it really easy to make them. You don't have to pay for them.
These from Gap, just $58 with two ways to wear. The crop jacket or the nautical striped tee, also Gap for $38. And when it's time to cover up, go for the classic trench with a twist.
The great thing is that we can wear our belts slightly higher up on a trench coat to give that new feeling.
And nothing says spring like the white blouse. This one, $78 from Ann Taylor.
It has the ruffle detail, but it's in a much more feminine, soft fabric. Almost see-through, but layer that with something underneath.
And don't be afraid to show your girly side with a dress. Choose a bright color with an empire waist. Here, J. Crew is modeled for $128.
The empire waist, the great thing about the empire waist is that it hides a multitude of flaws. Isn't that great news?
Then finish off the look with oversized sunglasses and a great big bag. If you choose to splurge, here's a coach look for $300. Kristine Cole, CBS 2 News.
And coming up on CBS 2 News at 6. Friends and family gather to pay their respects to a retired officer murdered during what appears to be a case of road rage.
And will a grand jury indict any Duke lacrosse players after a woman claims she was sexually assaulted at a team party?
Plus, are you doing the best that you can to protect your family when you go for a drive? We will show you how some popular vehicles held up during a crash test.
And we're live at Chase Stadium as a team with baseball's best record tries to keep the momentum going.
The 265 horsepower Nissan Maxima, the 245 horsepower Nissan Murano. Performance, style, quality. Two vehicles in perfect harmony. Now lease the Nissan Maxima or the Murano, both for $299 a month. The Nissan Maxima or Murano. Music to your ears.
When you visit New Jersey, we go out of our way to make you feel right at home. Plan your New Jersey vacation. Get your free travel guide at visitnj.org.
A ticket to the auto show gets you a glimpse of America's best vehicles, but only Chrysler has your ticket to ride. Take the 300 for a spin. Drive the town and country with innovative Stone-Go seating. And if you act now, receive $500 in auto show bonus cash when you take home the town and country or 300. Get to your New York area Chrysler dealer and check out their amazing deals. Right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease a town and country for only $219 a month. Find what you want at the auto show, then drive what you want at your local dealer. But hurry because these deals end soon.
Hey, Mom, I know you're going to be disappointed, but I'm not going to be able to make it home.
Come on, it's your birthday.
But I have 2 papers that I have to do.
Well, you have my choose card if you decide to fly home.
No, I'm sorry.
You'll be back when I look around.
Chase email alerts keep you on top of your checking account.
Don't pull up right in front of the house.
Show me that you're mine, girl. All right.
Email alerts to keep you prepared for life's little surprises. Your choice, your Chase.
We think winning deserves a little celebration, because what's good for us is great for you. The Great For You celebration, going on now at your Honda dealer.
A manhunt is underway for 2 men wanted in connection with the Easter shooting tragedy. That tops our People in the News at 5:30. A two-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was killed when a stray bullet pierced his family's minivan yesterday.
The Palestinian Authority says Israel has launched an airstrike in Gaza City. It comes in apparent retaliation for a suicide bombing in Tel Aviv that killed 9 people. The militant group Islamic Jihad has claimed responsibility for that blast.
And a new cancer drug called Raloxifene is offering new hope for preventing breast cancer in women at high risk. A new study finds Raloxifene has less side effects than tamoxifen, which is used in high-risk cases right now.
Possible charges are still looming over players on Duke University's lacrosse team after a stripper says she was raped at a team party. CBS News reporter Stacey Case joins us live from Durham, North Carolina with more. Stacey.
Good evening to you, Mary. Defense attorneys did confirm that a grand jury today did hear evidence, at least, in the case against these Duke lacrosse players in the rape case, the allegations anyway. But the situation is that those who know what went on behind closed doors aren't talking at all. Explosive rape allegations against Duke lacrosse players picked up steam Monday with the speculation Durham's county prosecutor was working to secure an indictment behind closed doors.
Has anyone been indicted?
But when the grand jury concluded business for the day, there were no players among the indictments made public. However, the judge did order other indictments sealed, and those may or may not include charges against Duke lacrosse team members. The inflammatory ordeal centers on an exotic dancer's claims that she was raped, strangled, and beaten by 3 lacrosse team members at this house during an attack that lasted 30 minutes. Defense attorneys had asked the prosecutor to drop the case after DNA failed to link any players. Defense attorneys tell CBS they expect charges against at least 2 of the players, but they say time-dated photographs will prove the woman was already bruised when she arrived. Prosecutor Nifong said early on that a medical exam showed the woman's injuries were consistent with rape. The month-old allegations have left the university, the team, and the community in turmoil.
It's an unfortunate event for the city of Durham, and I'm sure we'll all be happy when it's behind us.
Personally, I think it's being made a little bit too much of and for too long.
The lacrosse coach has resigned, the season canceled, and a cloud of racial tension hangs over the Bull City. The alleged victim is black, the lacrosse team predominantly white, and many say the players are getting preferential treatment. Now, since 2 of those indictments were sealed by the judge today, even defense attorneys don't know the outcome. The only way we will know if this case will proceed against any Duke lacrosse players is if there are warrants issued for their arrests and they are brought into jail. Reporting live from Durham, North Carolina, Stacey Case, CBS 2 News. Roz, back to you.
Thank you, Stacey. A sea of blue gathered today to mourn a retired police officer killed in an apparent road rage incident. Another retired officer stands accused in the murder. CBS 2's Tanya Rivero has more.
Along with grieving family and friends, a sea of uniformed officers from the NYPD, the Port Authority, and the MTA gathered at Our Lady Star of the Sea Church to bid final farewells to retired officer Stephen Vitale, a man many here remember as a hero. Retired Lieutenant Robert Beckner has known Vitale since their days as Police Academy classmates.
Well, he always had a big smile. He loved the job. He was active. He was very proactive, enforcement-minded. He cared about people. He enjoyed working down on the PATH subways for many years, and I always liked working with Steve. A great guy.
The 55-year-old father of 3 was a Medal of Valor winner for finding victims of the first World Trade Center bombing.
as demonstrated by the amount of police officers that are here, not only from the Port Authority, but from other agencies. It kind of bodes well for how he was thought of as a police officer, as a human being.
Vitale was gunned down a week ago in a Staten Island strip mall, allegedly by retired NYP detective Alan Lau in a fit of road rage.
A gentleman, a great police officer, a terrific father, husband.
Vitale's coffin was taken to the Resurrection Cemetery in a police procession. From Huguenot, Tanya Rivero, CBS 2 News.
The grim surge atop the Deutsche Bank building has yielded more human remains. The city's medical examiner says a total of 456 bone fragments were found there last week. The building is adjacent to the World Trade Center site. The remains belong to victims of the 9/11 tragedy and were found by workers preparing the building for demolition. The search for a missing College of New Jersey student resumed today at a Pennsylvania landfill after investigators took a break for Easter. 19-year-old John Fiocco Jr. was last seen inside his college dorm in Ewing on March 25th. His roommate reported him missing the next day. Authorities say Fiocco's blood was found a few days later in a trash bin outside the dorm.
Mary, in Harlem, a woman is in stable condition after she was hit by a truck. The 45-year-old woman was apparently trying to cross the street when she was hit. It happened at 125th and Park Avenue. According to one witness, the woman had her grandchildren with her, but they were still on the sidewalk at the time of the accident. Subway service is on schedule for the evening commute after some major delays this morning. Police say a man was struck and killed by a C train at the 81st Street subway station on the Upper West Side. A, B, C, and D train service disrupted because of the investigation.
Now let's check out the stories coming up on CBS 2 News at 6.
Jim Rosenfield joins us from the newsroom. Jim.
Thank you, Mary and Roz. Next at 6, a tax time caper. Police have charged mother and daughter tax preparers with an ID theft scheme. We're going to tell you how the IRS says they did this. Also, a group of high school students from our area heads to New Orleans for spring break, but they have very unusual travel plans. You'll find out what they're doing there. And we're going to have the latest details on the penalties the transit union is facing because of the strike. So hope you'll join Dana, Tyler, and me coming up on the news at 6. Mary, back to you.
All right, Jim, we'll see you then. At Saddam Hussein's trial today, handwriting experts confirmed his signature on documents linked to a deadly crackdown on Shiites. The former dictator has not confirmed or denied his signature. The documents allegedly approved rewards for intelligence agents involved in the suppression of Shiites in the 80s. Some of his co-defendants said the signatures were forgeries. The trial has adjourned until Wednesday. And when we come back, it's tax day for some people in our area. We'll explain and we'll show you how procrastinators are scrambling to file their returns.
Plus, in Health Watch, find out if there's a connection between green tea and diabetes.
Then we'll show you which European royal is heading to the North Pole, and we'll tell you why.
Before you plan your next vacation or big night out, listen up. Tonight on CBS 2 News at 11, hip hotels, trendy restaurants, luxurious spas, their online reviews may seem great. But should you buy into those rave reports?
You don't know who's writing in those reviews and why they're writing.
CBS 2 checks out some of the most popular review sites in cyberspace. And wait till you see what we found. Online reviews, the real deal. Tonight on CBS 2 News at 11.
We made the Galant a great value, and the world took notice. We made the handling tighter, and the critics raved. We gave it a great lease price, and people were absolutely speechless. Now you can lease a Galant for only $179 a month for 24 months. But the offer ends soon, so hurry to your Tri-State Mitsubishi dealer today. Mitsubishi. Driven to thrill.
Thousands in the tri-state area have already discovered Cable's Triple Play, the most amazing offer ever. Cable TV, high-speed internet access, digital phone service, all for less than $100 a month when you buy all three together. With digital cable, there's always something to watch. Get over 140 great channels and access to over 1,000 on-demand movies and shows. With Cable's high-speed internet connection, you can download photos and music at lightning speed. It's fast and reliable. And with Cable's digital phone service, you can call anywhere in the U.S. and Puerto Rico. Talk to who you want, when you want, as long as you want. one low price, one bill, one simple connection. And you get 3 great cable services: cable TV, high-speed internet access, and digital phone service. All for less than $100 a month for a year when you buy all 3 together. Don't miss our best deal ever. Call 1-800-OK-CABLE today.
Come to the New York Auto Show and check out the coolest Jeep vehicles around. Then head to your local dealer to take the Liberty for a spin or drive the Grand Cherokee, the best-selling SUV in the Northeast. Plus, receive $500 in Auto Show bonus cash when you take home the 7-passenger Commander. Check out some of the amazing deals at your New York area Jeep dealer. Like right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease the capable Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for only $289 a month. But hurry, because just like the New York Auto Show, these deals won't last.
New Yorkers have until tomorrow to file their taxes, but people in New Jersey aren't getting the same delay. The deadline to file with Uncle Sam is today. CBS News' Kristine has some tips and tells you how taxpayers are coping.
At this post office in Edgewater,
They should get this in about 2 days, okay?
they patiently waited in line.
I love you, IRS.
Trying to make the best of a day many dread.
I just put my little I love you sticker because I thought that would be a little jovial joke for them. There's also a flower on the back because it's not something you really want to give. So I just thought it'd be fun.
But tax day is never fun for Alexandra Gardner.
It is stressful when you do your taxes at the last minute, like I do every year.
But procrastinators got a gift from Uncle Sam this year since April 15th fell on a Saturday.
The fact that we do have the 2 extra days, that makes it a little easier this year.
Danny Rockow's thankful too, but he wasn't procrastinating. He just likes to hold on to his money as long as he can.
I owe, so you pay as late as possible if you owe.
This is the one I have to send.
Tax advisors at H&R Block have one piece of advice.
If you can't possibly get it filed, at least file an extension.
And bad news about the alternative minimum tax.
This year it's catching more people, though, different income levels.
If you can't make it to the post office by the time it closes, consider 24-hour automated postal centers, like this one at Newark's main post office. If you're sending out your taxes, experts say make sure you mail it certified with a returned receipt. Many post offices have extended hours today. This one here in Edgewater is open until 7 o'clock 5 days a week. In Edgewater, Kristine Sloan, CBS 2 News.
For helpful tips on how to file your taxes, just log on to our website, WCBS-TV.com.
The CBS Evening News is coming up at 6:30. Bob Schieffer joins us now with a preview, including the latest on a breast cancer breakthrough. Bob?
You know, this is really a big deal, Roz, and what's interesting about it, they have discovered that a drug they were giving to older women for osteoporosis turns out to be a very good drug for preventing breast cancer, which, of course, is the #2 killer. They are starting to prescribe this now. They say it's not only as good as the drug they're now using, it has fewer side effects. So this is a major medical story, and we'll tell you about it tonight.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Monaco's Prince Albert is on top of the world. He reached the North Pole after a 4-day journey by dog sled. He wants to call attention to the effects of global warming. The 48-year-old prince says when you get close to the pole, some of the water channels are barely frozen. He also said the ice is retreating north. Albert traveled with his personal doctor and 6 other friends.
Wow. And coming up, there's a big buzz about a New York baseball team.
And it's not the Yankees, is it, Chris?
Well, Yankees, they deserve their due, but now it's all about the Mets, especially tonight. The Atlanta Braves are in town. Fans are very excited, but if you talk to the Mets, they're downplaying it, saying it's early in the season. We'll hear from them coming up next.
Plus, find out which vehicles will protect your family the best if you're ever in a crash.
And there's a big buzz in the weather department. Nothing but sunshine and mild temperatures. How long will it last? I'll be back with a complete 5-day forecast, the extended trend, in just a few moments. Enjoy the sun.
Closed captioning on CBS 2 is brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward. Coming up at 6, imagine tax preparers using your return to get refunds for themselves. The alleged scheme uncovered. Plus, rebuilding New Orleans house by house. How these New York City students are making a difference. Next on CBS 2 News at 6.
You know it's New York International Auto Show time at your Chevy dealer.
But here's something you may not know. Chevy Impala earned a 5-star frontal crash test rating and offers an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG.
Qualified lefties get a 27-month low-mileage lease on an 06 Impala LT for around $229 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
The Chevy 27-month lease.
The comfortable,
smart way to get into a new Chevy. Click on ChevyOffers.com to find your nearest dealer.
Hello, my flower. I'm stuffed up and so congested.
Nasonex relieves congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms. Maybe that's why 4 million nasal allergy sufferers used Nasonex last year. Side effects were generally mild and included headache, viral infection, sore throat, nosebleeds, and coughing.
I have returned, my flower, a changed bee.
Nasonex treats congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms. Ask your doctor about Nasonex.
CBS 2 News is committed to serving your hometown. In the northern suburbs, contact our bureau in the Journal News Building at 914-696-8293.
At the New York Auto Show, check out the hottest cars and trucks around. See the all-new Caliber and Durango with a best-in-class overall interior room. Plus, receive $500 in Auto Show bonus cash if you take home the powerful Charger, the bold Magnum, or the versatile Caravan. And now at your New York area Dodge dealer, qualified returning lessees can lease the Dodge Grand Caravan SXT with exclusive stow and go for only $199 a month. But hurry, because just like the New York Auto Show, these deals won't last long.
Hi, I'm Maurice DuBois. Premature babies need hope, love, and you. Join me in Walk America and walk for someone you love. Walk and raise money to save babies. Walk to fight premature birth.
Dana Tyler and Jim Rosenfield. Weeknights on CBS 2 News at 6 at 11.
Mary, so far this year, the Mets really do seem to be amazing.
I know, they're off to this record start, and now we go up against the #1 rival, the Atlanta Braves. Chris Wragge joins us live from Shea Stadium with a preview. Hello, Chris.
You guys sound like a couple of Met fans back there, but you are right. The Mets are off to their best start in the franchise's history now, 9-2 with yesterday's 9-3 win over Milwaukee. But Mary, like you mentioned, their Achilles heel, the Atlanta Braves in town tonight at Shea for the first of 3. Big night for the Mets. Pedro Martinez is going to go for his 200th career victory. The Mets currently leading the NL East by 4 games over the Braves. A convincing 3-game series would go a long way for this team.
I think this is a good test for us early on in the season. You know, Atlanta obviously is the team to beat, and you know, it's an early test for us. We can't put too much pressure on ourselves to go out and play well this 3 games, because this isn't going to determine whether we have a good or a bad season by any means.
This is a big series, as big as it gets this early. And I'm excited. You know, this is what you come to the ballpark for, and you know, it's still only April, but every game counts.
Now, you can only imagine the excitement from the fans here. The team needed a cleanup hitter and a closer. Mets went out and got them a cleanup hitter and a closer. Now, this is a team that can definitely knock off those Braves for the first time in a long time.
I hate the Braves. Hate them. I'm done. We got to do it this year. That's it. I'm ready.
Are you just sick of the Braves?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, yeah. Definitely. Especially when they don't even have a good team and they make it.
I'm just sick of them winning. I want them out of here.
And this is the year to do it?
This is the year to do it.
Yeah, this is the year to do it. It would be finally the year, because it's been 14 straight years that the Braves have walked away with the NL East. But who knows? Stranger things have happened. The Mets, they're off to a great start right now. We'll see what happens tonight. Pedro Martinez going for career win number 200. See you guys at 6 o'clock.
All right, Chris, thanks so much.
Right.
What a gorgeous day out there today.
Weather off to a great start this week.
I tell you, it's been beautiful. The weekend was great. It's 80 degrees on Saturday. Easter Sunday was perfect. And today, it's been a nice spring. It's been some fine weather, and we have a beautiful shot for you. Joey B flying over Flushing by the Bay. Yep. Is it the new team in town? I don't know about that just yet, but they're starting off to an exciting start. Thanks, Joe. Beautiful shot, blue skies on a good night for a ball game at Shea. It's going to be a little bit cool, but dry and nice. All right, let's check out some stats for you and see what we have out there right now. A sunny 61 degrees as we check out the stats. Winds are out of the northeast at 16, gusting to 22 as you look at the GW Bridge on this spring-filled day. So it's lovely all around the board. Temperatures in the 60s with a good deal of sunshine, and we have even warmer temperatures moving away. High today officially 63 degrees. Normal high 61, record high 96, record low 27 degrees and 1875 out there right now. It's a beautiful spring evening. New Jersey, Point Pleasant. It's pleasant, 59 degrees. Boonton, 64 degrees. Across the island, it is beautiful. Sunshine, temperatures in the low 50s to around 60 degrees, although clouds will be backing back in overnight, coming in from the north. That's kind of strange, and from the east. And right now, Scarsdale reporting 57 degrees. We're watching an ocean storm. It's sitting just off the northern New England coast up over Maine. It's beginning to back up a little bit, unusual, so it'll send some clouds back down overnight, but the rain remaining out to sea. Yeah, the east end of Long Island, you may see some sprinkles, but for the most part, just a cloudy sky overnight. And, you know, we do need some rain. We definitely need some rain. And then tomorrow, morning clouds, and then some afternoon sunshine. That ocean storm still kind of hanging around and then beginning to wobble back out. Morning clouds, afternoon sun, a nice afternoon with readings once again in the 60s. We're calling for a high of 62 degrees. Middle of the week, ocean storm kind of rotates some clouds again Tuesday night, early Wednesday, then sunshine from noon on. And again, very nice, mild trend, temperatures well up into the 60s, high pressure in full control. Now, as we go into the second half of this week, it gets even milder. High pressure ridge, that's the good weather maker on the weather map. Ridge is good, trough, cool and wet. Right now, the trough remains off the coast. We're shooting for the 70s on Thursday, maybe on Friday. However, weather becomes unsettled as we move into next weekend with readings in the 60s with some showers. Tonight at Shea, it's going to be a cool breeze. Maybe some clouds peeking in there, but no rain. 57 and beginning to tumble a little bit. Flushing by the bay on a spring night. You know you need the coat at Shea. All right, tonight clouding up. Cool night, 45 degrees in the city, 30s inland. Tomorrow, some morning clouds, then sunshine. Highs right around 62 degrees. Normal high 61. As we take a look at your 5-day. Morning clouds tomorrow, Wednesday. A winter. Thursday, terrific. Late showers perhaps on Friday near 70, and then Saturday more showers and that extended +2 outlook as we go into the second half of the upcoming weekend. Maybe a leftover shower, 64 degrees and cooler on Monday, but it's a fine stretch, of course, a little bit too dry. We like to get the rain during the week and get rid of it in time for the weekend. That may not be the case this weekend.
Okay.
Liking those temperatures, though, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
No, please, John.
Thank you.
Okay.
First Lady Laura Bush says the first sign of spring for her is when the White House lawn is covered with kids hunting for eggs.
Happy Easter, everyone, and welcome to the White House.
The President and First Lady kicked off the annual White House Easter egg roll today. Thousands attended the day-long event, among them dozens of children displaced by Hurricane Katrina. The Easter egg roll has been a White House tradition since 1878.
Loving it. Still ahead, find out what drinking green tea will do to your risk of getting diabetes.
And staying safe on the road, we will show you which cars did the best and worst in crash tests. That's next.
Catch tonight's CBS HD primetime lineup on IO Digital Cable Service. When it comes to the best HD experience, it's optimum or it's not.
You have to do a lot more than just show up to be the best. It takes drive, it takes dedication, and a lot of hard work, day after day after day. Whether you're trying to be the best on the ball field, in school, or working to build the best cars and trucks in America.
Now get this built Ford Tough F-150 for just $199 a month.
What does it take to be the best? You have to believe that good enough just isn't good enough.
I learned a lot when I found out I had high blood pressure, but I didn't know it could lead to erectile dysfunction.
Having diabetes changed my life, but I didn't know it could lead to ED.
Guys should know that having certain health conditions like high blood pressure
or diabetes may lead to ED, and that Levitra can help.
Doctors know Levitra works for men with ED, even those with high blood pressure or diabetes. Levitra is only for men healthy enough for sexual activity. If you have heart problems or are on alpha blocker therapy, talk to your doctor before taking Levitra. Do not take Levitra if you take nitrates for chest pains, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing and stuffy or runny nose. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting longer than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in vision, stop taking Levitra and call your doctor right away.
Imagine what Levitra can do for you. Talk to your doctor.
The more you know about ED, the more you'll want to know about Levitra.
Redesigned 2006 Saturn Vue. Get a new 2006 Saturn Vue starting at $17,990 MSRP.
Tonight, catch TV's #1 comedy, 2.5 Men.
I want to talk about our relationship.
Well, that redirects the old blood flow. Then spend the night alone with Kristine.
That's a big table, isn't it? You know it's big when you get back to your seat and your bread's a day old, am I right? Mrs. Campbell? Yes. Don't forget your rat. No, we're not together anymore. Oh, the rat, yes. Okay.
No, don't touch my bag. That's my bag. That's my bag. That's my bag.
A new episode of Oh, Kristine. It all happens CBS tonight. And later catch Dave on The Late Show.
Drinking green tea appears to cut your risk of diabetes. A new study in the Annals of Internal Medicine showed that people who drink at least 6 cups of green tea a day cut their diabetes risk by 1/3. The study followed 16,000 tea drinkers over 5 years, but not all had the same effect.
They don't think it's just caffeine intake because black tea and oolong tea also have caffeine, and that didn't do it. So there's obviously something else in the green tea that must be helping.
Researchers aren't sure what the magic ingredient in green tea is, but they say the reduction in diabetes is large enough to warrant more studies. Previous studies have already shown that coffee can lower your risk of diabetes.
And if you're in the market for a new car, it pays to shop for the best deal around, but new crash test results show safety is one quarter you should not try to cut. You may know Toyota's Prius hybrid for its environmental perks. Now you can get to know the Prius for its safety, earning top marks for front and side crash protection. But only when equipped with $650 optional side impact airbags. The hybrid did fall short when hit from behind.
We think the rear crash protection could be a little better. And there we're looking at the risk of neck injury when you're hit in the rear. You know, you're stopped innocently at a traffic light and somebody bangs into you from behind.
Also scoring well among small cars, the Honda Civic and the Subaru Impreza. But you may want to think twice about Volkswagen's Beetle and the Suzuki Forenza and the Ford Focus, all of which scored poorly on side impact tests. If your family is in the market for a little extra room, a minivan emerged with the Institute's top marks for safety. The Kia Sedona is being called the safest minivan you can buy.
The improvement that we see in the Sedona is really important because people do buy minivans to protect their families, and so it's important that those vehicles in particular offer the kind of safety that families are looking for.
Chevy's Uplander did reasonably well, except for one big problem.
In the test, this seat actually comes completely loose. Now that's part of the restraint system, and that just shouldn't happen.
It's always so difficult to watch those crash tests.
Because you assume if you drive long enough, you're either going to get broadsided or rear-ended or something.
Yeah, in addition to the Kia Sedona, the Honda Odyssey, the Toyota Sienna, and the Nissan Quest all performed well for safety.
That is it for us at 5. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Roz Abrams.
And I'm Mary Calvi. Here are Dana Tyler and Jim Rosenfield with the news at 6. Mary, Roz, thank you.
Right now at 6, a mother's pain.
He was just so... He didn't even begin to live.
A family grieves for a little boy murdered on Easter Sunday.
And it's payback time. The transit union finds out just how much it'll have to pay for the illegal transit strike.
This is CBS 2 News at 6. Now, from Studio 46.
Good evening, I'm Dana Tyler.
And I'm Jim Rosenfield. A Bronx family is reeling tonight after a toddler is shot to death in a minivan.
2-year-old David Pacheco Jr. was hit by a stray bullet. He was just sitting there in his car seat yesterday. CBS 2's Lou Young is live at the 4-6 precinct in Tremont. Lou.
We're at the precinct, Dana, because police have made progress and expect to have suspects in for questioning probably tonight. We'll have photos of the men they're looking for in a moment, but first, the face of grief. The mother of the 2-year-old who was killed yesterday, who called this reporter yesterday wanting to go public, wanting to help detectives the only way she can. Apartment on Bruckner Boulevard has never felt so empty. A mother returning home for the first time since the death of a child. Reminders of his loss, like razors to the heart.
Nobody knows how hard this is to me.
2-year-old David Pacheco was the youngest of 3 children who lived here. The baby who was fatally wounded on a painfully beautiful Easter afternoon.
We were on our way to go meet my mom in my aunt's house, so we could go to church and then go eat. And all I keep on remembering when I close my eyes is the gunshot.
You heard them?
And him scream.
A bullet pierced the safety of the family's minivan and found David's tiny body strapped in a car seat. He went limp, lifeless, until Good Samaritan Angelo Cruz performed CPR as a livery cab rushed the mortally wounded child to the hospital. The moment remembered now from this chasm of grief seems like a gift.
He tried so hard. He was breathing life into my son.
I wish I knew who was cab driver so I can thank him.
And he was able to tell me, look, he's looking at you, and he did. For that last minute, he looked at me.
Now the child's memory is all that's left. He moves only in a video clip on a cell phone, and the mother is determined to use her grief as a weapon on those who took her son's life.
If there's somebody that spoke to this person that shot my son, he was just too... He didn't even begin to live.
Now you can take a look at the men that the police are looking for. Take a look at these pictures. It's 26-year-old Nicholas Morris and 25-year-old Ronil Gilliam were apparently involved, according to detectives. They lived nearby, near the scene of the shooting, and they are known to the neighborhood. The dead boy's father, meanwhile, David Pacheco Sr., tells me that his young son's funeral has been scheduled here in the Bronx for Thursday. We're live tonight at the 4-6 precinct in Tremont. Lou Young, CBS 2 News.
Our hearts go out to them. Lou, thank you. Bus and subway workers are now facing hefty fines for last December's illegal transit strike. Late this afternoon, a judge fined the TWU Local 100 more than $2 million. CBS 2's Andrew Kurtzman live in downtown Brooklyn with the latest on this decision and reaction. Andrew.
Well, Dana, the transit union has always portrayed last December's strike as a moral choice, but it was also illegal. And today, a judge issued penalties that could cripple the local. He levied a $2.5 million fine against the union. Let's hear what happened today. It was high noon in Judge Theodore Jones's courtroom. Jesse Jackson was there, as were the leaders of the police and other unions. The state attorney general's office argued that when it called last December's transit strike, the union took its chances.
If fines and dues deduction were a good thing for the union, Your Honor, they would not be the consequences for engaging in illegal activity.
But defense attorneys said that high fines and a decision to suspend automatic payroll deductions could kill the TWU.
The union will not be able to function.
But Jones showed little mercy.
The fine against Local 100 will be $2.5 million. The court directs that the dues check-off, the forfeiture of the dues, shall be indefinite.
Toussaint showed little remorse as he vowed to appeal.
Unfortunately, when the courts end up being used for political purposes to intimidate the labor movement and Goodwill New Yorkers from standing up for their rights, we have this type of result. But we intend to appeal it to the higher courts.
The union chief has already been sentenced to 10 days in jail, and he may start serving his time on Monday. He got some moral support from the Reverend Al Sharpton.
We intend to support Roger. We intend to support TWU all the way. We intend to, if necessary, raise money in our churches and in our organizations because they're taking a hit for all of us.
Now, once again, the union plans to appeal, but if it loses, it could soon find itself broke without a contract and its leader in jail. In Brooklyn, Andrew Kurtzman, CBS 2 News. Back to you, Jim.
Andrew, thanks. Is there labor trouble in your lobby? Thousands of city doormen and building workers are now gearing up for a strike. Local 32BJ of the Service Employees Union rejected the latest contract offer from building owners. The union's 28,000 members have already voted to authorize a strike. If no agreement is reached, the deadline is set for 12:01 a.m. Friday. Dana.
A suicide bombing in Israel today, the deadly attack coming in the middle of the Passover holiday. It happened at a restaurant in Tel Aviv. CBS 2's Marcia Kramer has the latest and reaction from the Jewish community in our area.
It was the deadliest terror attack in Israel in more than a year. 9 dead, several dozen more wounded. And for New York Jews celebrating Passover just like their Israeli cousins, it was a tragedy they didn't want to contemplate.
It's just terrible. I feel saddened that the world has to be like this.
Very sad. A lot of innocent people died. Nothing could help the situation right now. We just have to be strong with them, and that's it.
I hope they should be wiped out of the whole world, this Islamic terrorists.
The people is crazy. The people that make the bomb, it's crazy.
Arya Mekel is Israel's consul general in New York.
It is very sad that the Palestinians are determined to continue and be terrorists. It probably reinforces the notion that we have no partner for peace. And if we have no partner, we can either sit on our hands, which we don't want to do, or we can take some unilateral steps.
With the militant Hamas government in power, it was left to another militant group, Islamic Jihad, to take credit. But the Israelis clearly blame Hamas for today's carnage.
It's all a game. They are all in the same boat. They are all, Iran is behind all of this anyway, including the financing. And they are using various names of various organizations. It really makes no difference. It's one and the same.
Now, Ambassador Mekel was coy when I asked him if Israel would retaliate for the bombing. But just moments ago, Palestinians reported that an Israeli aircraft fired missiles at a Gaza workshop. The aircraft attack caused no injuries, but damage to the workshop. The Israeli army said the workshop was used by militants to make rockets. Jim?
Marcia Kramer, thanks. Jurors in the Zacarias Moussaoui trial heard about his childhood today in an effort to paint a picture of a mentally disturbed man. Defense lawyers hope to convince the jury to spare the life of the 9/11 conspirator. A social worker testified Moussaoui had a traumatic childhood, spending his first years in orphanages and being picked on for his Moroccan heritage. But on his way out of court, Moussaoui shouted, ridiculing the social worker's testimony. Jurors also watched a videotape of Moussaoui's sister, who called him the little sweetheart of the family. She also said they had an abusive father. A sea of blue gathered today for the funeral of a retired Port Authority police officer allegedly shot and killed by a retired NYPD officer. They gathered at a church on Staten Island to say goodbye to Stephen Vitale. Police say the 55-year-old was shot several times outside a strip mall in Heartland Village last Monday during an apparent road rage incident.
That is demonstrated by the amount of police officers that are here, not only from the Port Authority, but from other agencies. It kind of bodes well for how he was thought of as a police officer, as a human being.
Retired NYPD officer Alan Lau was charged with Vitale's murder. He was ordered held without bail.
The mayor of Yonkers has submitted a budget for the 2007 fiscal year, and some residents might not be so happy about it. The budget plan includes a 5% increase in property taxes, a move the mayor says is necessary.
Almost all of our money goes into police, fire, public works, and schools. Almost all of it. The rest of those departments are necessary to support those functions.
Mayor Amicone says his budget proposal closes a projected $100 million deficit without cutting city services. The council has until June 1st to adopt this budget plan. Jim?
Coming up here at 6, taxes and ID theft. See where a mother and daughter tax team is charged with stealing from their customers.
And from the Big Apple to the Big Easy, some local high school students find a generous way to spend their spring break, and we love spring, John.
Oh, especially when it's so nice, the sunshine, the blue skies, temperatures in the 60s today. And I know you're asking, how long can this last? You'll find out in just a few short minutes.
think winning deserves a little celebration. Because what's good for us is great for you. The Great For You celebration. Going on now at your Honda dealer.
You may not know us yet, but when you do, you'll find we pay special attention to what's important to our customers. Now with TD Ameritrade, a leading financial firm helping independent-minded investors, and TD Bank North's growing network of over 600 branches, we're TD Bank Financial Group, bringing 150 years of paying serious attention to what counts. You.
If you choose me as your accountant, I assure you. Excuse me. Hello?
Jim? Are you aware that the IRS has just hit me with a huge penalty?
Been a little busy lately.
My business is being hit with fees and penalties, and you're telling me you're busy?
I can't talk about this now. I'll have to get back to you.
Who was that?
No one important. Let's get back to your business.
Let me check this guy out.
Need a good accountant for your business? Go to goodaccountants.com for a free referral.
Come to the New York Auto Show and check out the coolest Jeep vehicles around. Then head to your local dealer to take the Liberty for a spin or drive the Grand Cherokee, the best-selling SUV in the Northeast. Plus, receive $500 in Auto Show bonus cash when you take home the 7-passenger Commander. Check out some of the amazing deals at your New York area Jeep dealer. Like right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease the capable Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for only $289 a month. But hurry, because just like the New York Auto Show, these deals won't last.
April 15th has come and gone, but don't worry, you did not miss the tax deadline. This year, there are different deadlines depending on where you live. Since the 15th fell on a Saturday, people in New Jersey and Connecticut have until tonight to file their taxes. New Yorkers have until tomorrow night. That's because New York's returns are processed in Massachusetts. And up there, today is Patriots' Day. It's a state holiday. Jim?
Speaking of taxes, mother and daughter tax preparers were indicted today for allegedly stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from their customers. CBS 2's Tiwa Chang caught up with the accused women outside a federal court.
Please, are you going to pay me for this? Give me $1 billion.
Slow-moving, limping 59-year-old Ann Lewis, according to a federal grand jury, stole more than $500,000 from Uncle Sam by filing phony tax returns. Ma'am, are the allegations against you false?
No, they're false. They're false.
Okay, so what happened then? Can you tell us why they would charge you with that? Ann and her 34-year-old daughter, Jermaine, prepared tax returns out of their home in the Flatbush section of Brooklyn. The indictment charges them with 56 counts of tax fraud, 44 counts of making up phony losses for clients, totaling $121,000, and 12 counts of filing phony returns and getting $529,000 by stealing personal information from clients and getting the money for themselves.
They would take the information, and then with the refunds that what they were trying to get, they would direct the refunds to go into their own bank accounts.
The message from the Internal Revenue Service is if you use a dishonest preparer, not only could you have to pay your back taxes plus interest plus penalties, you could also have your personal information stolen. Identity theft.
You always have to be very careful to make sure that your personal identifying information is not compromised.
Was your daughter involved, ma'am?
Don't answer any questions, okay?
Jermaine has not been arrested as her mother, Ann Lewis, was today. Ann pleaded not guilty in federal court in downtown Brooklyn. She and her daughter face up to 5 years in jail for each of the 56 counts of fraud. The large amount of money in returns in less than 2 years apparently alerted IRS agents. Tiwa Chang, CBS 2 News.
Coming up, spring break. Remember that?
Yes.
Yes.
Not that long ago, Dana.
Really? Well, you know, for a lot of us, it means beaches and it means parties. But for one group of local high school students, it is time to make a difference.
And from spring to, well, almost summer-like temperatures. John Blair will have the changing forecast when we come back.
You know it's New York International Auto Show time at your Chevy dealer.
But here's something you may not know. Chevy Impala earned a 5-star frontal crash test rating and offers an EPA-estimated 31 highway MPG.
Qualified lessees get a 27-month low-mileage lease on an 06 Impala LT for around $229 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
The Chevy 27-month lease.
The comfortable,
smart way to get into a new Chevy. Click on ChevyOffers.com to find your nearest dealer.
When families and teachers work together,
our children are the winners.
The winners. As both a teacher and a parent,
I'm proud our school stressed
the importance of personal responsibility and respect for others.
In fact, city and suburb, New Jersey's public high schools lead the nation with the best graduation rate. In urban schools, 75% plan to continue their education, and we are one of the top 3 states for students going on to college.
NJEA members, making public schools great.
Great for every child.
For every child.
Sure, the Nissan Altima is attractive, but we just turned up the heat. Introducing the 2006 Nissan Altima with the Special Edition package. 14 of our most popular options. Now, lease the Nissan Altima with the Special Edition package for $199 per month. $199 per month. Did it just get hot in here?
This is the one. It drew me in like paparazzi to celebrity hijinks. I can spot the great machines, and this one is a champion, a thoroughbred, a giant clam among mollusks. So let's crank the freak switch to 11 and get it on.
Over 6,000 slot machines, nearly 300 table games, and so much more. Mohegan Sun. A world at play.
At the New York Auto Show, check out the hottest cars and trucks around. See the all-new Caliber and Durango with a best-in-class overall interior room. Plus, receive $500 in Auto Show bonus cash if you take home the powerful Charger, the bold Magnum, or the versatile Caravan. And now at your New York area Dodge dealer, qualified returning lessees can lease the Dodge Durango SXT with an impressive V8 for only $239 a month. But hurry, because just like the New York Auto Show, these deals won't last long.
What's in a soccer game? For Iraqi kids playing in America, a lot. Tonight, building understanding, a goal at a time. See why more people are watching the CBS Evening News on CBS 2.
For many teenagers, spring break means an escape to paradise.
But for one group of New York City high school students, it means hard work in the Big Easy.
CBS 2 education reporter Carrie Lyon has their story.
For these students from Beacon High School in Manhattan, spring break started out like that of thousands of other teens with an early morning trip to the airport.
I'm excited.
Only their destination isn't an island or a pristine beach. It's here, in the decimated neighborhoods of New Orleans, where the only water they'll see is whatever is left over from Hurricane Katrina.
Today is our first day gutting houses.
The 55 students, plus some of their parents and teachers, decided this week would be best spent helping to clean up. Today, that means working on Doretha Augustus's home in the Upper 9th Ward.
I really appreciate it. It's marvelous that they would take their time out to come down here and do this hard work, and this is really hard work.
The group raised money to pay for the trip. They're sleeping in a church basement and doing hard labor for 8 hours a day. We had a chance to speak with many of them before they left on Friday.
I'm feeling a little nervous about the trip, but I'm ready to work.
I haven't been able to do a lot because, you know, I'm a kid, I don't have money, so this is what I can do, I can work.
I thought this was a good way to, I guess, help people that are living in our country that need help and, you know, I guess, you know, do something rather than just sit around during spring break.
Now that they've arrived, they say it's been eye-opening.
I didn't expect to see there's just complete, total, utter destruction down there that has hardly even been touched by anybody.
The students will be in New Orleans until Saturday. They're also going to help rebuild a school, and they're doing community outreach and voter registration. And they say hopefully they can also find some time for a little sightseeing, and it looks like they deserve it.
They do. They do. Thanks, Carrie. What good people.
It's so nice to see that they're doing something other than just lying on a beach. They're making a difference.
They are making a difference.
It's really wonderful.
You remember your spring break? I don't mean like,
no, you don't want to go.
Do you forget it because you're old?
You don't want to go there.
You don't? Did you do the Fort Lauderdale thing?
Yes, exactly. Exactly what I did
too.
With the baby oil and the no
sunscreen
on the
oil,
thing.
No sunscreen, all lathered up there sitting out.
And we didn't know so well.
It was bad.
Right? We're more educated now about the sun.
Much more. Oh, did not know, but now we know. Let's check out the view. I remember some stories back then. All right, outside, Little League. I did play Little League as well on the South Shore, the Staten Island. Having a good old time, and boom, the sound of the aluminum bat. The cracks went out. Looked like that one's a right center. All right, let's check out what we had today. We had sunny skies and 61 degrees, winds out of the northeast at 9, gusts to 16, and beautiful day. High 63, normal high 61, record high 96, record low 27 degrees and 1875. Out there right now, still pretty. 61 in the park, Morristown, New Jersey, 63. Montgomery, 58 degrees. We go across the island in Connecticut, lower Hudson Valley. Temperatures 56. Danbury, Yonkers, 57 degrees. West Babylon, 60. Sheepshead Bay coming in with 60. East End cooler. West Hampton, Montauk, both around 50 degrees with clouds beginning to come in from the east to the west. Clouding up overnight. Ocean storm, but it's not going to back all the way in. Normally these things move right along, but it's kind of stuck off the New England coast. It wobbles back a little bit. Rain for New England, but for us will mean clouds, maybe some light showers or sprinkles across the east end overnight and early tomorrow morning with that ocean storm. Then it begins to wobble east, and that will allow for sunshine tomorrow afternoon. A beautiful day, high up around 62 degrees. This high-pressure system comes right into your backyard on Wednesday, and that will be a lovely day as well. Nothing but sunshine. Readings well up into the 60s now as we get close to 70 degrees with high pressure and all that sun. Second half of the week, we turn even milder. The trough of low pressure off the east coast begins to move away. High-pressure ridge. This is always the warm weather feature on the map. High-pressure ridge is the good guy. Temperatures will be rising through the 60s into the low to mid-70s on Thursday. Next chance of any precipitation in the form of some showers will arrive perhaps here by late in the day, Friday or Friday night, and we do need some rain. Clouding up tonight. Cool night, 45 degrees in the city, 30s inland. That's normally cool. And then tomorrow morning clouds, afternoon sunshine. Nice day, 62 degrees. There will be a breeze out of the north and east, bit of a breeze tomorrow. And then you can see on the 5-day, a winner for Wednesday. It's temperatures in the 60s. Terrific Thursday, well up into the upper 60s to mid-70s, and then late showers perhaps on Friday. Saturday, the weekend a little bit complicated. We call it an upper-level storm system trying to come in here and give us the chance of unsettled weather for the weekend, but it's a tricky forecast. It is Monday. We have time to work on your weekend.
You came out very well for this past weekend, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like your new sunshine on the 5-day.
It's bright and perfect.
Yeah. Like the rest of us, right, John? Thank you. All right. Well, we've been reporting all evening about the massive fine imposed on Transport Workers Union, and that brings us to our web poll. What do you think about the $2.5 million fine imposed on the TWU? Is it too much, too little, or just right? To vote, you can log on to WCBS-TV.com and look on the right-hand side of the page.
This is a big week for one of the most popular film actresses of our time. Oscar winner Julia Roberts opens on Broadway. The curtain officially rises on her Broadway debut in the play 3 Days of Rain this Wednesday night. Roberts has already performed in 3 weeks of sold-out previews, co-starring with Bradley Cooper and Paul Rudd. The Richard Greenberg play tells the story of a brother and sister who unravel family secrets. Tickets are nearly sold out for its 2-month run. Don't forget, on Wednesday night, CBS 2's film and theater critic and People magazine editor-at-large Jess Cagle reviews Julia Roberts and her co-stars in 3 Days of Rain.
Speaking of sold out, those Mets are hot, right?
Aren't they, though? What a great start.
Sports is coming up next.
Chris Wragge's live at Shea with their amazing record so far this April. Chris?
The early reviews are in on the Mets, and they are all very good right now. Off to their hottest start in franchise history, 9-2. Can they keep it up tonight? Find out. Sports is next.
Closed captioning on CBS 2 is brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward.
I'm so tired.
The dark side of teen beauty pageant. Next, Insider and ET. The backstage pressures. Parents pushing implants. The ugly side of looking pretty. Then, United 93. What the families of these 9/11 heroes tell us today.
Plus, inside a sexy CSI Miami photo shoot. What got Emily all choked up?
It's so hard to talk about it.
And what happened to Bobby Ewing? Why the former primetime hunk is back on TV.
It's all about me now. Next, Insider and ET.
Tonight at 7, only on CBS 2.
Isn't it about time for an upgrade? Take advantage of the Acura upgrade opportunity and experience satellite-linked voice-activated technology and special 2.9% APR financing.
Roxy?
Yeah.
Don't tell me. First paycheck.
You can turn the world on with a smile. You can take a nothing day and suddenly make it all seem worthwhile. Well, it's you, girl.
checking with direct deposit, online banking, email alerts, and 7,100 ATMs. Chase is here to help you make it. Your choice, your Chase.
100% genuine leather, soft as a baby's tush. There's no arguing with Bob's magical price of just $3.99.
A ticket to the auto show gets you a glimpse of America's best vehicles, but only Chrysler has your ticket to ride. Take the 300 for a spin. Drive the town and country with innovative Stow-N-Go seating. And if you act now, receive $500 in auto show bonus cash when you take home the town and country or 300. Get to your New York area Chrysler dealer and check out their amazing deals. Right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler lessees can lease a town and country for only $219 a month. Find what you want at the auto show, then drive what you want at your local dealer. But hurry, because these deals end soon.
All new Dr. Phil. Is it okay to lie about your age?
I think she looked 43 to 45.
I'm really 66.
Plus, is this any way to dress a little boy?
He's going to get the crap beat out of him.
Tomorrow at 3, only on CBS-2.
Time for sports. Chris Wragge live there at Shea. Pedro going for a nice milestone tonight. Wragge?
Yeah, lots of subplots here tonight. Mets and the Braves, first of 3. The Mets off to their hottest start in franchise history. Right now, they're 9-2, and their Achilles heel, the Atlanta Braves, in town tonight. Pedro Martinez going for career win number 200. So, yeah, it's going to be a big night around here. 2-0. Brian Bannister told me he cannot wait to watch this one. That sentiment is shared by just about everybody here at Shea tonight. The Mets, they need another strong series.
To be the best, you have to beat the best, and Atlanta's been the best. They've been on top for the last 13, 14 years, and everybody knows that an NL East championship's going to have to go through Atlanta, but it is a little too early to be, labeling it a deciding factor in the course of a 162-game season. But, Atlanta's a tough team, and we're going to have to elevate the level of our game to beat them.
Yes, they will. This will definitely prove the Mets are for real. Right now, they're in first place, got a 4-game lead in the division over Atlanta. Now, Cliff Floyd, he's off to a slow start, but I talked with him before the game, and he says things are on the up and up.
Everybody wants to, make it a huge deal, and it is. Every game is big, but we're a good team. We know we're a good team. It's early. We feel very confident in what we're doing right now. Everything is just flowing together. And when you have that, you don't worry about winning 2 out of 3. You worry about winning the first game and then, allowing yourself to concentrate on the second game when it gets there. You
talked this weekend about your grandmother being able to get you out. What was her response to that when she read that comment?
She didn't like that too much, but, I was just trying to lighten it up, a little bit and everything. And I hope everything comes around. I've been working really hard. My hands are hurting a little bit, but, that's what it's all about. You're working hard and trying to find out, where you at. I'm not at a good point right now, but I feel it's coming, and I hope it comes soon.
Early on there was some talk made of the fact that you were dropping down to the 6th spot. Did that have anything to do with it? And I guess the second part of that question, do you feel as though you're now at the point where you're maybe turning that corner? Yeah. I don't think it had anything to do with me hitting 6. We talked about spring training, and Willie thought it was a good idea, And I'm glad he did it. Hell, I ain't been swinging the bat like I like to, but Yankees are off tonight. They're at Toronto beginning tomorrow night. Now today, Patriots stay in Boston. Sox and the Mariners. Big Papi, David Ortiz, with 2 home runs, but the big blow came from Mark Loretta here. Having a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th with 2 out. This 2-run shot put the Sox on top for good. 7-6 is Loretta's first walk-off at any level, including Little League. Larry Brown will not coach the Knicks tonight as they face the Charlotte Bobcats at the Garden. Tomorrow night at the Garden, it is a huge game for the Rangers. They host Ottawa for Henrik Lundqvist. He's back in the lineup, been out with a bad hip for the last 7 games, but he is back, and he will not have a bigger game in his entire career to date, non-Olympics or in the Olympics. Now, Tom Rennie all but guaranteed to win after Saturday's loss. Today, he backed it up.
I'm not going to go in there and say I think we're going to win. We have to be confident in ourselves. We've had a great year. We've done a lot of things very, very well. We're going in there knowing we're going to win, and it's as simple as that.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Now, not all is good with the Mets here at Shea. Today, well, they dropped their new anthem, their new theme song. You be the judge.
New York Mets, our team, our time, our team. We get the hit, we score the run, we shut you down, we're number one, New York Mets.
Apparently, Mary J. Blige was unavailable, but I'm not going to say a word about their anthem. You be the judge at home, and you guys back at the desk, you can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Back to you guys.
Dana liked it.
She was
moving.
You know, I like that. I like that. It really gets you going. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming up tonight at 11, it's the quickest way to get the lowdown about the hottest restaurants and trendiest hotels. Online reviews written by real people, but can you really believe those glowing reports? We're going to show you how to spot a fraud. That's tonight at 11.
Finally this evening at 6, how to live a good long life. Today in Mount Vernon, Maria Julia Gomez celebrated her 107th birthday. She was surrounded by her friends and her family, including many of her 13 grandchildren and 36 great-grandchildren. Gomez insists there is no secret to longevity. She says it's simply a matter of eating well and exercising. Maybe a positive attitude plays a role too. Oh, blow all those candles out. She admits she would like to live forever, and she's just doing great. Happy birthday.
She looks beautiful. Huh?
She does.
That's CBS 2 News at 6. I'm Jim Rosenfield.
I'm Dana Tyler. Next on the CBS Evening News, more on the breast cancer drug breakthrough.
Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you tonight again at 11.
Good evening, I'm Bob Schieffer. A breakthrough in breast cancer prevention, and it turns out to be a drug that was designed to treat another disease. We'll start there tonight with this major medical news, and we'll also cover these stories.
The grand jury has acted in the case of the rape allegations against Duke lacrosse players. I'm Trish Regan.
On the front line in Iraq, I'm Laura Logan with the U.S. Marines patrolling one of the most dangerous cities in the country.
I'm John Blackstone in San Francisco, where the great earthquake 100 years ago is still teaching scientists today.
This is the CBS Evening News with Bob Schieffer.
Well, there is major news tonight on the cancer front. A drug that doctors have been using to treat osteoporosis turns out to be an excellent drug to prevent breast